Thanks for listening. If you like Christian romance audiobooks, check out the rest of my channel for free, full audiobooks. Be sure to subscribe so you never miss an upload. Prologue. Dallas, Texas. Early summer, 1903. You almost done, girl? Mrs. Smith's booming voice echoed down the hallway to the kitchen where Katherine scrubbed the last of the breakfast dishes. I got a whole list of things for you to do today, and I don't need you dawdling. Katherine rolled her eyes. She'd been up since well before the sun to get breakfast on the table at Mrs. Smith's boarding house. She'd barely eaten a bite herself before running out to get the laundry soaking before the dishes needed tending. Yes, ma'am, she replied with as much respect as she could muster. If only she could tell the woman what she really thought of her laziness and hateful attitude, but she'd never do that. Mrs. Smith might be an ogre, but she'd given Katherine and her 15-year-old brother, Jeremiah, a place to stay until he finished his schooling. He'd begged nearly every day for her to let him quit school and go to work, but she'd refused. She did allow him to help her around the boarding house while he was out on summer break, though. She might not have gotten to finish her education once their parents died, but Jeremiah would finish if it killed her. Good, the matron barked as she appeared in the kitchen doorway. Rooms 1, 3, and 6 all need a good deep clean and dusting. When you're done with that, I need you to run some errands. Her pale, leathery skin pinched at the corners of her mouth to make it look like she was forever scowling. Then again, maybe she was. Katherine impatiently brushed back the flyaways from her dirty blonde hair and nodded. Yes, ma'am. She normally wore a handkerchief on her head to keep her hair out of her face, but that morning she'd forgotten it in her room. Mrs. Smith held her head high in the air and narrowed her eyes at Katherine. Don't sound so put out. You ought to be grateful I provide room and board for you and that delinquent brother of yours. Why, you probably don't even know that he never came home last night, do you? Heart pounding at the realization she never saw Jeremiah after dinner, Katherine did her best to not let Mrs. Smith see her panic. I'm sure you're mistaken, Mrs. Smith. Jeremiah knows better than to stay out all night. It was Saturday morning, and he normally slept in a bit on the weekends, but usually she'd see him by now. If she'd worked herself to exhaustion for the past 2 years only for him to waste his time getting into trouble, she'd jerk a knot in him. A smirk spread across Mrs. Smith's face. If you're so sure, why don't you go and look for yourself? I trust him, ma'am. What's more, I'm not in the habit of bursting into the room of my near-grown old brother. If you'll excuse me, she said as she sidestepped her boss, I'll get started on that cleaning. Lately, Jeremiah had swung between acting with the immaturity of a schoolboy and the confidence of a grown man. It had weighed heavily on Katherine, but then, so did everything else since their parents passed. The woman scoffed and stepped aside. Suit yourself. I had a request for roast for dinner, by the way. Make sure you make time to do it properly. Opening the door to the closet where Mrs. Smith kept the cleaning supplies, Katherine shut her eyes tightly. She'd planned to make chicken and dumplings for dinner, and now she'd have to adjust her entire menu. Mrs. Smith often sprung requests on her after she'd made the week's plans, but at least this time, she'd told her before she'd begun cooking. Jeremiah was upstairs in his room, of course he was. He'd never disrespect her sacrifice by gallivanting around at all hours of the night. No, Mrs. Smith was just being cruel and trying her best to undermine Katherine's ability to raise him. At 21, she'd already surpassed the age most women married and started their families, so the thought of ever having children of her own felt foreign. Jeremiah was old enough when their parents died in the apartment fire that he couldn't quite be like a son, but she had to parent more than the average sister. She couldn't fail him, couldn't fail their parents. The rest of the morning, Katherine scurried about from one job to the next. She'd reach a stopping point on the cleaning only to move on to the laundry. Her back screamed at her to take a rest, but there was no time. If she didn't get lunch together soon, they'd be stuck with sandwiches, and Mrs. Smith would never allow that for a second time in 1 week. Jeremiah never surfaced from his room, but Katherine refused to dwell on it. When she saw him, they'd discuss Mrs. Smith's accusations, but she didn't have time to seek him out. She finished up sweeping one of the upstairs rooms that had just been vacated by a patron and made her way down the stairs. The third from the bottom stair creaked as always, somewhat comforting in its predictability. Just as she reached the bottom landing, the front door swung open and in ran Jeremiah with his unruly blonde locks standing on end and a look of pure terror on his face. "Katherine, get your things. We have to go now." If his expression and the tremor in his voice didn't make Katherine's chest tighten, the swollen and bloodied lip he sported would've. What in the world happened? Are you just getting home?" If Mrs. Smith could hear them, no doubt she'd be chuckling to herself. Still, Katherine couldn't risk any trouble her brother had gotten into following him home. They'd be tossed out for sure, and then where would they go? "Please, Katherine, I'll explain everything on the way. You just have to grab your most important things and leave a note telling Mrs. Smith we've left. We can't come back." Eyes wide, Katherine's mind couldn't seem to keep up with the tumble of Jeremiah's words. "Can't come back? What are you talking about? Have you been in a fight? Was he in trouble with the law?" Jeremiah glanced out the open door and kicked it shut with his too small boot. He ran a hand through his hair and took a shallow breath. "I lost money we don't have on a poker game, but I swear I thought I had it in the bag. I never would have bet so much if I didn't." "A poker game? Jeremiah Jenkins, who on earth were you playing against that split your lip?" If it was one of the boys from school, surely she could speak with the boys' parents, and they could come to an understanding. Jeremiah shook his head and began to pull Katherine up the stairs. "Bad men. They said if I don't pay by the end of the day today, they'll kill me." There was more. She knew it, could see it in his eyes. Suddenly, despite his bulky frame that towered over her 5 feet, 6 inches, he looked like the same scared little boy she'd held after they'd realized both parents had passed in the fire. "Please, we have to go." "How much do you owe them?" She didn't know how, but she'd find the men that had struck such fear into her brother and convince them to let her pay his debt in installments. They could figure this out. She'd been saving as much as she could to give them a bit of cushion and perhaps get them out of the boarding house, but she'd give every dime if it meant he'd be safe. Jeremiah shoved her into her room and shut the door behind them, glancing over his shoulder as he did so. $500. It was a foolish thing to do, but I figured if I won, then we could get out of here. You wouldn't have to work for Mrs. Smith anymore, and we could get a little land out of the city. The sum sent her jaw nearly to the floor. $500? Oh Jeremiah, it'd take us our whole lives to pay that off. I know, that's why we have to leave. I'll answer all your questions later, please just pack a bag. Katherine pushed out a heavy sigh and squeezed her eyes shut for a moment. All right. We'll get packed, then head to the rail yard. Chapter 1. Robert Jones climbed the steps of the lone passenger car and opened the solid iron door. Steam poured from the train smokestack a few cars forward, while a small group of employees from the lumberyard in Dallas unloaded the last of the load from the sawmill. Cook, the foreman for the lumberyard that did distribution for Brown Lumber, approached from his left. That's everything. Tell Lucas I'll wire his money later today and to call if he has any trouble. Lucas Brown was married to Robert's cousin, Edie, and owned Brown Lumber there in Pine Creek. Robert didn't work for him, but he often rode into Dallas with loads of lumber that traveled the rail line from Dallas to Pine Creek when the smithy needed to restock their supplies. That was what had brought him to Dallas and a new swage block Pa had ordered from New York. Thanks, Cook. I'll let him know. The beefy foreman with a thick gray beard shook his hand. I'm sure we'll see ya soon. And Robert, you let me know if you ever get a wild hair to move to Dallas. We could use someone with your skills in the smithy. I appreciate it, but I don't ever plan on leaving Pine Creek if I can help it. I will take you up on that card game next time I'm in town, though. Robert wasn't given to gambling, but he'd be lying if he said he didn't enjoy a no-stakes card game now and again. The strategy involved challenged him. Absolutely, Cook replied. You hear they're looking to bring a larger rail line to Pine Creek? He lifted a brow and studied Robert. Goodness, it was all anyone wanted to talk about in town these days.
Yeah,
The mayor and town council are holding a meeting about it this week. Not sure where everyone will come down. Would bring in some good business. It would, but at what cost? Years before, they'd had an oil company come to town only to disrupt the peace and get run out. We'll see what they say at the town meeting. Anyway, it was good to see you. Cook nodded and shook Robert's hand. Have a safe trip. Business in Dallas concluded, Robert took in the small passenger car at the rear of the steam engine. This one mostly ran lumber and supplies from Pine Creek to Dallas, the tracks and investment Lucas had made a few years prior. Other towns in the area utilized it as well and paid fees for the space whenever they needed it. The passenger car wasn't like that of a normal train. It was really just wooden benches with enough room for 20 or so with large crates stacked in the front for extra cargo. Generally, the crates held orders from the general store that John and Rachel Thompson placed when they ran low. Robert took his seat just as the engine's whistle sounded above. The trip from Dallas to Pine Creek took about a half a day, a big improvement from when a freighter had been their only option to pick up things they'd ordered. The small cargo engine had been a blessing to their entire area, but recently there was talk of a larger rail line coming through town with a depot to boot. If the rumors were true, who knew what effect it would have? Robert settled back and leaned his head against the window beside him. With no one else in the car, he could put his feet up on the bench in front of him and get some shut-eye. Termed by those who knew him as more of a lone wolf, Robert didn't mind being alone with his thoughts. He'd nearly drifted off to sleep when a thud sounded from inside one of the crates along the front wall. They'd not gone over any particularly rough ground that Robert could tell, but sometimes the boxes weren't packed as tightly as they should be. Just in case the crate might hold something valuable, Robert stood and made his way over to see what had fallen. The crates were large, often holding many smaller boxes inside. John typically met them at the end of the rail line in the woods next to the sawmill and unloaded the smaller boxes one by one while leaving the larger crates aboard for the next time they placed an order. Opening one of the larger crates, Robert couldn't see anything amiss. He moved on to the next one, then the next. So far, everything was well in hand and clearly hadn't been the source of the noise. Had he imagined the thud? The last crate stood wedged into the corner, a bit smaller than the rest of them. It was a little harder to get to, so maybe it didn't hold as many boxes as the others. Gently pushing one of the other crates out of the way, Robert lifted the lid of the corner crate. There, staring back at him was a woman about his age with dark blonde hair and forest green eyes. Beside her was a teenage boy with a swollen lip. While his eyes were wide and fearful, hers narrowed slightly. The boy quickly looked away from Robert and down at his knees where they scrunched close to his chest, but she held his gaze. Robert took in the scene before him. You know, the benches out here aren't all that comfortable, but they're better than the supply crates. He did his best to keep his expression soft so as not to spook the stowaways. You don't have to be afraid. I won't hurt you. The woman eyed him with suspicion as she stood. You're not going to turn us in? Robert gestured around the passenger car, empty but for them. It doesn't seem you've taken seats from anyone else, so I can't see what harm it's done. He held out a hand to help her climb out, then realized there was a much easier way. If you'll permit me, I reckon I can get you out of there a whole lot quicker than you can climb out. I promise I only mean respect. Katherine glanced back at the boy behind her, then at Robert again. He wasn't a good judge of height, as he'd inherited his intimidating stature from his pa. They both stood well over 6 feet and had the build one might expect of a blacksmith. All right, she replied, thank you. Careful not to spook her. Robert took her waist as he would if he were helping her down from a wagon and lifted her over the side of the crate. The boy scrambled over as well, his exit a bit easier due to the fact that he wore trousers. As the two stood before him, Robert noticed that their clothes were worn but clean. They'd both been patched up in multiple places, and the young man's pants were a mite too short. Robert Jones, he said as he held out a hand to the woman. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Katherine did her best not to appear frazzled at the sheer stature of the man before her. He seemed friendly enough and hadn't thrown them off the train, but was it all an act? I'm Katherine. This is Jeremiah. Robert tipped his head in greeting and gestured loosely at the rest of the passenger car. Well, as you can see, you've got your pick of seats. Let me know if you need something. He wasn't even going to ask why they'd been hiding in the supply crates? That raised Katherine's suspicions further. But truly, what choice did they have? She nodded to Jeremiah, who took a spot on the nearest bench. She sat next to him, her mind still racing as to what on earth they planned to do once they reached whatever destination the train had. Her thoughts were interrupted when Jeremiah spoke softly. I'm sorry. His voice sounded small and scared. She hadn't heard him use that tone since their parents had passed. I was trying to help. Katherine glanced back at Robert, 4 or 5 rows behind them. He'd leaned against the window and looked to be trying to sleep. She knew better. He might be giving them their space, but no man in his right mind would just fall back asleep after finding 2 stowaways. We can talk about it later, she responded quietly. Right now, we've got to focus on finding somewhere to stay and a job. Maybe this train is headed to a larger city. Robert's deep voice sounded from where he sat, eyes still shut. It's not. We're headed for Pine Creek, Texas, and it's the only stop on the line. This is mainly a cargo train. Katherine held back a groan, but her head fell forward as she tried to sort through their options. Y'all runnin' towards something or away from something? Robert's eyes were still closed, his entire body relaxed. What was the honest answer? There was nothing in Dallas for them, not really. Any semblance of home they'd had burned years ago. Reaching over to take Jeremiah's hand, she squeezed it. Both, I guess. Robert finally opened his eyes and straightened. It was interesting. While standing, the mountain of a man was wholly intimidating. He had at least a foot on her and was likely 100 pounds heavier besides. He had dark hair, and when she shook his hand, she noticed the telltale sign of hard work in his calluses. At first, he'd terrified her, no stranger as she was to men attempting to take advantage of a single woman. But as he studied her there on the train, Katherine saw a kindness in his eyes that she didn't see at first. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a few bills. Look, I know you don't have any reason to trust me, but I can take you to folks who can help you. My Uncle Matthew is the sheriff of Pine Creek, and I can just about guarantee that you'll find safety with him if you need it. Jeremiah nudged her in the ribs, his eyes wide with fear. A sheriff wasn't their best option, not with the trouble her brother had gotten himself into. Gambling wasn't illegal, but he shouldn't have even been in the hall at his age. Not to mention, there was tell around the poorer areas of Dallas that the loan sharks and bookies had the police in their pockets. No, thank you for the offer, but I think we'll make our own way. I figured as much. Robert shrugged and stood before walking towards them. He held out the small wad of cash. Use this to get you by for a bit. It's not much, but I reckon it might be more than you've got now. As though it had a mind of its own, Katherine's hand reached out to take the money. I don't know what to say. Why would you be so kind to us? I reckon that's what Jesus would want me to do, he said simply. Jesus. If there was a God in heaven, he certainly didn't care for her. If he had, her parents would still be there, and Jeremiah wouldn't have gotten into such trouble trying to bring in a little cash. Thank you. It's nothing. If you change your mind about taking some more help, just let me know when we reach Pine Creek. You won't find a more understanding sheriff anywhere than my uncle, if that's what you're worried about. It was, but he couldn't know that. We appreciate the offer, but I think we'll try and find something ourselves. Thank you again for the help. She turned back toward the front of the train as her mind raced. What options did they have, really? She cut her eyes at Jeremiah where he sat and studied his hands. They shook, a clear sign of the fear in him. The last time she'd seen his hands shake like that, they'd stood outside their old apartment building, the ashes dark as night against the ground. She'd vowed that day that harm would never come to him. He'd been through enough. What he'd done wasn't right, but wouldn't it be better to be in the care of a lawman rather than on their own? If the card shark Jeremiah lost to found them, they'd be much safer surrounded by other people. Actually, she said even as she debated whether her decision was a foolish one. I think we would like to meet your uncle. Jeremiah's head popped up, he turned wide eyes on her. Katherine dash. Trust me, Jeremiah, she hissed. You got us into this mess, trust me to get us out. His mouth snapped shut from whatever he'd been about to say, and he nodded with uncertain eyes. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you how much. I know, she said gently. I know. Chapter 2. What was their story? Robert wasn't given to prying into the business of other folks, but he couldn't help himself from offering them the money. Maybe it was the terrified look in the boy's eyes when he opened the crate, or maybe it was the resolution in hers. Whatever it was, they needed help, and Robert knew he couldn't walk away. The train pulled into the small depot just outside Pine Creek near the sawmill. The smell of sawdust filled the air as the back door opened, and Lucas strode through. You're back, Lucas said with a grin. I thank you for accompanying the load to Dallas for me. That saved me from being down a foreman or two during our busy season. Just then, he noticed Katherine and Jeremiah where they stood by their seats. Katherine stood tall, but her expression was wary. Jeremiah, on the other hand, had his arms crossed and his head down like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Lucas's eyes widened at the sight of the dark blonde siblings. Who do we have here? I'm Katherine Jenkins. This is my brother Jeremiah. She strode forward and held out her hand. Robert was kind enough to give us passage back from Dallas. Lucas took her hand and raised a quick eyebrow at Robert. Pleased to meet you, Miss Jenkins. I'm Lucas Brown. He reached out to shake her hand, tipping his head forward slightly. Robert, do you mind coming with me up to the sawmill to discuss Cook's lumberyard expansion? He didn't, but Robert knew good and well that Lucas didn't just need to speak about the expansion. Not to mention, he probably knew more than Robert. Can do. He turned to Katherine and Jeremiah, motioning towards the door. If you'd like to wait right out here, I'll be back in just a few minutes and we'll take you to Uncle Matthew's. Katherine paused, her eyes darting back and forth from Lucas to the woods. I'm not going anywhere, he replied. You're safe here. Her shoulders relaxed, and she looked momentarily appeased. Satisfied they likely wouldn't make a break for it, Robert followed Lucas out the door. They'd stepped out the door and down the back steps of the passenger car before Lucas spoke. I'm assuming there's a story there? They continued walking a ways. Robert lowered his voice as a passel of mill workers strode by. There is, but I don't know much more of it than you do. He told Lucas about how Katherine and Jeremiah had snuck onto the train, and Lucas had seen the boys fat lip himself. I just felt like the Lord wanted me to help them and figured Uncle Matthew would know what to do. He normally does, Lucas said of his father-in-law. Lucas was married to Matthew's daughter, Edie, and he'd come to respect the man as much as everyone else in town. You reckon they're in trouble with the law? Robert turned back to the area close to the passenger car where Katherine and Jeremiah had settled. I hope not, but I guess we'll see. We will, Lucas replied. Don't bother taking your equipment back to the livery tonight, just get them settled. I'll have it delivered Monday morning. Thanks, Lucas. Tell Edie and the kids I said hello. Will do, he said as he turned. My prayers are with you, brother. The sun shone through the forest ceiling but still burned hot. Summers in Texas could be killer, and this one had been the hottest in recent memory already. It was only June, and the temperatures felt more like they normally did in July and August. By the time Robert reached them again, Katherine stood with her hands on her hips and looked around the mill lot. She looked a bit taken back, and Robert couldn't blame her. In the years since Lucas had taken over, Pine Creek's branch of Brown Lumber had exploded into one of the largest operations in the Southwest. Robert didn't work for them, happily employed as he was in his father's smithy, but he couldn't deny he was proud of what Lucas and Edie had built here. While Katherine was curious, Jeremiah just studied the area directly in front of him and seemed 1,000 miles away. You two ready to get going? He reached for Katherine's small, worn satchel. It was light, and he couldn't imagine she carried very much inside. If this was all she had, they were worse off than he thought. Jeremiah had one of similar size and held his in his left hand. Catherine's eyes followed her satchel, a quick nod of thanks as the only acknowledgement. "We are." She pierced Jeremiah with a look of both reproach and care that Robert had seen a few dozen times over the years from his mother. "How close are we to town from here?" Robert pointed to a patch of woods just to the east. "We'll take the road through there for about 3/4 of a mile. The town is just on the other side." "Thank you again for your help," Katherine said as she turned dark green eyes on him. Her face held a small smudge of grease, one he hadn't noticed at first. Small white flecks dotted her hair, making him believe she'd been cooking that morning. "It's my pleasure, ma'am. I'll get the rig from Lucas, and we can head out." By the time they'd loaded up one of the buckboards Lucas kept at the sawmill, the sun had already dipped low behind the trees. There was still daylight left, but not much. Robert knew the woods around Pine Creek as well as he did his own name, so he wasn't worried. Still, Katherine and Jeremiah had to be exhausted, and he'd like to get them settled before it got too late. The ride was quiet as both siblings studied their surroundings. Content with quiet, Robert didn't care to strike up conversation. As they covered the short distance, he began to try and put pieces together in his head. He'd always loved a puzzle, and the events of the day proved to be a big one. It wasn't likely they were wealthy and dressed down for an escape, not with the way her hands were so calloused. Jeremiah's lip was split, but that wasn't the biggest clue the boy presented. His jumpiness the whole train ride, and the way his hands shook told Robert they were clearly in danger. Katherine had said they were both running from something and to something, but what did that mean? Did they have family somewhere? He'd offered her enough money to make passage a fair ways, but she'd chosen to stay in Pine Creek instead. It was all very curious. Pulling up to a stop in front of Aunt Carissa and Uncle Matthew's, Robert activated the brake on the buckboard. The white clapboard house the family had lived in as long as he'd been alive was as cheerful and welcoming as it had ever been. A large porch ran along the front of the house, with hanging plants that burst with color from flowers Robert couldn't identify. Rocking chairs facing out onto the town square dotted the space, as well as a few extra porch plants sitting in pots. "Here we are," Robert said as he hopped down. "Jeremiah, if you'll help your sister down and get your things, I'll go let my aunt and uncle know you're here." Matthew and Carissa Carmichael wouldn't begrudge him bringing two strangers to their door unannounced, but he wanted to give them at least a moment to prepare. Moving quickly up the porch steps, Robert knocked on the door and hoped he wasn't interrupting dinner. Barely a breath passed before his cousin, Emily, opened it, a wide smile spread across her face. "Robert, what brings you out tonight?" Emily was the youngest of all his cousins, 20 years old as of her last birthday. He was only a year older than she was, so they'd always been close. She'd grown into the same beauty as Edie with her long brown hair and fair features. "Is your pa home? I've got some new friends I need to introduce to him." Robert winked, and Emily looked behind him to where Katherine and Jeremiah stood by the buckboard. "Of course. Papa, Robert's here to see you." She stepped out onto the porch and waved at the siblings. "Evening, I'm Emily Carmichael." Confident her chattiness and warmth would welcome them soundly, Robert stepped inside the house just as Uncle Matthew's boots clapped on the floor. "Welcome back, Robert. Didn't expect to be your first stop on the way back from Dallas." "I'm honored." He chuckled, his bushy gray mustache twitching as he did so. "I'm afraid it's not as much of a social call as I'd like," Robert replied. He told Matthew the story of finding Katherine and Jeremiah on the train, as well as the things he'd been mulling over on the ride from the sawmill. "I don't know the story behind the split lip, but my assumption is that it has something to do with why they left." When he mentioned the flecks of flour in Katherine's hair and her calloused hands, Matthew looked impressed. "You notice details like a lawman, Robert." "I've always said so. If your pa wouldn't skin me, I'd be trying to poach you for my team." Shaking his head, Robert nearly laughed. "Attention to detail makes a man a good blacksmith too. I think I'll stay put." It had been a running joke for years that Robert should have been a lawman, but he found he much preferred the job he held. Well, bring your friends inside. Carissa's just cleaning up the kitchen. I'll let her know we've got company. Robert raised a brow at his uncle. You think she didn't just hear everything we said? Carissa was the soul of discretion, but it was a family joke that her hearing could rival that of any dog. She did, Matthew replied as he glanced back towards the kitchen. But I at least like to pretend. Aunt Carissa stepped into the entryway with the same smile Emily had given him earlier. I put on a pot of tea while y'all were talking and got a few cookies out of the jar. Bring your friends on inside, and we'll make them feel welcome. She pulled Robert in for a quick hug, a bit comical with how he towered over her. Carissa wasn't a short woman, but he still stood at least a head taller. Thank you both, Robert replied. He turned and stepped back onto the porch. If y'all have everything you need, I'll introduce you to my family. He couldn't make out their expressions in the near darkness that seemed to have descended suddenly, but Emily had definitely been engaging Katherine in conversation. No doubt she'd tried with Jeremiah, but he'd barely spoken a word since Robert found them. Climbing the stairs, Katherine led, carrying her satchel while Jeremiah followed behind. I'm Katherine Jenkins, ma'am, she said as she nodded to Carissa. Emily was just telling me all about your beautiful flowers. I look forward to seeing them in the daytime. I can't wait to show you, Carissa said as she took Katherine's arm. Why don't you both come in, and we'll get acquainted? Katherine felt her head spinning from the events of the day. That morning, she'd had a list of chores of Mrs. Smith a mile long, and now she sat on a comfortable sofa drinking a cup of honey lemon tea and eating cookies. So, Sheriff Carmichael said as he sat in a gray wingback chair next to the wood stove. Robert tells me you two might be in need of some help. How much could she tell him? Jeremiah's gambling wasn't necessarily illegal, but he shouldn't have been inside the saloon in the first place. Not to mention, he'd run out on a debt. She believed him that his motives had been good, but would the seasoned lawman understand that? My brother had some trouble in Dallas, and we needed to get away before that trouble continued. There was no point in lying, but she didn't feel the need to tell the whole story either. Hopefully, he'd understand. Mrs. Carmichael sat in an identical chair to that of her husband's and studied Jeremiah with kind eyes. Jeremiah, was the trouble of your own making or beyond your control? It was a fair question, and for the first time since they'd boarded the train, Jeremiah spoke more than a few words. It was my own fault, ma'am. I thought I was helping, but I just messed everything up. Katherine's heart nearly broke at hearing the catch in his voice. She'd been so focused on getting them out of harm's way that she hadn't taken the time to let him know she didn't hold it against him. Before she could, Mrs. Carmichael stood and crossed the room to kneel before him. She placed her hand on his shaking ones and caught his eye. We all make mistakes, Jeremiah. The important thing is how we learn from them. Will you be doing anything else to bring trouble on you, your sister, or anyone else? He shook his head quickly just as a lone tear rolled down his cheek. No, never again. Mrs. Carmichael squeezed his hand and turned to look at her husband. He nodded, and she moved back to her seat. Then I suppose all that's left to determine is where you two will be staying until you figure out what your next steps are. Normally, we'd offer the parsonage cottage, but Robert's grandparents are in town visiting from New Orleans. They'll be staying there through the end of the summer. If you'd like, you're welcome to stay here with us. Katherine's mouth dropped open. The idea of staying in a home like this was more than she could have imagined. Oh, Mrs. Carmichael, are you sure? If there's a boarding house in town, I'd be happy to dash. Don't even continue that thought, dear. I vowed many years ago that anyone in need of help would find it in our home, and the Lord has blessed us with the opportunity to do just that. We've got 2 rooms available upstairs, and you're more than welcome to them. And please, call me Carissa. Sheriff Carmichael reached over from his chair and took her hand. It's best not to argue with her. She generally gets her way in the end. His lip quirked up in affection just before his expression turned a bit more serious again. I'm going to trust you two that letting you into our home will not be something I regret. Anyone who needs sanctuary here will find it, but one who takes advantage of that hospitality will regret it. Do you understand? His gaze lingered on Jeremiah for a moment, and her brother nodded. Yes, sir, I promise you won't regret it. His voice may have quivered, but Katherine was proud of how he met the man's eyes. Good, and you can call me Matthew. I imagine you're both exhausted, so Emily can show you upstairs to our open rooms. Tomorrow morning, we'll all go to church together. He left no room for argument, not that Katherine would have gone against her host anyway. Carissa placed a gentle hand on Jeremiah's arm. Am I right in assuming you're around 15, Jeremiah? 15, ma'am, only just. Carissa's eyes widened, as Jeremiah looked older than he was. Excellent, then tomorrow at church you can meet our town's teacher. Miss Petty is an excellent educator, and I think you'll find her lessons engaging. Jeremiah's eyes went large as he glanced at Katherine. I thought I might get a job once we got here and help earn our keep. I'll take care of that, Jeremiah. You focus on your schooling. Katherine hadn't gotten them this far only for him to give up before he graduated. You can take an odd job or two over the summer, but I'd rather you spend the time getting to know other boys your age here and getting prepared for school in the fall. Whether they were still in Pine Creek or not, he'd be finishing his last 2 years. Of that, Katherine would make sure. Carissa nodded at Katherine, her smile warm. Besides, no school-aged young man in my household gets to quit just before the finish line. Education is the bridge that can take a body from the person they are to the person they want to be. That, and faith in God. Not sure where she'd stood with the Almighty for a long time, Katherine could at least agree on the importance of education. Thank you both again, and you as well, Robert. The imposing figure leaning against the door frame shrugged. No thanks needed. I reckon my work here is done for the evening, I'll get on home. Just as the rest of the group began to disperse, Robert reached the door and turned again. You'll be safe here, Katherine, so will Jeremiah. I'll see you both at church tomorrow. With that, he turned again and shut the door behind him. Somehow, even though she'd just met the man, Katherine took comfort in knowing that she'd see him again the next day. He was kind and understanding, compassionate without prying. It made her trust him on instinct despite her fears. As she headed up the stairs that evening, Katherine wondered whether she'd done the right thing, but something deep within her knew she had. For some reason, Robert Jones was a large part of that. Chapter 3. Church ladies fanned themselves in pew after pew that Sunday morning. Men dabbed their necks and foreheads with handkerchiefs as the sweat beaded and poured, the windows open but fruitlessly beckoning breeze. Pastor Alex, Robert's cousin Lily's husband, always said he did his short sermons in the summer, lest he be preaching on the judgment of God and someone faint dead away from the heat. The air always seemed to settle in the room like a bowl of soup, thick and hot, with little reprieve. Alex took the pulpit that morning with the sheen of sweat already present on his brow. Well folks, I'd say summer has well and truly set in. Looks like we're in for a hot one. Everyone nodded, and Robert spotted even more fans bobbing back and forth in the hands of the church ladies. His mother and sister, Helen, certainly had theirs going. Still, Alex continued, I appreciate your being here. It's good to be in the house of the Lord, regardless of the temperature. A chorus of amen rose up, and Robert noticed Katherine and Jeremiah sitting in the pew ahead of him. They'd come in with Emily and sat a few spaces to Robert's right. He'd done a double take when they first came in, as both had clearly been outfitted by Aunt Carissa. Katherine wore a blue and white striped dress Robert felt sure he'd seen both Edie and Emily wear, and Jeremiah wore brown slacks with a white shirt. The shirt looked a little big on him, but not too much. Robert imagined it had been Callum's at some point. Katherine's hair looked different, too. Evidence of baking no longer dotted her hair, and it had been pulled up into some sort of loose, bun-type style. It probably had a name, but Robert had no idea what that might be. It was odd. The day before, he'd noticed that Katherine was a pretty woman but hadn't paid it much mind. He'd been more focused on getting her and Jeremiah the help they needed and mulling over the puzzle of what in the world could have brought them to Pine Creek. That morning, despite the stifling heat, he couldn't notice much else. She'd flashed him a small smile when they took their seats, not dazzling like some women's, but no less attractive. A few tendrils of her dark blonde hair hung down to frame her face, the rest of her hair carefully pinned. The color of the dress complemented her fair features nicely, offsetting the pink of her cheeks. An elbow to his rib startled him from his thoughts, and he glanced down to find his sister, Helen, grinning from ear to ear in his direction. Since she'd married Jesse Pritchard the year before, she'd made it her life's mission to find him a wife as well. She cut her eyes toward Katherine and back again, eyebrow raised mischievously. On her other side, Jesse's attention was on Alex's sermon, but he clearly held back a grin. Great, now he'd not hear the end of the fact that they'd caught him staring. Helen was fun-loving and endlessly kind, smart and industrious, but goodness, the girl could out-stubborn a mule. Once she got an idea in her head, there'd be no telling her otherwise. Turning his attention back to Alex, Robert did his best to hone in on the biblical truth he spoke. Please, don't misunderstand, Alex said as he held his Bible forward. The Lord's Prayer isn't telling us that we have to pray this way verbatim. It can be valuable to do so, but it's more an excellent guideline for how we approach the Lord in our daily prayer. It's fitting that Jesus starts out giving God all the glory, but he'll end it the same way. Over the next few weeks, we'll unpack more of this scripture, and I hope you'll be challenged and encouraged. He was finished already? How long had Robert been studying Katherine? He wasn't generally given to embarrassment, but his heart raced a little at the idea others might have noticed. The congregation stood for the closing hymn, and his mother took her place at the old upright piano. She'd been playing for years and had taught many of Pine Creek's children to do the same. Mama's long red hair had turned gray with age, but her beauty and poise remained. Alex dismissed them with prayer, and the overheated congregation gladly pushed out the doors into the shady spots under the old oak trees. As Robert helped some of the other men carry tables out the door to hold dishes for their church picnic, he spotted Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte playing with Edie's children while she and Aunt Carissa spread out blankets on the ground for the picnic. Pa carried another table, and they placed them side by side as they did every week. What was your sister grinning at you about during service? She looked like the cat that ate the canary. He hadn't had a chance to tell Pa about Katherine and Jeremiah just yet since he stayed at a small apartment in the smithy, rather than with him and Mama. You know the brother and sister staying with Uncle Matthew and Aunt Carissa? The ones you met before church? Yep, Pa replied. He was judicious with his words like Robert was, a trait he'd definitely inherited. I'm the one who brought them there. He told an abridged version of finding them on the train, not keen on anyone else overhearing. Helen caught me looking at Katherine, and you know where her mind went. Pa nodded, his expression mostly neutral. I do. Was that where your mind went to? I just met her. His mind didn't have any business going anywhere of the sort. That's true, Pa replied, but you've heard the story of when I first met your mama. I was a goner. The family tale went that the moment Pa and Mama met, it was like lightning in both their veins. The other couples in the family had all had a slower build of feelings, nothing quite so dramatic. I didn't feel any lightning, but try convincing Helen of that. Chuckling, Pa shook his head. Good luck. Anyway, enough jawing when there's this much good food around. I'm going to go see if your mama needs anything and make a plate. Jeremiah had helped Emily's brother, Callum, carry out a table as well. Over the years, they'd needed to add more tables since the congregation had grown. They ate on blankets on the ground, but so many brought dishes that even the increased number groaned under the weight of all the food. They'd already added on to the church once during his youth, and it appeared they'd need to do it again before long. Robert approached Jeremiah and gestured toward the dishes that had already been placed. I hope you're hungry. I don't know how I could be, Jeremiah replied. Mrs. Carissa had a spread at breakfast that was nearly as much as Katherine makes for the whole boarding house. He stopped, and his eyes went wide before he sighed. For the past few years, Katherine's worked to earn our room and board at a lady named Mrs. Smith's boarding house. The boy had clearly said more than he planned to, but at least Jeremiah had another piece to the puzzle. What all did she do there? More like what didn't she do there? She cooked, cleaned, did laundry, checked folks in and out, plus other things as Mrs. Smith thought they needed to be done. She wouldn't let me help, said I needed to focus on my schooling. He rolled his eyes. Mrs. Smith took advantage of her knowing we had nowhere else to go. She made Katherine work from well before dawn until after everyone else was in bed, but Katherine didn't have a choice. Had Mrs. Smith been a man, Robert would have been tempted to wring her neck. I'm glad she doesn't have to do all that anymore. Me too, Jeremiah replied as they both spotted Katherine with the other ladies in line. She'll go out and look for a job tomorrow, but hopefully it will be for a good boss this time. He looked like he wanted to say more but held his tongue. Engaged in conversation with Helen and Emily as she was, Katherine looked like she'd been there all her life. She didn't have the same fear about her as her brother, but Robert couldn't quite pin down what it was she did have. We'll help her, he assured the boy. She won't end up in that situation again. Clearly relieved, Jeremiah headed towards the food line where the men had come in behind the women. Robert followed him and did his best to act like he didn't notice how his sister kept trying to catch his eye. Her motives were plain as day, and the confusing part was, Robert wasn't so sure he didn't welcome them. The next day, Katherine exited the mercantile with a frustrated sigh. That was the third business she'd been to that had no openings. They'd all been kind. Everyone said they'd keep an ear open for her, but she had to find a job quickly. The Carmichaels were kind enough not to pressure her, but she was determined to return that afternoon with a job. In addition to the mercantile, she'd been to both the dress shop and the livery. Mary Archer at the livery had said they could use a few strong boys to toss around bags of feed, but said her husband, Pete, wouldn't hear of a young woman doing such work. Still, she'd said she'd ask around. At least Jeremiah was safe at the schoolhouse. She'd met his teacher, Miss Petty, at church. She was a kind woman, probably in her 50s with gray-streaked brown hair and a gentle smile. She'd seemed to take a liking to Jeremiah immediately, something for which Katherine was grateful. His lip was healing, but it would be a few more days until it wasn't noticeable. Miss Petty hadn't seemed to judge him because of it, a fact that Katherine appreciated. He'd gone in this morning to take a placement test Miss Petty offered to new students, then Matthew said he could come out on rounds with him and meet a few folks. Stopping to study the other businesses in the town center, Katherine pondered her options. Pine Creek was a nice little town. The boardwalk connected in front of most of the businesses, and even the storefronts were welcoming. The bubbly redhead had apologized that she couldn't hire any more help at the bakery, but they were fully staffed at the moment since Emily had joined them part-time. At church the day before, Edie had mentioned she could use a medical assistant, but blood had always made Katherine feel faint. She'd hate to create more work for the woman rather than lessen her load. Still, if she didn't have a job by the end of the day, it would have to do. Helen had been helpful as well, suggesting that the cafe in town might use more servers, and Katherine planned to try there next. Unfortunately, the rest of the day went just as the morning had. Business after business had not had any positions available. The post office told her to check back in a couple months. The bank had just hired on 2 new tellers, and the cafe didn't have the money for another server. Taking a deep breath, Katherine decided she'd just have to take the job with Edie at the clinic. She could keep her queasiness at bay. She'd have to. Just as she approached the clinic, she spotted Robert's reflection in the window from behind her. "Katherine, good afternoon." His deep voice reminded her of her father's, something that likely played a role in her trusting him so quickly. "Hi, Robert. It's good to see you." She told herself it was his size that had her feeling out of sorts when she saw him, but knew there was more to it than that. His tan skin and dark hair would create an intimidating combination if his eyes weren't so bright and blue. He didn't strut around like a rooster either, something she'd noticed many men do who wanted to make themselves appear more powerful than they were. No, Robert Jones exuded strength without even trying. He placed his hands in his pockets, and she wondered if he did that intentionally to make himself look smaller. "You too. I saw Uncle Matthew this morning, and he said you were on the job hunt. How's it going?" Katherine glanced at the clinic, her heart racing at the idea of helping in a medical setting. Edie mentioned she needed some help, and I couldn't find any other positions in town. I'm afraid I might not be her best option, but she's my only one. Chuckling, Robert stuffed his hands in his pockets. Not big on the sight of blood? She shivered at the very thought, a bad omen for her future at the clinic. Not so much, but I suppose I can just take it one day at a time. He turned thoughtful for a moment, his bright blue eyes twinkling. You know what, we might could use you at the smithy. I appreciate the thought, but I'm not sure I'm cut out for blacksmithing. She'd do whatever she had to, but that might be a bit too far. Robert shook his head, his cheeks turning a bit pink under his olive skin. No, sorry. I didn't mean it that way. We sell some odds and ends in the front of the smithy, not to mention keeping track of orders and such. Pa's been saying we needed to hire someone to help us out with that end of things, and you need a job, so. You think your pa would hire a woman to work there? What she'd met of the family had been welcoming, but she hadn't ever known of a woman to work in a smithy. Hesitating just a moment, Robert glanced back towards the building near the sheriff's office, with a large chimney protruding from the top. I can't see why not, but let me double-check with him. I'll let you know tomorrow night at the family dinner. I assume you'll be there? Emily had mentioned something about it that morning, but Katherine assumed she and Jeremiah would stay behind. I'm not sure. I certainly wouldn't want to impose. You won't be imposing. All the ladies in our family make enough to feed an army. In fact, I doubt Aunt Carissa would let you two stay home anyway. She'd consider it the height of rudeness to go off and leave her guests when there was a family dinner happening. He winked, and Katherine felt a thrill rush through her at the sight. Goodness gracious, what had gotten into her? Once she and Jeremiah had saved some money, they needed to get further away from Dallas and the bookies he owed. She couldn't risk staying longer than a month or two, not feeling confident in her brother's safety. She had no business having any sort of crush on Robert Jones. Then I suppose I'll see you there, she replied. Let me know what your father says, and please tell him I'll work as hard as any man. She second-guessed her words as soon as they hit the air. It wasn't that they weren't true, she just didn't want to go overboard with what she promised and could reasonably do. Will do. It was good seeing you, Katherine. He tipped his head forward and grinned. Have a nice day. You as well. As he walked away, Katherine found herself looking forward to the next night when she'd see him at dinner. She blew out a frustrated breath. She could tell herself she had no time for a crush all she wanted, but the fact remained that her belly felt jumbled whenever he was around. At church yesterday, she'd been all too aware of his presence but tried to chalk it up to his being the first one there they'd met. Oh well, nothing could come of it anyway. Robert Jones was a catch for some sweet church girl without a teenage boy to raise. She didn't fit that bill, and she'd not repay him for his kindness by making him uncomfortable around her. Chapter 4. All I'm saying, Uncle Jake continued from his spot toward the end of the table, is that we've been down this road before with the oil company and look how that turned out. His face had grown red under his once blonde beard gone gray. The longer they discussed the prospect of the railroad expanding in Pine Creek, the more agitated Uncle Jake grew. Pa held up his hands in surrender. I'm not saying I'm for it, Jake. I just want to hear the man out. The whole family sat around the large custom table at Robert's parents' house for family dinner. Katherine and Jeremiah also attended, but Robert regretted that this was the first one they'd come to. Uncle Jake had a history of being hot-headed, though he'd grown out of most of it over the years. The prospect of the railroad, and its potential to pressure him out of some of his land, had him fired up. Jake, Uncle Matthew began calmly, they haven't even told you yet where they want to run the line. It could well be on the very edge of your property. If so, you'd not have anything to worry about. I can't imagine they'd run it straight through, they need to maintain goodwill in Pine Creek. Not to mention, Aunt Carissa added, Mayor Hinson isn't likely to push the town council into a vote that would anger the town's ranchers. He needs your support. Robert hadn't jumped into the conversation, focused instead on the roast and potatoes on his plate. Edie and his other cousins had engaged Katherine in conversation on the other end of the table, but the railroad conversation had more or less steamrolled all other topics. Who had initially brought up the subject, Robert couldn't remember. All he knew was Pa had a meeting with the rail company within the next few days to discuss the particulars of a contract with the smithy for the project. It would likely be a hefty offer, not to mention all the business a full passenger rail line would bring into Pine Creek, but Pa would never go along with something that would result in his family losing their land involuntarily. Uncle Jake opened his mouth to speak more until Aunt Beth placed a gentle hand on his arm. In the way only long-married couples can do, she communicated something in that touch that quieted him down. "All right, I'll come to the meeting, but that's all I can promise." "That's all we ask," Pa replied. "You can be sure that this will be good for all parties involved, or you won't be the only one raising a ruckus." He smirked, and Helen stood from her chair down the table a ways. She brushed a few crumbs off her dress before clearing her throat. All eyes turned in her direction, and she grinned. "Well, if we've got that settled for now, I've been waiting to share some news." Her eyes sparkled as she took Jessie's hand beside her. "Well, 2 pieces of news. First, the bakery is going to be featured again in an even more extensive piece from Carter's Bazaar. They want to use the piece to launch a new monthly column from me with baking tips and recipes." Everyone at the table burst into their congratulations before Helen reached out her hands to quiet them again. "Thank you. Rose and I are thrilled." She winked at her best friend, business partner, and cousin-in-law Rose. She sat holding her and Callum's nearly 1-year-old baby girl Willow and shook her head. "It's truly all Helen," Rose said humbly. "Without her head for baking, none of our success would be possible." Another round of congratulations began before Helen spoke again. "As for our other news, Jessie and I are expecting a baby early next year." If Robert thought the excitement over Helen's column was boisterous, it was nothing compared to the squeal that came from his normally elegant mother, Abigail, as she knocked her chair over and rushed to hug her daughter. "Really? You're having a baby?" Tears filled Mama's eyes as she pulled Helen in close. "I am. Are you ready to be a grandma?" The women embraced again, and everyone rose to give their congratulations to the happy couple. 2 years ago, Robert would have found it difficult to picture his sister as a mother, but she'd matured so much in that time. He waited his turn, but finally got his chance to wrap his big sister in a hug. "You know what this means, don't you?" Helen furrowed her brow, but her expression remained mischievous. "That you're going to be Uncle Robbie?" He groaned. Helen had been trying to convince him to let her call him Robbie from childhood. He'd never surrendered, but wasn't sure he could say no to a niece or nephew who tried it. "Absolutely not. It means the rest of us get to spoil and bribe your child the way you so conveniently forget how many cookies you've given theirs." Everyone burst into laughter, Helen's reputation for winning the family's children's affection with sweets a long-standing joke. "I suppose I've always had it coming," she agreed. Edie lifted her glass of lemonade from her spot at the table where she helped Penelope cut the last of her meat. "Here, here." More laughter followed, and Robert glanced back just in time to see Katherine slip out the front door and onto the porch. It wasn't dark yet, and the sunsets the past few weeks had been beautiful. Perhaps she just wanted to get some peace and quiet? He could certainly relate, but wanted to check and make sure they hadn't overwhelmed her all the same. At least, that's what he told himself. As the rest of the family moved into various spots around the house to continue their conversations, Jeremiah firmly entrenched in one with Robert's cousins Nicholas and Callum about the years heard on the Circle H. Whether Jeremiah knew anything about cattle ranching remained to be seen, but if he was going to spend any time around their family, he'd likely learn. The stuffy air from inside the house felt just a bit less oppressive once he stepped out onto the porch. Blacksmith, heat didn't bother Robert much anymore, but he certainly appreciated a breeze when he could get one. Katherine stood with her back to him, her shoulders rising slowly and then falling as though she took deep breaths in the evening air. He did his best to make a little noise on the way out so he wouldn't spook her. "Too loud for you in there?" Whether she'd known it was him by the sound of his steps or just simply guessed, Robert chuckled. "Always is, but I really don't mind. I could ask you the same question." She turned, and Robert noticed that her cheeks were a little flushed. In the few days he'd known her, Robert had only known Katherine to be calm and collected. Had his family's conversation brought up some sort of anxiety in her? "I get a little nervous in large crowds," she admitted with a shrug. Not to mention, Jeremiah and I haven't had any family to speak of since our parents passed away a few years ago. It was lovely seeing everyone react to your sister's news, if a little overwhelming. If anyone could understand being overwhelmed by the crowd and the noise, it was Robert. One of the reasons he'd gravitated towards becoming a blacksmith was that it was a largely solitary profession. He enjoyed making deliveries and did that fairly often, but it was only a small part of his day. Negotiating prices and making small talk was not his preference. Mostly, Pa handled that side of things. At least, he always had. Oh, I wanted to let you know that I spoke with Pa. He said he'd be happy to give you a shot working for him at the smithy, and he can train you on the books and scheduling and all that. The full truth was Pa had been a little hesitant about her working there, but he trusted Robert's judgment that she'd be a good fit. He'd never really gone toe-to-toe with Pa on anything before, content to let him make the decisions while Robert just worked as hard as he could. He was grateful Pa hadn't been too skeptical. Her face lit up, and Robert realized he'd do a lot of things to bring that smile to her pretty face as often as he could. Oh, thank you. I'll be there first thing tomorrow. I may not know much about blacksmithing, but I'm a quick study on keeping things in order. I'm sure you are, Robert replied. I'll get back inside and let you have a few minutes to yourself, but I just wanted to make sure we hadn't sent you running with talk of the railroad. Katherine waved her hand in front of her face. Of course not, I hope it all works out in a way that suits everyone. I'm sure it will. Have a good evening, Katherine. If y'all get going before I speak to you again, I'll see you tomorrow morning at work. Goats brayed from their paddock towards the front of the property, piercing the quiet of the early evening. It was a familiar sound of his childhood, his family having raised dairy goats as long as he could remember. She tucked a stray piece of dark blonde hair behind her ear, and he realized how much he was looking forward to seeing her every day. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again, for everything. After Robert returned inside, Katherine took a few deep breaths as she prepared to return herself. All of the women had been incredibly kind to her, including her in conversation even when she had little to contribute. They'd all welcomed Jeremiah as well, a fact for which she'd be forever grateful. Still, she couldn't help but feel a bit like a fish devoid of water. Through the windows, she could see the family milling about. Edie and Lily played with some of the younger children on the floor while Jake and Matthew played jacks with some of the older ones, at the dining room table. Members of the family sat in clusters and discussed all manner of things, and even the dust-up at dinner over the railroad had ended quickly and without dramatics. It was a life she remembered from when Papa and Mama had been alive, simple nights together around the table in the low-rent apartment they shared downtown. Papa had worked for a stonemason in town, content with the way it allowed him to provide for his family. He'd been a protective father, often making rules she didn't see the value of, but there was never any question where his motivation had been. She and Jeremiah were loved, and she'd never been made to feel the buck stopped with her. At least, until the fire bells rang out that day. Her thoughts were interrupted by the front door opening again and two sets of much softer footsteps sounded on the porch behind her. She turned to see Rose and Samantha step outside, both approaching with kind smiles. Rose leaned against the porch rail to her right and studied the view before them. It's a little bit magical, isn't it? She couldn't disagree. The edges of the property were dotted with trees and large fields that seemed to spread as far as the eye could see. A well-kept barn stood on one side of the long road to the property, while the goat paddock and a small white shed stood on the other. The sunset in the background seemed to explode into the sky while the cicadas played their nightly song. It's hard to get views like this one in Dallas. I don't remember the last time I saw one so peaceful. Pine Creek is easy to fall in love with, Samantha said as she sat on the porch swing. I lived in Dallas for a while, too, but the open spaces out here wouldn't quit calling my name. Rose quirked her lips up into a smile. I wouldn't say that's the only thing that called you here. She winked at Katherine. A certain tall, blonde cowboy caught her eye pretty quickly. They married last spring, but we knew it was destined to be long before. Maybe so, Samantha said with a smirk, but it didn't hurt that life with Simon came with a ranch and the opportunity to train horses in some of the prettiest land in the country. Katherine realized she didn't know much about either of their backgrounds. What brought you here in the first place? I was a trick rider in a Wild West show until someone I trusted began trying to sabotage me. It's a long story, but I came out here for safety until we figured out who was responsible. In the meantime, I met Simon and started training horses with Nathan Archer on his uncle's ranch. Rose crossed the porch and sat next to Samantha. She might be the only woman alive who could keep Simon in line, and we've never seen him so happy. From the little she'd interacted with them, the entire family seemed happy and at peace. What about you, Rose? Did you come from somewhere else? No, I grew up here. I'll tell you our whole story sometime, but suffice it to say I know a bit what it feels like to not quite know where you fit. I'm also familiar with working my fingers to the bone because I had no other choice. The effect of Rose's fair skin and strawberry blonde hair in the fading sunlight looked almost angelic. We just wanted you to know that you're welcome here no matter how long you're with us. The sky began to darken as Samantha stood, her long brown braid, more olive skin tone, and loose trousers rather than a skirt in direct contrast to Rose. This family can feel a little hard to believe at first, and I second-guessed my place here for a while. Know that you and Jeremiah don't have to. Tears sprung to Catherine's eyes, and she worked to force them down. The last few years, whenever she'd been tempted to fall apart from stress or exhaustion, there simply hadn't been time to do so. Thank you, she said thickly. If she allowed herself, Katherine would fall into the trap of believing they could stay in Pine Creek for the long term. Of course, that wasn't an option. They needed to get far away from the bookies Jeremiah owed and anyone who might recognize him. He might have had the best of intentions with placing a large bet, but she could work for years and never be able to repay his debt. No, they needed to get further east. Besides, Matthew and Carissa didn't know exactly what had landed them in trouble in the first place. Good Christians as they were, they likely wouldn't be so friendly if they knew gambling was the root of it all. Both Rose and Samantha stood before her now, though the darkness obscured their faces now that the sun had set. Rose stepped toward the door. We'll let you be, but please let us know if you need a listening ear. I will, she replied. She'd have preferred to say more, but the lump in her throat continued to grow. It wouldn't do to burst into tears there on the Jones' front porch. As they stepped back inside the house, Katherine moved to the swing and sat down. The lanterns inside had lit the area well enough to continue visiting, but it appeared most were packing up to leave. She watched the scene from the porch, wondering what good things those before them must have done to leave such a strong family legacy to their offspring. She and Jeremiah might have had such a legacy if their parents had lived, but there was no use dwelling on things that would never be. After watching for one more moment, Katherine stood and walked inside to offer what help she could with cleanup before they headed back for the night. Chapter 5. Robert returned to the smithy the next morning after an early delivery to find a suited man he didn't recognize leaving. Pa stood in the doorway watching the stranger with his long leather apron in place and a black smudge on his cheek. The other man didn't look happy, his lips set into a grim line with expression nearly as devoid of any cheer as his dark gray suit and close-cut brown beard. The man tipped his hat at Robert as he hurried past, and Robert approached his pa. Who was that? That was Mr. Tate from the railroad company. We've got the town meeting coming up, and he's trying to get a few of the established business owners to support bringing the passenger line to Pine Creek. Pa wiped a hand over his face. He offered us a hefty contract if all goes through. We'd supply a good deal of the tools and equipment for the workers, not to mention earn a few railroad-specific pieces along the way. Moving into the smithy to pull his own leather apron and long, thick gloves off their hook on the wall, Robert noticed an envelope on the counter. That the offer? Yep. I told him I wouldn't be taking any sides until I'd heard everything they planned to do regarding the ranches and keeping the town safe. Didn't seem to be the answer he was looking for, but he was respectful. I don't think the railroad men are as crooked as the oil company was back before you were born. Pa opened the other of the double doors and flipped their sign from closed to open. Just as he did so, Katherine appeared in the doorway. Her honey-colored hair was held up with a ribbon and curled a little at the ends. She wore a pale yellow dress with white flowers that reminded Robert of the flowers that dotted the fields every spring. Good morning, she said with what sounded like both excitement and trepidation. I hope I'm not late. Carissa said the smithy opened at 8. You're right on time, Pa replied warmly. Welcome aboard. Robert will show you the ropes around here, but let me know if you need anything. He turned and raised a brow at Robert before heading back towards the forge and getting to work. His message was clear, she was Robert's responsibility. At least he'd been polite to Katherine. Pa had been a little less enthusiastic about her working for them than Robert had hoped, but he hadn't really been around her yet. Robert couldn't really blame him though. He'd kind of sprung it on him before the family dinner the night before. With all the mess surrounding the railroad clouding his thoughts, Pa had enough to worry about. Enough about that for the moment. He had a mile-long to-do list that day and needed to show Katherine how to run the desk and their small stock of pre-made items for sale. Here's our stock wall, he said as he led her over to the front wall of the smithy. It had been rebuilt after a fire before Robert was born, but Pa had added on over the years as well. One entered the smithy through the doors that faced the town center. To one end, you could see the jailhouse, mercantile, bank, and other businesses. To the other, the bakery was visible, as was the dress shop and cafe. Windows dotted the wall towards the front, but not towards the back. They had to be careful about the amount of wind they let through around the forge, so there were specifically designed openings back there. Gesturing to the tools, pots and pans, horseshoes, and various other common equipment they kept up front, he ran down the price list with Katherine. Don't worry about remembering all these, he said as her eyes began to widen. There's a price list behind the counter you can always refer to. That's good, she said with a sigh of relief. I know I'll get them memorized, but it'll take me a bit. Through the next hour or so, he went through each of the duties he and Pa had decided on. The counter was about 8 feet back from the front doors, and a small half door kept patrons from moving back into the area where they could get hurt. This door needs to stay latched at all times. It's not that someone couldn't get through if they wanted to, but it deters folks from thinking they can just waltz on back. All right, Katherine said as she took notes in a small notebook she brought. So far, I'll be managing sales of the pre-made items, taking orders, keeping the front tidy, making small deliveries as needed. Will that really keep me busy all day? I'm happy to take on more if other things need doing. Robert heard Pa chuckle from the back. That'll keep you plenty busy for now, Pa said from where he plunged a newly forged skillet into the water bucket to cool. We'll train you on the forge next week. Mouth falling open before snapping shut, Katherine smirked. I know you're joking, but you never know if that may be my true calling. I'm no stranger to hard work. That, I believe, Pa replied. And I can respect that, which is why I listened when Robert pled your case to work here. I have my concerns, he said seriously, but I'm willing to offer a hand up to someone who needs it. Goodness knows I've been offered a few in my lifetime. Robert started to defend Katherine, intent to keep her from doubting her place there, but she spoke before he could. I understand, Mr. Jones. I've been underestimated my whole life, the product of being a poor girl from the tenements of Dallas and then a single woman raising a teenage boy. It's my great delight to prove folks wrong about me. She grinned, but Robert couldn't miss the slightest tick in her jaw. Oh, I look forward to it, Pa replied. He cut his eyes to Robert for just a second. He'd noticed as well. We'll do this on a trial basis for now. Give it 2 weeks. If, after 2 weeks, you find a job you like better or feel you're more suited for, then you can walk away with no hard feelings. Sound good? Sounds perfect. The front door opened, and their first customer of the day came through. Good morning, sir, Katherine said as she walked through the half door to stand behind the desk. Mr. Ray, a farmer from a few miles south of town, glanced at Cade and Robert with surprise. What can we do for you? Katherine got the hang of work at the smithy quicker than she'd imagined she would. Within only a few days, she'd earned a coveted word of praise from her boss. As she'd told Mr. Jones, she'd grown used to being underestimated throughout her life. First, teachers at school wrote her off as the poor girl with ripped stockings and a patched dress. She'd started working after school and on the weekends at 13, lying about her age to get a job with a laundress in a seedy part of town. When Papa and Mama passed, she'd had to fight to keep Jeremiah out of a children's home, but she'd proven herself to the caseworkers too. Wiping down the long oak counter with a rag and vinegar for the second time that day, Katherine realized she'd taken to the various pieces of the job better than she ever had to working for the laundress or Mrs. Smith. Sure, she'd done all her chores at the boarding house well and cooked meals that never brought complaints, but she hadn't been particularly excited about any of it. Keeping up her duties at the smithy allowed her to feel useful in more ways than one without growing bored or anxious for too much to do. She finished wiping the counter and moved to check the status on each of their pending orders when the door opened and a tall man, with a scruffy beard and a pot belly, stepped through the door. He reeked of scotch despite the early hour in the day. As he caught sight of her, a chill ran down her spine. She didn't recognize the man, but she knew the type. His expression was hungry as he approached the desk. "So it's true," he said roughly. "I heard Cade had a pretty gal workin' here. Had to see it for myself." Straightening her shoulders and raising her chin in the air, Katherine refused to show her discomfort. Robert wasn't there that morning, but Mr. Jones was in the storage room if she needed help. Surely, the man before her wouldn't dare cross two men who dwarfed him in both height and build. "May I help you, sir?" He chuckled and leaned onto the counter, his breath as ripe as the rest of him. "Well now, maybe you can. Name's Ralph Blackburn, what's yours, beautiful?" "I'm Miss Jenkins," she replied stiffly. "Are you here to place an order, or do you need to speak to Mr. Jones?" "He's just in the back. I'll be happy to fetch him for you." Maybe reminding him of the man's presence would deter any advances. The last thing she wanted to do was give Mr. Jones any reason to believe it was a mistake to hire her, but the man gave her the creeps. He ran a hand through greasy salt and pepper hair.
Nah.
"He can stay where he is. He ain't as pretty as you." Katherine took a step back from the counter. "Mr. Blackburn, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to dash." "Ask me to what?" His dark eyes twinkled as he was clearly having fun at her expense. "Ask a paying customer to leave? I don't reckon the boss would be happy to lose my business, do you?" Refusing to tear her eyes from him lest he see it as a sign of weakness, Katherine held herself even straighter. Before she could speak, a deep voice startled her from behind. "Ralph, I think it's time you leave. Go on home, and take a turn in the washtub while you're at it. You smell like you've been at the saloon all night." When had Mr. Jones come up behind her, and how had she not noticed him? What's more, how had Mr. Blackburn not noticed? It must really be true what they said about whiskey blinders, though in this case it smelled like scotch. "Come on now, Cade. I was just havin' a little fun with your new gal. Though, I guess I can understand if you'd rather not share." At his insinuation, Katherine couldn't decide whether she wanted to slap him or vomit. Both sides warred within her, but neither had a chance to come to fruition as her boss's booming voice took on a tone she'd never heard him use. "Get out, Ralph, and don't come back. You need something, you come find me or Robert outside the shop, but don't ever speak to Miss Jenkins again."
Oh no.
If he lost a good customer to her, he might resent her being here. "Mr. Jones, you don't have to dash. No one will speak to a woman in my presence that way," he replied firmly. The greasy man before them sputtered for a moment, but the fire in Mr. Jones's eyes clearly shut his mouth. He turned and rushed through the door just as Robert returned from his delivery. His gaze shot from Mr. Blackburn to his father and back to her. As the pieces visibly clicked together in his head, his eyes narrowed. What did he do? Robert's tone wasn't as bold and steady as his father's. It was lower, more menacing with the slightest shake. "Nothing you need to worry yourself with, son, but Ralph's not to come in the smithy anymore. If he needs something for the farm, he'll talk to you or me directly. Got it?" All the things he didn't say hovered in the air between father and son, but Robert nodded curtly. Mr. Jones's demeanor relaxed, so Katherine's did too. "Thank you, sir. You handled yourself well, Katherine, but I'll not brook that kind of nonsense in my smithy." He paused, a twinkle in his eye returning. And you can call me Cade. Mr. Jones reminds me of a life I worked hard to leave behind. There was more to that story, but Katherine didn't take either one of the Jones men as ones who appreciated nosiness. Yes, sir. Thank you, Cade. I saw you straighten up the way you did. My wife always does that when she's feeling scared or uncomfortable. He didn't say more, only tipped his head forward and turned on his heel to return to the storage closet. As he walked away, Katherine realized it had been a long time since anyone had protected her the way he did. It reminded her a little of Papa, and how he'd always insisted on walking her home from work when the laundry they took in went past dark. She'd always loved those walks, as tired as she'd been. They were the only time she'd really been able to relax in that part of town, confident no one would hurt her with Papa in her corner. She didn't realize she'd been more or less staring a hole in the desk until Robert cleared his throat before her. She startled, then worked to lighten her expression. How was your delivery? Robert studied her for a moment, his expression a mixture of shock and frustration. It was fine, he finally said. You can mark the Gettys, Percys, and my cousin, Callum, off the list. Those orders are complete. Of course, she replied as she pulled their ledger from under the desk. She could feel his eyes on her for a few more seconds, but didn't look up until he'd stepped through the half door and moved further back into the smithy. Something about Robert jolted her, but it wasn't in fear as Mr. Blackburn had. Gritting her teeth to hopefully dispel the unwelcome images of hope for something to come of it, Katherine threw herself into the numbers and lines of her job. Maybe if she exhausted her mind, it wouldn't betray her with thoughts of things that could never be. Chapter 6. I appreciate you bringing it all the way out here, Randall Hightower told Robert as he took a look at the good-as-new plow Robert had fixed for him. I wouldn't have minded comin' into town, but with Mary Ellen down in the back, I hate to leave her. The Hightowers had been good customers for many years, and Robert didn't mind a bit. It was my pleasure. How's she doing, anyway? Has Edie been out to see her? Randall took a shovel from a hook on their barn wall and nodded. She has, and she thinks it'll be better in a week or two. I just hate seeing Mary Ellen like this, she's normally got so much energy. I'll definitely keep her in my prayers, and let us know if there's anything we can do to help. I think I heard Mama and Helen talking about bringing some meals out to y'all, so I imagine this isn't the last you'll see of us for a few days. He winked, their family's reputation for loving others with food well known in Pine Creek. Chuckling, Randall nodded. I appreciate that. I'll let you get going, but thanks again. Robert steered his buckboard back up the long road into the Hightowers farm and turned it north headed back into town. Most of the farmers had their acreage to the south of Pine Creek while the ranchers utilized land to the north. His parents' homestead was about a half-mile north of town, but it wasn't a full operation like the Circle H or Forest Underwood's place. They had a milk cow and more goats than most would think sane, but the goats were mostly for Mama's soap business. That, and Mama treated the ornery things like pets. Robert was convinced that, forced to choose between her actual children and the goats, Mama just might pick the goats. She'd probably say it was because they didn't talk back, but Robert was fairly certain neither he nor Helen bit the hem of Mama's dress every time she tried to feed them. Amused at the thought, Robert almost didn't notice the suited rider approach him until they were only a stone's throw away. Mr. Tate, the man Papa had been talking with about the railroad expansion, waved his hand above his head. Hello, there. Howdy, Mr. Tate. What brings you out here? Pulling a handkerchief out of his pocket, Mr. Tate wiped his forehead. To be honest, I was looking for you. To Robert's knowledge, he hadn't even been formally introduced to the man. He'd seen him around town of course, as he'd been in and out of most businesses a few times since they'd arrived, but they hadn't shook hands. Oh really? How can I help you? Well, Mr. Tate began, I was hoping you might help me convince your pa to support the railroad expansion at the meeting this week. From what I hear, your family is highly thought of in this area, and your support would go a long way toward convincing others. Narrowing his eyes at the man before him, Robert noticed how nervous he looked. Pa's not for or against it. He's just not willing to go against my Uncle Jake. That's not likely to change no matter what 2 cents I throw in. I know, Mr. Tate responded. To his credit, he looked a little embarrassed at their conversation. It's just that the ranchers here are the only real holdouts, and my bosses are going to be furious if the vote doesn't go our way. I've tried talking to your uncle and the other ranchers, but they're just not willing to listen. We'd pay them top dollar for their land, and in the past we've drawn up some pretty hefty contracts favoring farmers and ranchers. We're not opposed to compromise, but we can't do that if no one will come to the table. Watching him, Robert agreed with Pa's assessment that Mr. Tate was a good man put in a difficult position. They're on board in Hunter's Gap? Yep. He paused, then continued. In fairness, the land that we're laying track through there is a strip of heavy clay soil, so it's not particularly valuable for anything else. The sun beat down from above, not a single cloud in the sky. Beads of sweat poured from Mr. Tate's forehead, and Robert couldn't imagine how stifling it must be under that dark suit. Pa is a smart man, and he's known Uncle Jake for a long time. I can talk to him, but he'll make up his own mind. That's all I ask, Mr. Tate said as his shoulders relaxed. Thank you, Robert. As he wiped his forehead again, Robert noticed how red his face had grown. You take that jacket off, and you'll be a mite more comfortable for the ride back. I'd hate to have to go get Edie after finding you on the road somewhere. Mr. Tate sighed, then removed the coat. I guess when you wear one every day for so long, it becomes a part of you. Can't say that I know the feeling, Robert replied. He hated suits with every fiber of his being. Have a nice day, Mr. Tate. As he set out the rest of the way back into town, Robert pored over their conversation in his mind. Family meant more to Pa than just about anything else in the world. If Uncle Jake didn't come around on the railroad, there was no way Pa would throw his support behind it. It made sense that Mr. Tate wanted to utilize the business owners in Pine Creek to support the vote, but there weren't nearly enough of them to sway it completely. Of course, John and Rachel at the Mercantile would benefit. Pete's livery likely would too. Other businesses, things like the bakery and the cafe, would likely see some improved business, but not as much. The saloon's clientele would probably increase most of all. That was the issue Uncle Matthew and Malachi had with the railroad. For a while, it'd just be workers coming in and carousing on the weekends, but Pine Creek had no aspirations of being a boom town. The line wouldn't go through the heart of town, but it was certainly close enough that it could cause trouble. Passing the Mercantile, Robert waved at John Jr. as he cleaned the windows. The smells coming from the bakery were enticing, but Robert had too much to do that morning to give in to temptation. As he parked the rig in front of the smithy, his thoughts continued to drift back to his conversation with Mr. Tate. The familiar smell of ash and metal gripped him as he opened the door to the smithy. It was a scent he knew better than he did anything else, and his sister often said the smell clung to him and his father no matter how many baths they took. Katherine stood behind the counter with their ledgers open in front of her. She'd only been working there for 3 days, but Robert had already grown accustomed to seeing her there. Even Pa admitted she'd been a good addition to the smithy, as she performed her duties with the same confidence and determination she did everything else. Morning, Robert. She studied him for a second before raising her brow. What's got you looking like someone just kicked your dog? That was a new one for him. Maybe this is just my face. He quirked one side of his mouth up, curious at how she'd respond. She cocked her head to the side, her gaze appraising. Maybe it is at that. Chuckling, she returned her attention back to the ledgers. If you want to talk about it, I've been told I'm a good listener. It was odd, the realization that she'd noticed his mood so quickly. Robert was used to being the quiet cousin over in a corner, one content to let others around him do the talking. Helen, for that matter, lit up any room she walked into. It was easy to ignore the tag-along little brother who trailed in her wake. He'd never felt ignored by Mama and Pa, but had always preferred the relative freedom he'd been given. Something, a feeling he couldn't quite explain, compelled him to tell her about his conversation with Mr. Tate. Do you remember the other night at dinner when Uncle Jake talked about the railroad expansion? Placing her pencil behind her ear, Katherine looked up from the ledgers. It didn't seem like he was overly fond of the idea. That's an understatement, Robert replied. They want to buy a parcel of his land and run the line through it. It's the best route, but he and the other ranchers they're trying to convince to sell aren't interested. Catherine's expression turned thoughtful. I can see the concern. You said just a parcel, would it affect his cattle? That's the thing, Robert said as he moved behind the counter and took a seat on one of the stools they kept there. Looking at the maps, Pa, and I don't think it would affect the welfare of the herd. The representative from the railroad company said they did everything they could to keep the land as intact as possible in their plans. He met with Pa a while back and showed him their ideas, plus the projections on how much income it would bring local businesses. It seemed like a good idea. So what's the hold-up? Does your uncle just not want to sell any land? That was a good question. I think he doesn't trust the railroad company. Years ago, an oil company came in and wanted to drill on the land just north of the Circle H. I wasn't born yet, but it apparently caused a bunch of problems in town and on the ranch. And he's afraid the railroad will do the same thing? Robert shrugged. I guess so. There's a meeting tomorrow night at the church for anyone interested in hearing more or voicing their concerns. Pa has convinced the ranchers to be there, but that's all. The railroad wants him and a few other business owners on board because they think it'll sway the vote next month. Katherine leaned an elbow on to the counter. Will it? It probably would, but Pa isn't willing to go against Uncle Jake. He'll only voice his support publicly if the ranchers change their minds. She furrowed her brow. Why not? Seems like the railroad can't do much if the ranchers refuse to sell anyway. That's true, but it would drive a wedge in the family either way. Uncle Jake can be somewhat hot-headed, though he's gotten much better with age. Pa's not willing to do that. He stood, realizing what time it was and that he talked longer than he intended. I don't know what will come of it, but Mr. Tate found me this morning and was hoping I could sway him. I guess he figures if the town votes for it, they could either find an adjacent route or convince the ranchers to sell. Sounds like you're both in a tough position. Her eyes met his, and he could have sworn she could see him better than anyone else ever had. I'm sorry about that. The sympathy in her eyes made him uncomfortable, as it wasn't something he was used to seeing from folks. It'll be all right. The Lord has it all well in hand. That, at least, gave him great comfort. She didn't respond immediately, but her expression turned into more of a grimace than the kind smile it had been. I hope you're right. I'll let you get back to work. The abrupt turn in demeanor shocked Robert a little, but he recovered. I'll do that. Let me know if you need anything, and thanks for listening. Nodding, she pulled the order book from under the desk and sat it next to the others. Clearly, Katherine was done with their conversation. Other than his comment about the Lord, Robert wasn't sure what he'd said that offended her. He turned his back on the front counter and shrugged. She was right. He had work to do. That afternoon, Katherine returned from lunch at Matthew and Carissa's to a decidedly more upbeat energy in the smithy. Cade had returned, and Helen stood with both him and Robert near the back of the building. As Katherine entered, Helen chatted with her father and brother about all manner of things, and it was a good minute or so before any of them noticed her. Once the baby comes, Helen chirped, I'm planning to have Simon build me a small crib to keep in the bakery so I can bring the baby to work with me. Babies just sleep most of the time anyway, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Cade chuckled, his affection for his daughter clear in his bright blue eyes. Some do, that's true. Robert would have been content in a crib or a blanket on the floor all day long until he started crawling. Even then, he was still pretty docile. He put his arm around Helen and continued. You, my dear, were of a different breed. That's right, Robert said with a mischievous grin and arms crossed over his chest. Mama always said you wouldn't sit still for a minute. You wanted to be held all the time until you got mobile on your own, then she had to watch you like a hawk to keep you from hurting yourself. I reckon your baby's temperament will affect your well-laid plans. Katherine opened the half door leading behind the counter. I was 6 when Jeremiah was born. I don't remember much, but I remember Mama fashioning some type of carrier contraption out of thick fabric to carry him around in. Maybe you could do something like that. All three had turned to face her, and the realization of how much she missed her parents hit again like a ton of bricks. Swallowing it down, Katherine latched the door back behind her. Eyes sparkling, Helen rushed towards her. "That's an excellent idea," she said excitedly. "I bet Aunt Beth would help me figure something like that out easily." "Thank you for your actual help, Katherine," she said as she rolled her eyes and pointed behind her, "as opposed to my naysayers back here." Robert didn't look the least bit chastised as he approached his sister from behind and engulfed her in a gentle bear hug. "It's what you love about us. We keep things realistic." What a life that would have been, growing up in a family like theirs. Cade watched both his children with pride and warmth, while Abigail had seemed every bit as loving as one might expect. Helen and Robert clearly had a deep friendship on top of being siblings, and it made Katherine long for the days when she could be more of a companion to Jeremiah than a mother figure. As though her thoughts of him conjured him up, the front door to the smithy opened, and Jeremiah waltzed through it. She wasn't sure where all he'd been that morning, only that Matthew had gotten him some temporary work at the livery with some of the other boys his age in town. Afternoon, everyone. The air about him was different, much less reserved than it had been since they left the boarding house. He didn't look terrified anymore, as though Pine Creek was starting to give him a bit of his confidence back. He even made eye contact with Helen, Robert, and Cade. "Jeremiah," Cade said with a pleasant nod, "your sister tells me you've been helping out at the livery. How do you like it?" He shrugged, looking every bit the 15-year-old kid he was. "I like it fine, I guess. Mr. Pete's a fair boss, and Mrs. Mary comes in sometimes and brings cookies. He only needs me in the mornings, though, so if y'all ever need any help dash." Katherine cut in before he could even finish that sentence. "I think you're doing enough, Ja. Besides, you have your meetings with Miss Petty this afternoon. She might determine you need some extra help to get up to speed before school starts." Whether they'd be there or not was its own question, but Cade and Robert didn't need to know that. Jeremiah blew out a heavy breath. "I'm sure I'll be fine." His tone had taken a turn for the worse and teetered dangerously close to disrespectful. "You don't need to keep such a short leash on me." Had he lost his mind? Not even a week ago, they'd had to flee Dallas due to his poor decisions. She'd promised herself she wouldn't throw that back in his face, but the idea was mighty tempting at the moment. Thankfully, she was saved by Robert's low, firm voice. "Jeremiah," he said calmly, "you'll not speak to your sister that way in my presence." Some of the bravado Jeremiah had entered the smithy with deflated, and Katherine noticed both Helen and Cade studying Robert with raised brows. "Why, you're right," Jeremiah said quietly. "I'm sorry, Kat." When he spoke like that, Katherine was reminded of the little boy she'd held as a tot. "All is forgiven. I don't want to control your every move, but I also don't want you spending every waking minute trying to earn money. You'll have the rest of your life to worry about that, let me do it for now." Chapter 7. Robert ambled down the road the next morning after his daily delivery, something that always got more frequent in the early summer. Farmers and ranchers were busy in all seasons, but this time of year could be one thing after another. When possible, Cade and Robert liked to lighten their load. He passed Nathan Archer in one of their fields atop Pistol. It was tough to believe how far that horse had come since they first lay eyes on him. What had once been a bucking bronco as likely to kick a man as let him ride was now a first-rate cow horse thanks to his cousin Simon's wife, Samantha's, work. She'd been a trick rider before coming to the ranch, but horse training was in her blood. She still did a little of both, but he imagined she'd have to slow down on the trick riding when they had children. Nathan raised his Stetson in a wave. "Morning, Robert. You headed back into town?" "Sure am, you need something?" Approaching on Pistol, Nathan drew close enough that he could lower his voice while Robert pulled the brake on his buckboard. When he reached the fence, Nathan continued. "We need some more of that special feed that Pete carries at the livery, and I forgot to ask him about it this morning. Can you stop in and get him to bring a bag or two home?" Pete Archer was Nathan's stepfather and ran the livery along with Nathan's mother, Mary. Mary had met him years before when Nathan's father died, and they'd come to stay with Mary's uncle, Forrest Underwood. "Sure can. That all you need?" "I think so," Nathan said as his shoulders relaxed. It's a busy day out here today, and I wasn't looking forward to sparing a hand to go get it. We've already got to go into town tonight for the meeting with the railroad, so I didn't want to waste any time. It wasn't clear exactly what opinion Nathan had on the railroad expansion. On one hand, he made his living on one of the ranches that would be affected by the rail line running along its edge. On the other, his in-laws, John and Rachel Thompson, ran the mercantile. They would stand to increase their profits heartily if the railroad's contract with them was as good as the one Mr. Tate had offered Pa. The same was probably true for Nathan's mother and stepfather at the livery. If Nathan wasn't going to say anything further, that was that. It was none of his business until a body wanted to share it. Robert released the brake and nudged the team forward. I'll let him know. Have a good one. You too. When he arrived at the livery, he spotted Pete directing Jeremiah and a few other boys as they shoveled hay into stalls. Mornin', Pete. You gettin' any work out of these fellas? Pete chuckled and grinned at his hired hands. I reckon I am. Appreciate Matthew sending Jeremiah my way. The boy's a hard worker. He paused, looking a little uncomfortable. What do you know about why they came out here? Not much, to be honest. Why? Robert truly didn't know much behind what made them leave Dallas, and what he did know didn't feel like his place to tell. Glancing back at the boys and lowering his voice, Pete ran a hand over his face. I'm sure it's nothing, but you know I have a bunch of the older boys in town work for me from time to time. Where was he going with this? Sure. Well, some of those boys are the type you'd want a young man like Jeremiah hanging around, and others are. The Baker boys, Robert finished as he spotted Mark Baker rounding the corner. He and his brother, Eddie, were known in town as troublemakers. They hadn't gotten into anything particularly dangerous, but he'd lost count of how many times Matthew or Malachi had to take them home to their parents. The oldest, Eddie, had even spent a night in jail after he got hold of some of his pa's liquor before a dance and made drunken passes at some of the girls in town. Mark approached Jeremiah and elbowed him in the rib. They shared some quiet joke, then went back to their work. I hate to even mention it, Pete said with visible discomfort. I just don't want him falling in with the wrong crowd. Robert nodded, not quite sure what to do about it. Thanks for letting me know, Pete. I'll talk to Katherine when I get the chance. Oh, before I forget, the reason I came in here was that Nathan needs some more of that special feed you carry. He asked if you could bring home a couple bags tonight. Will do, Pete replied. And Robert, I really am sorry to put that on you. I just would have hated if Nathan had fallen in with troublemakers as a boy and would have liked to have known early on. The idea of Nathan causing any real trouble to speak of was laughable. He'd gotten into a few tussles over the years, but they all had. I don't think you ever had to worry about that, Pete, but I appreciate it. Guess I'll see you tonight at the meeting. Can't say I'm looking forward to it. Robert nodded. I know the feeling. I imagine your family is having the same debates we are with the ranch on one side and the town businesses on the other. Pete sighed. I've never known Forrest to get quite so riled up about anything. I'm afraid he and the other ranchers will close their ears to what Mr. Tate has to say and cost the town something really good. With a shrug, Robert realized he didn't know any more answers than he had the week before. I guess the best thing we can do is pray the Lord guides us all. You're right about that, Pete replied. I reckon I haven't done near as much praying as I need to about it. We could all probably say that, Robert said as he turned toward the door. See you tonight. As he climbed back up into the buckboard, Robert thought about both topics he discussed with Pete Lord. He prayed silently as he pointed the team toward the smithy. I'm not sure what to do about the railroad or Jeremiah. As little time as I've known them, he and his sister have come to matter to me. I'm not sure what that's about, but I don't want Jeremiah to cause himself or Katherine any more hurt. And as for the railroad, you know the best thing for this town. Show us the right way, and give us the faith to walk in it. Thank you for meeting with me, Katherine. Miss Petty, the middle-aged teacher at the school Jeremiah would be attending that fall, welcomed her into the church that afternoon. I appreciate you coming to meet me. Katherine took a seat across from her on a church pew and took a deep breath to calm her nerves. The teachers in Dallas had never called her in about Jeremiah, but Miss Petty had done so after meeting with him earlier that day. "Yes, ma'am." "Is there a problem?" "Not necessarily," Miss Petty said gently, "but I think Jeremiah could use some remedial lessons over the summer to get him where he needs to be." That shocked her. Remedial lessons? In what subjects? Jeremiah's grades had never been fantastic, but they'd been plenty good for him to pass at his old school. He'd always had more trouble with reading, but he'd gotten by. Had he simply not tried on the exam? "Mostly reading," Miss Petty replied. His arithmetic and logic were at or above his grade level, but he had some trouble with comprehension on relatively simple passages. With his other scores as high as they were, I feel confident we can work together to get him up to where he needs to be at this point. She paused, studying Katherine for a moment. "Please don't feel as though you've done anything wrong. It's clear you've valued his education, and he's a very smart young man. It's also probable that his issues with reading are outside either one of your control." "What do you mean?" She settled back into the pew and removed her glasses. "Some students mix up letters in their mind. It's not common, but I have seen it a few times in my career. Before I came to Pine Creek to care for my mother, I taught in San Antonio. In larger classes like those in cities, it's easy for students to fall through the cracks so long as their grades are adequate. If that's the problem, I can give you some tools to help him catch up with his peers and make school more enjoyable for him." A wave of guilt settled on Katherine. How could I not have noticed this before? You're not trained to notice these things, and you took on more responsibility than you should have had to anyway. Please don't blame yourself, this is fixable. They talked for a few more minutes until Miss Petty glanced at the clock. "Oh, heavens. I'd better get home and pick up Mama before the meeting tonight. Will I see you there?" She wasn't sure what right she had to come. After all, she and Jeremiah might not even be in town through the end of the summer. "I haven't decided yet, but I do appreciate your time and willingness to work with my brother." Miss Petty seemed to understand her desire to leave and stood to her feet. "Of course. Have a nice afternoon." Her gaze settled on Katherine in a sympathetic manner. "Tell Jeremiah I'll be by soon with some primers and ideas to make tutoring go more smoothly." By the time Katherine got out the door and down the steps, the weight of their conversation had settled on her fully. How could she, Jeremiah's guardian, not notice that he had such trouble with reading? He was 15 years old, and he'd likely been struggling for years. Little rattled Katherine most days, but lately she questioned whether she was even the best person to raise Jeremiah after all. Would her parents be disappointed in her? She'd fought so hard to keep them together. She'd all but begged the caseworkers in Dallas to give her custody, yet here they were. The one thing she'd promised herself she wouldn't let fall behind, his education, was just another way she'd failed him. A slight breeze blew as she hurried back into town. She'd promised Carissa she'd stop by the Mercantile and pick up some more sugar on the way home. As she reached the boardwalk in front of the clapboard building, Rose Carmichael emerged from inside. "Katherine," Rose said brightly, "I was wondering if I'd see you this afternoon. Carissa is watching the baby while I pick up a few things at the store. That must be nice to have her so close." Once again, the realization of how close their family was tugged at Katherine's heart. Rose grinned. "It's wonderful. I enjoy the time to myself, but I'll admit I always feel like I'm missing an arm whenever anyone else watches her." She laughed, an airy sound that bespoke her contentment. She cocked her head to the side and pursed her lips in an apprising way. "Are you all right? You look a little peaked." Not normally the type of person to bear all, the words surprised her when they came spilling out. "Apparently, Jeremiah has been struggling with reading for a while, and I had no idea." She swallowed down the tears that threatened at the thought of all the ways it felt like she'd failed him. They'd been so poor that she hadn't noticed his struggles. He felt so insecure in their finances that he'd placed impossible bets to try and give them a leg up. Now, he'd be open to ridicule from other students until he reached his grade level in reading.
Ah.
So today was his placement exam? Rose placed a hand on Katherine's shoulder. We'll have tea one day soon so I can tell you more of my story, but please know I understand what it's like to bear the weight of your family on your shoulders. Have grace for yourself, just like you'd have it for anyone else in your position. Grace. It was a concept Katherine didn't truly understand. She'd always felt loved by her parents, but few others in life had ever handed her anything for free. Thank you, I'm trying. Just then, the suited man Robert had called Mr. Tate opened the door to the mercantile and bounded down the steps. Ladies, he said as he tipped his hat to them. He was followed by two other men in similar get-ups, all three wore matching anxious expressions. The women nodded back in greeting and watched as they headed down toward the church. Rose shook her head. I can't say I'm looking forward to this meeting. I'm afraid it'll pit folks against each other in more than one family. Robert doesn't seem to think Cade will go against Jake if it comes down to it. At least, that had been his position earlier in the day. It was always possible they could sweeten the deal somehow and make it impossible to turn down. No, I'm sure he won't, but we're not the only ones with families on ranches and in town. I just hate to see folks angry with each other, but I promised Callum I'd go to support him. Even within our family, the sawmill, the bank, and Edie's practice could all stand to profit from the growth a passenger line would bring. Callum sees both sides, but Jake and the other ranchers have started to sway him to their position. She turned back to Katherine, the railroad men fully gone from view. I suppose we can't do anything but pray for the Lord to guide our steps. Anyway, I've kept you too long, and I'm sure you've got things to do. Tell Carissa I'll be home with the sugar in just a minute, Katherine replied. I meant to go earlier, but Miss Petty stopped at the smithy and asked me to meet with her when I got off. Rose waved a hand in front of her face. She'll understand. By the way, if it's reading Jeremiah's struggling with, you couldn't be in a better house for it. Carissa was a teacher before she married Matthew and has tutored more than one of Pine Creek's students over the years. I know she'd be happy to help. As much as she'd love to ask, Katherine already felt so beholden to the Carmichaels for the generosity they'd given them. As Rose turned and headed for her in-laws' home, Katherine made her way up the steps into the mercantile. She'd go to the meeting tonight, if only to show her support for the family who'd been so kind to her. Past that, there wasn't much she could do. Chapter 8. Robert didn't know that he'd ever seen the church so crowded. Every row was packed tightly with townsfolk from all walks of life. It seemed they'd all grouped together in ways that made sense, though Robert doubted that was the intent. One section, toward the back, was a group of farmers who all lived south of town. The railroad wouldn't affect them too much, though it might make it easier for them to get supplies when they needed them. Men he recognized from the sawmill sat with Lucas just in front of the farmers. Some of their wives were scattered throughout the group, but Robert noticed Edie wasn't among them. Having the freight line already established meant they wouldn't have too strong an opinion on the expansion either. Ahead of them sat many of the business owners in town. The Thompsons from the mercantile, Pete and Mary from the livery, Patrick Hardy who'd taken over the cafe from his aunt and uncle when they'd passed, and a host of others amongst them. Helen and Jesse sat among them, but neither looked comfortable in their spot. Both owned businesses in town, but he had no doubt they valued family as much as Pa did. The ranchers sat across the aisle from the business owners, a sea of unkempt hair that normally sat under Stetsons when not inside a church. Uncle Jake and Aunt Beth sat next to Callum and Rose, all four silent despite the chatter going on around them. Behind that group settled the rest of the townspeople. Alex, his cousin Lily's husband and pastor of their church, sat next to his wife while Pa, Mama, Uncle Matthew, and Aunt Carissa occupied the space behind them. Miss Petty, the postmaster, homesteaders, and other folks filled in the last of the pews. A few men stood in the back, mostly ranch hands and sawmill workers who'd come to watch. A few babies could be heard jabbering or whimpering, but most children had apparently been left at home with older siblings. As for the ones in his family, Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte must be watching the whole passel of them minus the very youngest babies. Just as Mayor Hinson approached the pulpit, the telltale squeak of the church's back doors sounded, and Robert turned back to see Katherine and Jeremiah enter the building. It was quieter than normal, so heads turned to see who'd come late. As a child, Mama had always told Robert that it was a bit of extra incentive not to be tardy. There were no more seats available, so they came and stood next to him in the back. "I thought the meeting started at 7, Katherine said softly. "We still have 5 minutes. Robert pursed his lips and took a step to the side to allow them room. "Folks are extra eager to get the show on the road, I guess. This could change Pine Creek in more ways than one, and everybody has their own opinions. Do you think it'll cause division amongst the town?" Katherine glanced around and clearly noticed the same thing Robert had. His family, normally gathered in one large group, sat interspersed throughout the church. Something about it tugged at his heart, and he prayed it would only be a short-lived situation. "We can only pray it won't." A gavel banged on the pulpit, cutting off any further conversation. "Evening, ladies and gentlemen," Mayor Hinson said as he settled himself behind the pulpit. His glasses had settled on the bridge of his nose, and his face looked a little flushed. "I thank you all for being here to listen to Mr. Tate's presentation." He gestured behind him to where Mr. Tate sat with 2 other men on stage. They had a large easel beside them with what appeared to be carefully illustrated planning maps. Robert couldn't tell from his location what areas had been outlined, but he'd imagine it was the ranches. Mr. Tate stood and straightened his jacket before taking a rigid stance just beside Mayor Hinson. "Thank you, Mayor." He turned to address the crowd. "I want to echo the mayor's thanks to you as well. I know all of you have things you could be doing tonight, and I appreciate your time. As is often the case when we hope to run a line through small towns, there has been a great deal of talk since I arrived about what exactly we have planned." For the next 20 minutes, Mr. Tate outlined their planned route and the benefits it would bring to the town financially and otherwise. "Not only will businesses in town profit with our commitment to utilize them for supplies whenever possible, but a rail stop here will make visiting loved ones in other parts of the country that much easier. For those who ship goods or even livestock to other places, this will open up even more opportunity for growth than the single line to Dallas provides now." A few murmurs rose up in the crowd, but Timothy Griggs stood to his feet. "Mr. Tate, may I ask a question?" Taken a bit by surprise, Mr. Tate's eyebrows raised before he recovered. "Well, certainly. If you have one you'd like to ask now, you may go ahead." "Thank you." Mr. Griggs shifted his weight and relaxed his stance a bit. His gruff voice sounded even lower than normal as he spoke. "I see on your map there that the line runs right by many of our pastures, some of it even through them. Even if the town votes for the railroad expansion, what's your plan if the ranchers still refuse to sell? You gonna try and get the government to make us give up our land?" Robert couldn't see his face, but he imagined his eyes narrowing as he spoke. Mr. Tate shook his head quickly. "No, sir. Our company is committed to voluntary sales only and have managed to keep that commitment with all our lines. If the ranchers don't sell, we'll have to find an alternative route that won't run as closely to town. We'd like to use Pine Creek as the station to help bring in more revenue for the town, but can use Hunter's Gap if we can't run the line close enough to the town center." Uncle Jake stood then. "So that'd mean buying a strip of land from Tim, Forrest, and me, correct? Would anyone else be included? Unless we run into unforeseen circumstances, you 3 are the only ones. It's possible our surveyors missed something, but we're relatively confident that's all we'd need to run the line through town." Mr. Tate was handling himself well despite the premature questions. Had the ranchers simply waited until he was finished, Robert imagined he'd have addressed these things. He moved to his easel and flipped the page with the map over to reveal a list of businesses. "These are the businesses that stand to profit directly from the railroad running through," he said. "The livery, the smithy, the mercantile, all food service options, the bank, and the boarding house will be offered direct contracts with our company. Other businesses in town will, of course, benefit once folks start coming through." Uncle Matthew raised his hand and waited for Mr. Tate to recognize him. "What about some of the unsavory folks that a rail line brings in? I know you can't control that, but I'm curious how crime rates are affected in towns you've put stations in. It stands to reason that more people means more opportunity to get into trouble." Shifting next to him, Katherine looked down and studied the floor. Her fists tightened for a moment before releasing, something Robert hadn't seen her do before. Good question, Sheriff. Mr. Tate smoothed his beard before continuing. It's true that with more people comes more crime, but it also brings in more money for deputies and other law enforcement. It brings in more families, always a plus for a town like this one. Uncle Matthew sat down, though his posture remained a bit stiff. The next hour and a half passed quickly, with question after question being lobbed Mr. Tate's way. He answered them all well, in Robert's opinion, and he was mighty grateful not to be the one on stage. There were more questions of dissent, but also plenty of those in support. John Thompson asked whether every possible business in Pine Creek would receive contracts through the railroad, and Mr. Tate said that had always been their practice. We believe in strengthening the communities along our lines, as well as providing transportation. That way, folks want to continue to use ours rather than a competitor. It's both a mission of principle and of profit, and it's served us well over the years. As the sun started to set out the windows of the church building, Mayor Hinson moved behind the pulpit again. He thanked them for coming before adjourning the meeting. Don't forget that next Friday is the day of the vote. Everyone can come right here to place their ballot, and the polls will close at 5 o'clock sharp. If you have any questions, feel free to come by my office anytime between now and then. Folks began milling about, and Robert noticed Mr. Tate towards the front shaking hands with John and Rachel. He'd done well for himself, all things considered, though Robert still had no idea where the vote would fall. He glanced down at Katherine where she watched Jeremiah walking up the aisle. That didn't go as bad as it could have. Her eyes still absently on her brother, she nodded. No, it didn't. With a smirk, Robert realized Katherine was 100 miles away. Penny for your thoughts? Her head popping his direction, Katherine's eyes went wide. She seemed to collect herself quickly and smiled softly. No, nothing I can't handle. With that, she moved around Robert and followed Jeremiah up the aisle. She gently touched his arm and spoke something to him before walking back up the aisle and out the double doors. Whatever was bothering her, it was clear he wouldn't be hearing about it anytime soon. Rather than get pulled into a conversation with those around him regarding the meeting, he decided to duck out as well. Walking out into the dusk, Katherine's figure grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Did she have anyone in her life who could bear some of her burdens? It didn't have to be him, but it wasn't good for a body to carry it all themselves. She'd gone to church with Aunt Carissa and Uncle Matthew, but she'd mentioned a few things that made him wonder if she had any faith at all. That thought sank in his gut like a bitter drink, but he chose not to dwell on why. There were so many unanswered questions regarding Katherine and Jeremiah, and he'd do well to hold them at arm's length until some of them were answered. The next night, Katherine sat with Jeremiah sat at the dining table working through some of the practice sentences Miss Petty had given him that day at their tutoring session. Matthew and Carissa were at dinner with friends, but Emily puttered around the kitchen cleaning. Jeremiah threw his pencil down on his notepad. This is ridiculous. I've made it this far, so why do I have to do all this remediation now? She's just trying to help you, Katherine said calmly. Why don't we try moving to the next passage, and we can come back to this one later? It took everything in her not to break that pencil over his frustrated head. They'd been at it for an hour and barely made it through a whole passage. All he wanted to do was complain about having to do schoolwork during the summer, a small price to pay for catching up in her estimation. Rolling his eyes, Jeremiah pushed his chair back and stood. No, I'm finished for tonight. I'll just tell Miss Petty tomorrow that I'm too dumb to do any of these. No, you won't, Jeremiah. Katherine spoke through a tight jaw as she picked up his primer. You'll sit back down, and we will finish the last 2 passages. You only have 2 questions each for them, and I'll help you. His eyes, fiery a moment before, now turned sad. It's hopeless. The letters keep flipping around in my head, and I can't focus on what I'm reading anyway. Who wants to read about the history of the telegraph? At a loss for what to do, Katherine could feel her control slipping even as she fought to get it back. All right, have it your way. If you want to move into the school year behind your peers in reading and writing, be my guest. Slamming his primer back down on the table, Katherine turned on her heel and stomped out of the room. Suddenly desperate for fresh air, she threw open the front door and stepped out onto the front porch. She hadn't realized she'd left the door open until light footsteps sounded behind her and the door shut softly. Emily's voice filled the night air. "You're doing a good job, you know." Tears flowed down Katherine's cheeks as every way she'd failed Jeremiah sprang to mind. "Thank you, but all I've really done is make a mess of things. He's years behind in his reading, and it's all my fault." "It's hardly your fault. You've been busy trying to keep him fed, and how long have you two been on your own anyway?" Emily reached her then and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Releasing a sigh, Katherine felt her shoulders droop. 3 years. In that time he'd fallen behind, developed an attitude that could rival a mule, and gotten himself into trouble with dangerous men in Dallas through gambling. Then my guess is that he was behind before you took responsibility, and you've been burning the candle at both ends ever since. Have some grace for yourself. Besides, you're in the best possible place for help with a struggling reader. It would make Mama's day to help him learn. Rose had said the same thing, but Katherine couldn't bear to ask one more thing of their hostess. "I appreciate your words, Emily, but there's more to it than you know." She wiped a tear from her cheek as she thought about how disappointed her parents would have been at how she'd raised Jeremiah. "I think I'll head up to bed now if you don't need any help in the kitchen." "No," Emily said quietly. "Go on, and try to get some rest. Maybe things will look better in the morning." Chapter 9. The walls of the storeroom at the smithy were filled top to bottom with supplies, materials, and tools. Shelves ran along one side and to the back, organized with what had once been haphazardly thrown down in a hurry. The other wall had more hooks than she'd have ever thought necessary to begin with, but each one now held everything from hammers to horseshoes. It had taken Katherine the better part of 2 days to inventory the whole thing due to the fact that she had no idea what most of it was called. It probably would have been faster for Cade or Robert to do it themselves, but she'd never learn if she didn't start. Besides, they might have known what they had, but it likely would have gotten thrown back down on the shelves. Katherine drew deep satisfaction from organization and seeing things go from chaos to order. In fact, it was probably why Mrs. Smith had thrown more and more things on her plate. Somehow, no matter how many duties she carried, she'd always been able to organize her time to get them all done. It might mean she sacrificed sleep, but having a task done gave her as much peace as a good night's sleep most days. "I think that's it for today," Cade said as he rinsed his hands in the wash bowl against the back wall. "I'm impressed, Katherine. I don't know that this room was even this organized when we first built the place." He came closer and studied each section. "This will make our days much easier. You've certainly earned the rest of the day off. You can head on home and get ready for the festival, if you like." Katherine's ego swelled a little under the praise of her boss, something she'd always longed for with Mrs. Smith. Still, the effect was dampened a bit at the idea of going to the festival over on the church grounds. She and Jeremiah had been in Pine Creek for a little over 2 weeks at that point, but she'd maintained a familiar routine. She woke early every morning to help Carissa with breakfast, something her hostess fought, but Katherine insisted. Then, she made sure Jeremiah was up and moving for the day before heading off to work. Once the smithy closed, she typically went straight back to the Carmichaels' house to help cook dinner. Sundays were really her only deviation, as she and Jeremiah attended church with the family. The summer festival felt like entirely too many people, any of whom could be connected to Jeremiah's bookies in Dallas, but there was no reasonable way she could decline. "I'll do that, thank you." How could she tell him that she'd just rather stay home than try and make small talk with hordes of people she didn't know? If Helen was any indication, he'd never understand. Just as she exited the dusty storeroom, the front door opened, and Robert came back inside. He'd been out back cleaning some of their equipment that morning but had brought each piece back inside as he finished. "I think that's everything," he said in his familiar bass. "You need anything else from me, Pa?" Cade shook his head as he placed his leather apron on a hook by the forge. "Don't think so. Then I'll go on over to the bakery. I promised Helen I'd help them carry over the things she made for the festival booth." He quirked his lip upward as he winked at Katherine. She's paying me in cookies, but I think it's worth it. After battling with Jeremiah over his reading lessons for the past couple of weeks, the closeness Robert and Helen shared made her a little envious. I'm sure it is. Everything I've had of Helen's has been delicious. She began washing her own hands in the same wash basin Cade had used earlier, the dust and dirt from the storeroom coating them with a thick grime. Robert moved behind the counter and toward the back of the smithy where his small apartment sat. He leaned back against the wall next to the wash basin, facing her. If you play your cards right, I just might be persuaded to give you one at the festival. I'm helping her in the booth until Rose or Jessie can get there. He couldn't possibly know what his cliché about playing cards brought to mind, but it jarred Katherine loose from any delusions she might have formed about this gentle giant. If I make it tonight, I'll likely be too late to take your prize. Thank you for the offer, though. His face fell a bit before he quickly masked it. Oh. Got other plans? His expression wasn't necessarily suspicious, more curious than anything. What could she say? It wasn't like she had friends beyond a casual acquaintance with the women in his family, and they'd all be at the festival. Emily was the closest thing she'd had to a friend in years, but even their lives felt worlds apart. Apparently, Emily had taken Violet's place in the bakery after the former had helped expand the Freedmen's School on the Circle H's property. She'd told Katherine she only worked there a few shifts a week, but she always seemed to be fluttering about from one place or another. Not so much, Katherine replied. Really, she wished she could stay home with Jeremiah and work some more on his remedial reading lessons. Miss Petty had been more than generous to meet with him 3 days a week, but it took everything Katherine had in her to make him finish the homework. It had been a long time since she had felt like his sister rather than his mother, but the reading lessons had taken their divide to an entirely new level. I'm just not one for festivals. As it was, he'd begged until she told him he could go to the festival with some new friends. That much was true, at least. Large crowds had always intimidated her to some degree, much more so now that she felt the need to constantly look over her shoulder. I get that, Robert replied. I think you might enjoy this one, though. There used to be a basket bidding competition until a while back when a few fellas nearly came to blows over Susie Hightower. Mrs. Pinson decided to do away with that competition in favor of more family-friendly games. He chuckled before splashing water onto his face and drying it with a hand towel. To be fair, Susie's basket had her mama's peach cobbler in it. The fight might have had more to do with that than Susie herself. Now that was something she'd never experienced in Dallas. We went once to the carnival growing up, but I don't recall any fights breaking out. Maybe the festival would be fun. If nothing else, she could walk with Emily and leave early if she wanted. If I do stop by, just make sure you don't enter me in any pie-throwing contests. Though, with the way he'd been acting, she wouldn't mind shoving one in her brother's face. You have my word, ma'am. I've got to get over to the bakery before Helen has my hide, but I'll look for you this afternoon. A few hours later, Katherine could barely believe the sight before her on the church property. Booths were lined up next to one another with canvas tents in various loud colors. Music played from a stage in front of the church, a string band filling the air with an upbeat jig. Folks sold baked goods, produce, and everything from soap to wooden children's toys was available. Bag tosses, throwing contests, an arm wrestling booth, hopscotch, three-legged races, and more activities than she could count were in full swing. Emily swallowed the bite of the fried dough and meat concoction she'd purchased on the way in from the cafe's owners. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? When I was growing up, our festivals were nothing like this. We had a few activities and some food, but every season it seems like they get bigger and bigger. Children ran after one another while others sat and enjoyed large ice cream cones or other sweets. Mothers sat with babies on blankets under the shade of the big oak tree, while a group of older boys had started a baseball game across the creek. I never would have expected Pine Creek had so many people. They don't, Emily said as she took another bite. Folks from Hunter's Gap, Lehigh, and a few other communities come out for our festivals now. That's why there are so many booths. I was going to work a shift later at the bakery's booth, especially since Helen's expecting, but Mama told me to enjoy myself, and she'd do it with Aunt Beth. The bakery will probably do more business today than the whole last 2 weeks combined. Goodness. So you said the festivals were much smaller when you were growing up? Nodding, Emily finished the last of her dinner. Absolutely. When we were young, there really were only a couple to speak of, and they were more for socializing than anything else. The basket bidding competition came around later, but it caused problems of its own. Robert told me about a fight breaking out over Susie. She'd only met the woman in passing at church, but with her curly blonde locks and sweet demeanor, it wasn't hard to see how she had more than one potential suitor. Emily smirked. There was a little more to that story than Robert probably knows. Susie had been flirting with both Justin Blackburn and Wiley Tate. I tried to tell Justin beforehand, but he wouldn't listen to me. She rolled her eyes. Stubborn men. Have I met the young men? I know I met Sophie at church. She's married now, right? Katherine couldn't recall meeting Justin, but she'd met so many people in the 2 weeks they'd been there that she couldn't be sure. Pursing her lips, Emily thought for a moment. Yes, she's settled down now and has just gotten married to Rupert Pendleton. You haven't met the men, though. Justin decided to go into the army like James. Her eyes went a little sad, a stark departure from Emily's normal friendly nature. Who is James? Katherine hoped she wasn't overstepping, but Emily had brought up the man's name. They passed a few more booths and waved at Cade and Abigail Jones where they stood in a booth with a sign that read, Grandma Ruth's Goat Milk Soap. Abigail's long red hair and striking beauty made it clear where Helen had inherited hers from, while Robert was nearly a spitting image of his father. James Blackburn is Justin's older brother. He decided to up and leave to join the army right after he graduated from school. Last I heard, he was stationed somewhere in Tennessee. Her voice was tight, and it was clear there was more to that story. She didn't go any further, so Katherine didn't press. After a few beats of silence, she decided to change the subject. Do you want to go watch some of the races? Emily, eyes still misty with whatever thoughts ran through her head, jarred back to the present. Oh, yes. I think Penelope and Titus were going to participate this year, and I'd love to watch them. We've had three-legged races for a while, and Callum always joked that it wasn't fair that Simon and Nicholas got to partner together. He said twins had some special bond that gave them an advantage. She chuckled, her mood visibly lifted. We'll see if he's changed his tune now that the twins in question are his adorable niece and nephew. With that, they headed off to the large field where children gathered and cheered for their friends. Edie's children, Titus and Penelope, had just gotten set up for the three-legged race, so they'd made it just in time. Emily rallied quickly once she spotted her family, and Katherine wondered if she wasn't the only one haunted by things that could never be again. I still say you and Uncle Cade shouldn't get to be on the same team, a soaking wet Simon complained as he shook creek water from his hair. It's not fair. Robert grinned and crossed his arms over his chest. Sour grapes, see? From all your blustering before the game, I'd have thought we were doomed. Simon had been proud as a peacock prior to their tug-of-war match, but Robert's team had beaten them handily. That's what he gets, Simon's wife, Samantha, said as she approached with a towel and change of clothes. She chuckled as she handed them off. I keep telling you to hush your mouth before the Lord humbles you, but it was pretty entertaining to watch. Simon ran the towel through his hair and down his face before taking his change of clothes and tossing them to the side. Oh really? And did I hear you cheering for the enemy just before Nick and I got pulled into the creek? Feigning innocence, Samantha shrugged. Guess you'll never know. Just as his cousin pulled Samantha into a soaking wet hug, Robert took his leave. See you two later, he said as Samantha squealed and burst into laughter. They'd not notice his absence anyway, not for a while. Moving toward the booths, Robert spotted Emily and Katherine cheering on the children as they tossed eggs back and forth. Titus and Penelope held their own for as young as they were, but every round had them taking a step further back. Despite the children's game, Robert found himself studying Katherine. Her dark blonde hair hung in a loose braid that she'd pulled over one shoulder. She wore a light blue shirtwaist tucked into a brown skirt, a simple outfit on another made somehow striking on her. Then, maybe it wasn't her clothes after all. As she cheered, a smile spread over her face that Robert had only seen a few times since she came to Pine Creek. No doubt, the weight of the world rested on her shoulders, but today she seemed light. The crowd didn't even appear to be bothering her, and as he watched, he realized she'd let her guard down. Most days, even in the smithy, Katherine kept a near constant eye on the door. When he saw her in town, she'd keep an eye trained in all directions. It didn't take a lawman to realize she was afraid of someone following them from Dallas, and he'd gathered that much anyway. He'd like to help, but neither she nor Jeremiah were forthcoming about what exactly brought them to town. Until they were, the only thing he could do was look out for her. A hand threaded around his arm and his sister's voice bubbled from beside him. "I caught you," she said in a sing-song manner. "You can say all you want that you're not interested in Katherine, but the way you've been staring at her for the past 5 minutes would say otherwise." "I never said I wasn't interested," Robert replied with a smirk. "I said it was none of your business." He turned to face Helen just as her eyes lit up. "And it's still not." Helen deflated a little, but still kept a soft smile on her face. "Fine, I'll respect your wishes. Just know, I'm here if you need me." Her happy expression turned sour as she glanced toward a group of schoolboys beside the church. "I'm worried about Jeremiah, though." Following her line of sight, he spotted both Mark and Eddie Baker, as well as a few of the other boys in town known to make trouble. They glanced around as though hiding something, but didn't spot Robert and Helen looking in their direction. Jeremiah stood next to Eddie, his expression some cross between uncertainty and curiosity. "I know the feeling. I've seen them around town together some," Helen said quietly. "I know he needs friends, but goodness, couldn't he have picked some of the other boys in town?" She gestured over at the baseball game happening across the creek. "There's a whole passel of them who'd be better influences than the Baker boys." Robert sighed. "I know, but it's really none of our business." Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to talk to Katherine about it. He had no dog in the fight, but he cared more than he'd like to admit. "It's not, but Katherine doesn't know what type of boys they are. Don't you think it'd be prudent to warn her at least?" Turning back to study, Katherine, still cheering with Emily beside the children's games, she looked so happy, so unburdened. He hated to be the one to ruin that. "You're probably right. I just don't know how to bring it up." Her expression turned thoughtful, compassion filled Helen's eyes. "You know Katherine better than anyone else here, how do you think you should do it?" "Did he really?" "Sure, they talked some in the smithy every day, but it was clear she was still hiding a great deal. I wish I could tell you. I guess I just need to take it to the Lord." He looked back at Jeremiah where he and the Baker boys stood beside the church. Helen placed her hand in his and squeezed it briefly before letting go. "You're a good man, little brother." She grinned, the term comical as he towered over her. "I'll add my prayers to yours." Chapter 10. "Are you sure you don't want one?" Emily placed her hands on her hips and grinned at Katherine. "Helen's blackberry cinnamon cupcakes only come around once a year. Miss one now, and you'll have to wait until next June." She took another bite and smirked. "Though, with as much of her own product as Helen's been craving since she got pregnant, I have a feeling we'll all be out in the woods picking blackberries for her to can. Still, you shouldn't miss out." As stuffed as Katherine was, Emily's expression was so hopeful that she couldn't turn it down. "All right, let me give you some money." "My treat," Emily replied. "The line's pretty long though, so it'll take me a bit. You just relax and enjoy the nice evening. They'll be getting the fiddles back out any time now, and you haven't lived until you've seen my brother dance a jig." She winked before heading off to the long line waiting at Pine Creek Bakery's tent. Carissa and her sister, Beth Carson, manned the tent, but Helen was close by as Emily had predicted she'd be. At least her husband, Jesse, had more or less forced her to sit down in a chair and let the rest of them work. They were trying to get her to find another young woman in town with some talent for baking to train in the kitchen. She'd need help once the baby came, but Helen apparently had a hard time taking her hands off the reins. Katherine could relate. Though Helen's desire for control might be innate, Katherine's was learned out of necessity. Even as a child, she'd taken on more responsibility than many of her wealthier peers due to Papa's long hours on job sites and all the odd jobs Mama picked up to make ends meet. They'd finished dinner not long before, and Katherine couldn't believe she'd eaten so much. She'd seen some of the fair foods available before, but never had the money to sample them until now. She'd had a hot dog, a cup of boiled peanuts, and a wildberry scone already. Where in the world she'd put a cupcake, she had no idea, but Emily was difficult to say no to. Just as Emily had said, Mr. Jenkins from the post office took the makeshift stage by the church with his fiddle. A few other musicians joined, and couples started their direction. It had been the first time all day she'd been alone, and Katherine realized it hadn't intimidated her in the slightest. Whether it had to do with Emily's gentle friendliness or the fact that she'd met more of the town than she'd realized, the day had been a good one. Robert's familiar deep voice sounded from behind her. "You get abandoned?" He chuckled as he took a seat next to her on the blanket. "Only for a cupcake," she replied. "Emily convinced me to let her get me one as well." Apparently, their heaven and Christmas all rolled into one. Understanding dawned in his expression. "Must be the cinnamon blackberry cupcakes. My sister is somewhat famous for them in these parts, probably because they're only around for a few weeks once the blackberries bloom." She said something to that effect. As Mr. Jenkins finished tuning the fiddle, a happy tune filled the air and couples took to the grassy dance floor. Callum and Rose were there, as were many of the other couples in their family. Her vantage point was perfect to watch Simon and Samantha as they struggled to find their groove in a comical struggle for who was leading. Samantha would take a step one direction while Simon went the other, then they'd have to stop and regain their bearings only to start the process all over again. Beside them, Edie's daughter, Penelope, danced with her father. "They all look so happy." "They are," Robert said softly. "I've always considered it our own little form of rebellion." "Rebellion? What do you mean?" Robert leaned back a little, supporting his weight with his hands, and tipped his head toward Matthew and Carissa over at the bakery tent. Their line was long, but each one of them grinned ear to ear. Aunt Carissa, Aunt Beth, and Pa didn't grow up in a loving home. Their Pa was an outlaw who was as far from the Lord as a body could be. That surprised her. With the way the family interacted, she'd assumed they'd had the same pleasant childhoods they gave their children. "Really?" "Yep. And they're not the only ones." Lucas had some real issues with his mother growing up that made it difficult for him to trust anyone, Edie especially. Alex and Jesse had their own bouts with the law, and Rose and Violet's father is in jail for fraud. Samantha grew up with a loving father, but she was betrayed by one of her closest friends who'd been more like a brother to her than anything. "You're kidding. That's so much for one family." Robert chuckled. "That it is, but I like to think our family attracts folks who need the same kind of love Pa and his sisters did. People feel drawn to that love because it's from something much bigger than just family. It's rooted in the Lord and shown to others freely." She spotted Jeremiah and a few of his friends huddled together about 10 yards away. "Can't say I'd know quite what to do with something like that." She loved her brother and worked hard to provide for him, but taking on the parent role for him so early had hurt their relationship. Where she was supposed to be the sister that helped him get out of scrapes before their parents found out, she was instead responsible for the person he became. That kind of love was exhausting. "Stick around long enough, and you will." Robert shifted his weight again and leaned forward, attention still on the couples dancing before them. "Say, Katherine, I'm not quite sure how to bring this up." Was he about to fire her? Had law enforcement from Dallas somehow contacted Pine Creek about Jeremiah's skipping out on his debt? Bring what up? Her heart raced so hard she felt it in her ears. Would they have to run again so soon? "How has Jeremiah been doing since you got here?" That wasn't the question she'd expected, but she still answered hesitantly. "He's been all right, I suppose. Catching up on his reading has been hard for him and probably a little embarrassing as well." She didn't mention how short he'd been with her or how he routinely got up and left their study sessions despite her telling him to stay. Well, I don't want to add something else to your shoulders, but I feel like I need to warn you about the boys he's been spending time with. Catherine's gaze jerked to Jeremiah where he stood with his friends. Which boys? Fighting the roiling in her gut as she waited for what Robert would say next, anger welled up inside as well. The Baker boys. They haven't done anything too serious, but they're definitely not the best influences for him to be around. Robert hesitated before adding, I know Jeremiah had some part in why y'all came here, and I didn't want him to get mixed up with trouble. Embarrassment washed over Katherine. Had she failed Jeremiah in yet another way, or was Robert simply doing what everyone had done in Dallas and doubted their arrangement? Somehow, the latter felt even worse coming from him. Recognizing her actions were illogical but unable to stop the train once it started rolling, Katherine stood to her feet. I'm getting tired of everyone else in this town trying to tell me how to parent him. Miss Petty had started the ball rolling with his reading. Even Emily recognized Katherine was in over her head and suggested asking Carissa, and now Robert was telling her Jeremiah's few friends were bad influences. It was all too much. If Papa and Mama were still here, no doubt they'd be doing better, but they weren't. They'd passed in the fire along with any stability Jeremiah had ever had. Katherine, Robert said as he stood slowly. I'm not criticizing you. Really? Somewhere in the distance, louder voices registered in Katherine's ears, but they were little more than sounds barreling through a tunnel. Everyone seems to have their own opinions about how I'm doing with Jeremiah, but none of those people know what it's like to stand outside your apartment building and watch it burn to the ground. No one else knows what it's like to be 18 years old having to fight to be able to stay with your 12-year-old brother, even as you grieve the loss of your own parents. No one else knows what it's like to hear him cry himself to sleep every night for a year and live on as little food as possible, so he can eat enough. The voices grew louder, but all she could see was the compassion in Robert's eyes. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I just fight. Someone get the sheriff. A wave of folks left the dance floor and flooded toward the oak tree. It's the Jenkins boy. The lump in Katherine's throat settled with a thud in her gut. Jeremiah had never been in a fight in his life, and he chose to start now? She ran forward and did her best to shove her way through the crowd, but by the time she'd reached Jeremiah, Robert had beat her there. He and Matthew had already pulled him and one of the Baker boys apart. Jeremiah's finely healed lip was split open again, and his shirt was ripped in a few places. The Baker boy, she thought it was Eddie, spit a combination of blood and saliva at his feet. His fault, Sheriff. I was just ribbing him a little, and he jumped me. He didn't struggle against Matthew's hold but wore a smirk as he stared Jeremiah down. A few feet away, Robert held Jeremiah's arms firmly and said something softly in his ear. Katherine didn't know what, but some of the fight went out of her brother as he did. Jeremiah's eyes found hers, and she was reminded yet again of the scared little boy who'd stood with her as they watched their whole world burn down. She was torn between the desire to yell at him and to hug him. Matthew released Eddie Baker just as Robert did the same with Jeremiah. I'll come find you in the morning, Eddie, but for now I think both of you need to get on home. He glanced around and spotted Katherine, his expression stern, before turning back to Jeremiah. Robert, will you walk back with Jeremiah? The crowd had already begun to disperse as Robert nodded. Yes, sir. As they left, Katherine moved to follow them, but Matthew placed a hand on her shoulder. Give him a few minutes to cool off before you read him the riot act. Any idea what that was about? She had no idea and wouldn't blame the man if he kicked them out of his home. I don't, but you can bet I'm going to find out. I'm so sorry, Matthew. I know this puts you in a difficult position. The seasoned lawman waved his hand. He's not the first boy to want to land a punch or two on Eddie Baker, and I doubt he'll be the last. I do want to have a conversation with him when we get home, though. Home. The word sounded so nice, but still Katherine felt somewhat like an imposter there. You're sure? If you need us to leave, she had no idea where they'd go, but she refused to make life more difficult for these kind people. Don't even think of it, Carissa said as she approached them and placed a hand around Katherine. That boy needs structure, discipline, and a whole lot of grace. We all do the best we can. Tears sprang to Catherine's eyes at their understanding. "Thank you." Carissa squeezed her arm lightly before letting go. "If the good Lord abandoned us every time we made a foolish decision, we'd be in a world of hurt. I reckon if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for us." Carissa took Matthew's hand, and the two moved across the grass to Helen's booth. Was what Carissa said true? Katherine had felt abandoned by the Lord for a good long while, though she couldn't say she'd ever really been close to him. But if he was responsible for the Carmichaels becoming who they were, maybe it was worth paying closer attention. The sound of 2 pairs of boots on the gravel road filled the night air in a steady rhythm. Jeremiah hadn't spoken since they left the festival, and Robert had given him a minute to calm down. "Your lip okay? Do I need to go back and have Edie come see you?" "No," Jeremiah replied in a clipped tone. "I'm fine, and you don't have to walk me back. I'm not a child." "You're not. Seems to me a man has more self-control than you showed tonight. At least, that's what Pa told me when I got into a fight around your age." Robert didn't hold decking Eddie Baker against the boy, but he didn't have much in the way of men to look up to. He may not be the best to fill the role, but he'd give it a go. Eyes narrowed, Jeremiah turned to him as they walked. "You've been in fights?" "Just one. Pa put me to work in the smithy after that. He said if I had enough time on my hands to be getting into fights after school, he'd be filling it with something useful." Robert hadn't realized how much he'd loved learning the forge, but he'd been unable to get enough. "Turned out pretty well for me, I'd say." "What was the fight about?" His tone wasn't as combative as earlier, but Robert still figured he ought to tread lightly. "My sister used to be somewhat of a flirt. She didn't know it, but occasionally a boy would run off at the mouth about her. One of the boys in her class once said something that I knew wasn't true. It took until some of my friends broke it up for me to even realize I'd tackled him." Jeremiah choked back a laugh. "Sounds familiar. So can I assume Eddie wasn't lying when he said you started it?" It wouldn't surprise him. Both Baker boys could make a reverend lose his temper. They reached Matthew and Carissa's, and Jeremiah plopped down on the porch step. "He was trying to get me to meet them later tonight out by the creek. He lifted some of his pa's cigarettes and wanted me to come. I told him I wasn't interested, but he kept on until finally I just said my sister worked too hard for me to blow it on something dumb." He paused, and Robert could see the struggle inside him. "He said something about me letting my shrew of a sister treat me like a little boy. I don't know. I guess I just lost it." "Makes sense," Robert replied. "You think that came from defending your sister or you being embarrassed?" Picking at a scrape in his pants, Jeremiah shrugged. "Probably some of both." Not wanting to overstep his bounds, Robert asked the Lord to lead him before speaking. "You've got some anger inside you, Jeremiah. It's understandable, but you're going to have to decide the kind of man you want to be. Losing your parents young can't be easy, but you can't let bitterness from your past ruin your future." Leaning over onto the rail post, Jeremiah let out a sigh. "How do I do that?" "Only way I know how is to ask the Lord to help you," Robert answered. "I don't know where you stand on religion, but burdens get a whole lot lighter when we cast them on Him. But we don't have to solve all that tonight. I know it's easier said than done." Shadows moved down the street as Katherine slowly came into view. "Just think about what I said." A little hesitant about what kind of mood Katherine would be in when she reached them, Robert stood. He'd not meant to offend her earlier. He'd not glowed in being right, but all he'd been trying to do was prevent something like what happened that evening. As Katherine drew closer, it was clear to Robert that she held some bitterness of her own. "Jeremiah," she called. "Would you go inside, please? I need to speak with Robert for a moment." Jeremiah nodded and stood to head inside. As the door shut, Katherine's attention fixed on Robert. "Can we sit down for a minute?" Chapter 11. Katherine's hands shook as she moved across the porch to the swing Robert gestured towards. He didn't speak when he took the spot beside her, only waited patiently for her to say her piece. Other than the fact that he was staring straight ahead, she couldn't make out much about his expression in the near darkness. I'm sorry, she began. Her voice caught, and she realized the brick in her gut remained there from earlier. Robert had been so kind to her since they arrived and had only been looking out for Jeremiah, but she'd unloaded on him nonetheless. Robert looked down to study his large, calloused hands. I didn't mean to suggest that you weren't a good guardian for Jeremiah. I only wanted to warn you about the Baker boys. His voice was steady, unlike hers that threatened to give at any moment. I know you didn't, and I'm sorry I reacted the way I did. They sat in companionable silence for a few moments as faint sounds of fiddles drifted from the churchyard. The music swelled and Katherine closed her eyes, lost in her memories. Papa and I used to dance to music like this. The swing shifted slightly, and Katherine could tell Robert had leaned back. Was someone in your family a musician? No, she chuckled. We didn't live in a great area of Dallas, and our apartment was across the street from one of the saloons. We couldn't hear the words to the songs they sang, but the accompaniment would drift all throughout the neighborhood. After dinner, sometimes Papa would hold out his hand like a proper gentleman and ask me to dance. I'd giggle and curtsy, then we'd twirl around while Mama and Jeremiah laughed from the couch. Memories of the good times they experienced as a family washed over her, enough so that the brick of nervousness in her belly was replaced by one of longing. You must miss them very much. Robert's words were simple, but full of compassion. She swallowed down the tears that threatened. Every day. The fire didn't just kill our parents. It destroyed a family. His large hand gently engulfed hers, even as she lost the battle against her tears. It didn't destroy your family. You made a new one with Jeremiah, one you should be proud of. How could she be proud with everything they'd experienced? I wouldn't go that far. You did just have to break up a fight between my brother and apparently his poor choice of a friend tonight. Fights happen, Robert said gently. What you should be proud of is the conversation I had with him on the way home. I'll let him tell you more about it when he's ready, but you've done a good job. He paused, his hand still on hers. I'm sorry about your parents and that you had to take on so much so young, but I know they'd be so proud of you. Those words, the ones she never realized how much she needed to hear, flooded her soul. She turned and found Robert studying her, music still drifting from the festival not far away. You think so? A stray tear rolled down her cheek, but she ignored it. I know so, Robert replied. And I don't mean to overstep, but would you like to dance? It's all right if you don't, I won't be offended. It was the last thing she thought he'd say, but it surprised her how much she wanted to. Yes, she said softly, I'd love to dance with you. The swing creaked lightly as Robert stood, his hand still holding hers. As she followed, he shifted his hold so that one hand rested on her waist and the other continued holding hers. They moved to the music, Katherine content to let someone else lead for once. She'd held so much of the load for the past few years that it felt nice to give some of it up. They swayed and spun, slightly awkward in the way they moved together but moving together nonetheless. As she let him lead her into another spin, Katherine allowed herself to think what it might be like to do this more often. He might be interested in her, but he didn't know all that had happened to force her and Jeremiah from Dallas. Still, for once, she put aside practicality to dream a little. What would it be like to have a strong, kind man who loved her to share her burdens with? She'd never really had the chance to be an adult without bearing the full load of responsibility for her brother, so it was hard to imagine who she'd be if she could give it to another. Robert twirled her again, the music beginning to slow. Penny for your thoughts? She couldn't tell him where those had gone. They barely knew one another, and while she didn't think he'd intentionally omitted information, she certainly had. I was just enjoying the moment. Pausing them where they were, Robert let go of her hand and gently lifted her chin with his fingers. I was too, very much so. His voice rumbled, sending a jolt of nervous excitement through her. Just then, the high-pitched laughter of a group of schoolgirls cut through the night, startling Katherine so that she stepped backwards. Had he been about to kiss her? It certainly felt that way as his eyes had refused to let go of hers. I think I'd better get inside and talk with Jeremiah. Do that, Robert replied. He's a good kid, Katherine. You've done well. She moved towards the door, stopping with her hand on the knob. "Thank you, Robert, for everything." There was no way she could speak to everything he'd done specifically, not without her voice betraying her, but hopefully he understood. "Anytime," he said as he walked towards the steps. "Anything you need." He turned back, and she felt something akin to a jolt of lightning run through her. The brick that had settled in her stomach earlier felt more like birds flapping their wings as he studied her in the low light. As she entered the house and closed the door behind her, she let out a deep breath. She could try to convince herself they had a future together. That kind of relationship couldn't be built on a lie or even half-truths. Not to mention, she doubted he'd be all right with her lack of faith. No, best to leave the dreams where they belonged, and stay focused on what was there in front of her. She spotted Jeremiah in the parlor and braced herself, hoping with everything in her that Robert was right and her brother's reasons were something she could be proud of. The sound of Robert's boots crunching on the dusty road combined with the low sounds of music flowing through the air. It would be winding down soon, but he couldn't deny wishing he'd been able to hold Katherine a little longer. A familiar voice cut through the night from the steps of the sheriff's office. "Out for an evening stroll?" His cousin, Malachi Carson, stood leaning against one of the posts in front of the jailhouse. His large frame, almost as bulky as Robert's, was relaxed as he studied him. "Did I see you walking Jeremiah back from the festival?" "You did," Robert answered as he approached. "Seems Eddie Baker ran off at the mouth, and Jeremiah started a fight between the two of them." Malachi nodded as he lit the lamp hanging from the porch ceiling. "The Baker boys can have that effect on a man." "What did Matthew want done about it?" Malachi was Uncle Matthew's deputy and had been since he left the Texas Rangers. He and his wife, Sarah, lived out at the Circle H with their 2 children, though Malachi had always been more lawman than rancher. "He just sent them both home," said he talked to Jeremiah after the festival. "Why are you here when the whole town is over at the church?" With a glance at both ends of the town center, Malachi leaned against the post once more. Everyone being at the festival would be an excellent time for a body to make trouble if they were of the mind. "Uncle Matthew and I try to have one person on duty at events and the other doing rounds if we can." He paused, his attention on Uncle Matthew's house. "I know Matthew and Carissa trust them, but what do you really know about those two?" Robert's first response was to bristle at the idea that there was anything not to trust, but even he had to admit there were still so many unanswered questions surrounding the pair. "I know their parents passed a few years ago, and Katherine has been working her fingers to the bone to support them ever since. Whatever brought them here, it was Jeremiah's doing, though it seems like he had good intentions and gotten over his head. He wouldn't share any more than that, and wouldn't have shared that much if it hadn't been Malachi asking. Anything they'd told him had been in confidence, and he didn't plan on breaking that trust." "Fair enough," Malachi replied. "Uncle Matthew's got a good gut for folks, so if he trusts them then so do I. Not to mention, seems like you might have taken a liking to the boy's sister." He smirked, and Robert realized they might have had an audience as they danced on the porch. Still, as far as his cousins went, Malachi was probably the one with the most wisdom in the area. Callum, Nicholas, and Simon seemed to have found their way purely by the grace of God, as they'd all nearly mucked things up. "I guess you could say that." He didn't know her well, but something about Katherine drew him towards her. It wasn't a desire to save her. He'd never been the kind of man who needed to rescue the damsel in distress, but he couldn't put a finger on just exactly what had compelled him to ask. "I don't really know much more than that." Malachi shrugged, his posture still relaxed. "It's that way sometimes." "Is she a believer?" "I don't think so," Robert said with a sigh. "I don't know for sure, but she's made a few comments here and there that tell me she might lay a good bit of blame at the Lord's feet for losing their parents so young." "Makes sense," his cousin replied. "Sarah did the same thing for a while after she got away from New Orleans. She'd been pregnant when her first husband came home in a drunken rage and accidentally killed him in an attempt to save herself and her baby. Malachi married her purely to keep her safe, but a marriage of convenience turned into one of mutual love and respect." Drawing a circle in the dirt with the toe of his boot, Robert was quiet for a moment. "What did you do to bring her around?" He knew he couldn't pursue any type of relationship with Katherine, not until she divulged whatever she was hiding, but especially not until she came to know the Lord. That'd be a recipe for hardship. Mostly, I got out of the way, Malachi replied. Don't go trying to do the Almighty's job for him. He's a whole lot better at it than we'll ever be. Chapter 12. Jeremiah, Katherine said as she did her best not to sound too exasperated, I appreciate your desire to defend my honor, but I can assure you that I'm more than capable of doing that myself. What's more, I really don't care what Eddie Baker and his brother think about me. Again, his heart had been in the right place, but his actions might have gotten them in severe trouble. They were living with the sheriff and his wife, for goodness sake. Jeremiah couldn't go around hitting folks no matter what they said about her. I'm sorry, but I couldn't just let him talk that way about you. It would have been a coward's way out, and Papa didn't teach me to be a coward. Some of her anger deflated at that. One of Papa's most prized traits in a person was courage, another was being willing to defend one's family. As a child, Katherine had always known Papa would protect her as long as he was still breathing. Mama had always said she had more of her father in her than she realized, and thinking about all the ways she'd done her best to protect Jeremiah since the fire filled her with the tiniest bit of pride. She put her arm around Jeremiah's shoulder, not realizing the way they'd begun to beef out slightly. When did that happen? In her mind, he'd always be the little boy who'd followed her around and annoyed her to no end. I know, but I don't know how we can pack up and leave again if you get in trouble. Besides, the only opinions that matter to me are the ones of people I actually respect. Eddie Baker's opinion means nothing to me, and it shouldn't mean anything to you either. Before he could respond, the front door opened. Matthew and Carissa stepped through with Emily. The latter sent Katherine a sympathetic look before heading up the stairs to her own bedroom. Smart girl. Jeremiah, Matthew said sternly, let's talk out on the porch. Somehow, Katherine knew that Matthew would never hurt Jeremiah, so she had no qualms letting him go. It'd be good for him to answer to someone other than her for a change, particularly in light of recent events. Yes, sir, Jeremiah replied stoically as he stood and followed the sheriff out the door. Once the latch clicked in place, Carissa turned towards the kitchen and gestured for Katherine to follow her. Come with me, dear. Nights like these call for a cup of tea. Grateful that it didn't appear they'd be kicked out for the moment, Katherine followed. What can I do to help? You can get a few cookies out of the jar and set the table. I'll put the kettle on. They worked in silence for a few moments as Katherine heard the low voices of Matthew and Jeremiah on the front porch. She glanced out the window but couldn't see anything with the house lit from the lamps as they were. Don't worry, Carissa said. Matthew just wanted to understand what happened. No one's getting arrested. Katherine shook her head. Oh, I know. I just feel, I don't know if responsible is the right word, but something similar to it. Of course you do, honey. You may not be that boy's mother, but you've been raising him as though you were for years. We mothers feel responsible for everything our children do, more so for the things we wish they wouldn't. It's not fair to them or to us, but it's the truth. She pulled the whistling kettle off the stove and poured the two of them steaming cups of black tea. Do you prefer milk or sugar? Milk is fine, Katherine replied. Does it ever stop? Do you still feel responsible for the actions of your adult children? Pulling out a chair at the dining room table, Carissa took her place. I don't think I'll ever stop feeling like their choices are somehow related to their raising, but it's easier to get perspective on the situation as I watch them raise their own children. What do you mean? Carissa took a sip of her tea and continued. Well, Edie can tell the children not to do something 100 times. She can reason with them, punish them, and do everything I'd suggest she do. Still, they'll sometimes choose to misbehave. It's certainly not her fault, and yet I can see the look in her eyes when Titus goes running into the creek in his church clothes or Penelope bosses another child around. She feels guilty that she hasn't done more. When really they're just acting the way children act. What about when they get older? Jeremiah wasn't a child anymore, and he'd done more than muddy his church clothes. As they get bigger, so do their problems. Still, I find much of what they get up to is just a different piece of the puzzle that makes them who they are. Penelope comes by her bossiness honestly, and I have to say Edie does too. But look at her now. She had the confidence to go all the way to Chicago for medical school when very few women would have done so. Penelope may seem bossy now, but I have to believe it's just the Lord preparing her to be a leader. And as for Titus? Well, he won't be the first little boy in this family to dirty his church clothes to chase a baseball, and what an adventure those boys turn out to be. It sounded nice, but Katherine wondered if she could apply Carissa's words to her own situation. Most of what Jeremiah gets in trouble for is his protective streak or a misplaced desire to help. I don't know how to help him turn that into something productive. Have you asked the Lord to help you? Carissa's words were gentle, but her expression was clear. He created Jeremiah, and he has more of a guidebook to that boy than you'll ever have. Again with talk of the Lord. It must be nice to just give all their problems to the Lord the way this family seemed to. Too bad whoever was in charge up there just seemed to give them right back to her. I haven't. Well, that might be a good place to start, Carissa replied. In the meantime, Emily tells me Jeremiah's been struggling with his reading. Of course, I've noticed your studying sessions from time to time, but I haven't wanted to stick my nose where it wasn't wanted. If you'll allow me, I'd love to help him and give you some time to rest or get to know some folks your age in town. I don't mean to brag, but I've convinced many a reluctant reader over the years. She winked, the weathering around her eyes and mouth somehow only making her look more beautiful. I really hate to ask any more of you. Carissa waved her hand in front of her face. Oh heavens, no. First, I'm offering. Second, it's something I love to do. You'd really be doing me a favor to let me dust off some of my old skills. Us old ladies need to feel young and useful every once in a while. She was hardly old, but Katherine imagined she knew that. All right, if you really want to. But please, let me know if he ever becomes disrespectful with you or impatient. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. It's no trouble at all, dear. Besides, I imagine he'll be a little less difficult for me than he is for you. Children, whether they're 5 or 15, tend to act worst around those they're most comfortable with. It's like all their walls come down, and they haven't quite learned how to patch them back up. Be grateful his adolescent version of a tantrum is with you, even though you continue to guide him differently. It means you're his safe place. Just as tears sprang to Katherine's eyes, the door opened, and Jeremiah stepped through with Matthew just behind. His brown eyes held a mixture of contrition and resolve, not something Katherine could say she'd seen in him often. I'm sorry, Katherine, Jeremiah said quietly. I shouldn't have fought Eddie the way I did. Stepping forward, Katherine pulled her brother into her arms. Thank you for that. Well, Matthew said as he rubbed his hands together, I reckon it's time for me to turn in. I've got an early day tomorrow. Carissa, can I do anything to help you clean up? Oh, Katherine said quickly, let us do that. It's the least we can do. Carissa smiled warmly. That sounds lovely. Chapter 13. Robert, Helen huffed as she hurried down the street, could you pick up the pace? I'm pregnant and half your size, but I'm still moving quicker. She politely twisted and ducked through the crowd of townspeople outside Mayor Hinson's office, all awaiting the outcome of the vote to bring the railroad to Pine Creek. Robert followed at his normal pace, unhurried by Helen's frustration. You can move as fast as you want to, but I can hear just fine from here if need be. He sighed. Besides, I'm not so sure I even want to meet everyone at the clinic. I'm afraid Uncle Jake and Callum are going to be disappointed in the vote, and I'm not keen to witness it. His uncle had long since matured past the point where Robert thought he'd storm off if the vote didn't go his way, but he still cared deeply about the things that were important to him. Helen slowed and turned to speak over her shoulder. They're not the only ones affected here, Robert. I love the ranchers in our family as much as you do, but I think they'll see that a railroad here will make their lives easier as well. He caught up to her just as they spotted the rest of their family gathered around the clinic's porch. They weren't their normal, chatty selves. Mama, Aunt Beth, and Aunt Carissa talked amongst themselves, But the men stood and studied the mayor's closed door with a myriad of expressions. Some had furrowed brows, others simply looked curious, and pause was more or less unreadable. "I hope you're right." From the word around town since the meeting, he had an inkling the resolution would pass. There just weren't enough ranchers to sway it. As they approached, Robert spotted Katherine as she approached from the direction of the smithy. Her hair was pulled back out her face, much the same way it had been the day he'd met her. "Morning," he said as he noticed a few wayward strands. She must have done her hair in a hurry, and the thought of it amused him. "Pa let you close the smithy?" "He did," she replied. "He gave me the choice to stay or come out and hear the results, and I got curious. Besides," she said as she gestured at the large crowd gathered, "it seems like everyone in town is here anyway." Nearly. He hadn't spotted Jeremiah. He hoped he wasn't off somewhere getting into trouble, but hoped the events at the festival had been enough to scare him straight. Katherine shifted back and forth from one foot to the other, her arms crossed over her middle. "I didn't expect there to be so many people out here." Her eyes darted around, but Robert pretended like he didn't notice. "Do you think you know which way the vote will come out?" He shrugged, a quick glance over at Uncle Jake as he did so. "I'll be surprised if it doesn't pass, but I'm still not quite sure how I feel about it." Her earlier discomfort apparently forgotten, Katherine turned her focus on him. "I know this has been a hard issue for your family to tackle, but you all seem to have done a good job keeping your family first. That's so much more valuable than any increased business." She opened her mouth to speak further, but the door to the mayor's office opened and he stepped out onto the porch. "Ladies and gentlemen," Mayor Hinson said as he waited for folks to settle down. "Thank you for being here this morning." He glanced at Mr. Tate and his colleagues from the railroad company where they stood near the boardwalk, then back out into the crowd. "This town is and always has been a place where we come together for the common good. Whether that's to gather and enjoy one another or to vote on important developments in town, we act as one." Helen's husband Jesse stepped out onto the porch behind him, as did Timothy Griggs's son Hatcher. Mayor Hinson gestured them forward and continued. "I asked these two gentlemen to double-check our vote counting so there can be no question regarding the outcome. For those of you who are new to town, Jesse Pritchard is the president of Pine Creek Bank and Hatcher runs our land offices. Both men are honest, fair, and good with numbers." He winked, and a few in the crowd chuckled. "That's smart," Robert said softly to Katherine. "Hatcher Griggs's father owns the second-largest ranch in Pine Creek. Jesse is a business owner, but he's well trusted in town since he pulled the bank out of a hole a few years ago. Why he felt the need to make sure she felt included in the town goings-on he didn't know, but he felt it nonetheless." Handing Mayor Hinson a sheet of paper, Jesse glanced their direction and spotted Helen. He smiled softly at her, his affection clear. The mayor held the paper in front of him and continued speaking. "So, without any further jawing, here are the numbers. 498 folks voted to allow the railroad to set up in town, while 274 voted against. As you can see, that's a clear result in the affirmative, and Pine Creek would like to welcome Mr. Tate and the railroad. We know they'll work to ensure this is a beneficial arrangement to all." A round of applause rose up, followed by all manner of discussions amongst the crowd. A few still stood silent, Uncle Jake amongst them as he leaned against a post outside Edie's clinic. Aunt Beth approached him and placed her hand in his as she whispered something quietly. Simon's expression had gone sour, but he didn't speak or storm off. As for Callum and the other ranchers within eyesight, some talked amongst themselves while others simply nodded in resignation. Forrest Underwood met Uncle Jake's eyes, and a silent understanding passed between the two seasoned cowboys. Over the next few weeks, it seemed like the town doubled in size daily. After the town had narrowly passed the resolution to allow a railroad expansion, Mr. Tate's company hadn't wasted any time in bringing their workers into Pine Creek. Robert dodged a number of them as he drove the smithy's buckboard through town to deliver a repaired pipe to the saloon. Mr. Warden had offered to pick it up, but he'd grown increasingly busy lately with the railroad workers coming into town. Besides, it'd be easier for Robert to reattach it to the bottom of the bar than it would be for Mr. Warden, who undoubtedly didn't have the same tools. A passel of boys, barely old enough to be out of school, hurried by him, no doubt headed for the saloon in question. There wasn't much else on this side of town save for the saloon and the church. Somehow, Robert doubted they were headed to get some Saturday prayers in. He reached the saloon and heard the sound of Mr. Warden's old upright piano coming through. It was lunchtime, and the saloon served passable food even if a body didn't drink alcohol. He'd only eaten there a time or two, both times while delivering something to Mr. Warden, but he couldn't fault the crowd that had gathered. Mr. Warden stood on the porch, his back turned to Robert as he nailed a sign to the front door. "All right, fellas," he said loudly as other groups approached. "I've decided to set a limit of $2 on your tabs before you'll need to settle up. Whether you hit that in 2 weeks or 2 days, you'll be cut off until you pay." The men nodded and climbed the steps to enter just as Mr. Warden spotted Robert. "Robert, thank you mightily for coming all the way out here. We've been in high cotton since the railroad men got here, but it's definitely kept us busy." "I'm sure it has," Robert said with a chuckle. "I hope none of the men have been causing any trouble." Stuffing his hands in his pockets, Mr. Warden shook his head. "Not that I know of. Mr. Tate seems to have hired a pretty quality crew, at least from what I can tell. Plus, I'm pretty sure your uncle put some healthy fear into them as they arrived. He has a way of doing that. I can come back later and install the pipe if you need me to, but I figured I'd go ahead and drop it off." The long pipe Mr. Warden had needed repaired normally sat affixed to the bottom of the bar. Men could sit at the tall bar stools and put their feet on it, but over the years some of the joints had started to sag. "I'd appreciate that," the saloon owner replied. "I'd tell you to go ahead and install it, but I'm not sure where I'd put all the men at the bar. Could you come back Monday morning? They'll be working so the place will be mostly empty." Before he could answer, a body flew out the hinged doors of the saloon and landed with a thud onto the steps. Shouts from the inside of the saloon carried, and a gaggle of men rushed to follow. The young man who'd been thrown out had thankfully started to move around, but Robert's relief was short-lived when he realized who it was. "Eddie?" Eddie Baker struggled to his feet and more or less hid behind Robert as the men stared him down from the porch. "I didn't do nothin'. They're just sore losers." A tall bearded man that looked to weigh twice as much as Eddie narrowed his eyes. "You call stacking the deck and hiding cards nothing? Play a man's game, boy, you'll win a man's prize." He took a step forward, but Robert held out his hand. "That's enough," he said clearly. "Whatever Eddie did wrong, just let me take him home to his pa. I'm sure Mr. Warden will make sure he doesn't come back." Eddie spit on the ground beside Robert's foot. "I'll come back if I want to, ain't none of you goodies gonna stop me." Rolling his eyes, Robert resisted the urge to smack the boy upside his head. "You come back and I'm not here, you may just find yourself in Edie's clinic or worse." The men on the porch advanced forward, all 3 of them bigger than Eddie. "Listen to the smithy, boy. You'll regret it if you don't." Fear flashed in Eddie's eyes before he quickly masked it. "Fine, I won't be back, at least for a while." He glared at Robert. "And I don't need you to come and stick your nose in where it don't belong." He turned on his heel and stalked off down the road towards his family homestead south of town. Raising a brow at Mr. Warden, Robert wondered if he was doing the right thing. "Can you get some men to unload this? I'll be back through to get the wagon later." "Take as long as you need," Mr. Warden said with understanding. "If I didn't see Mr. Baker in here 3 times a week at a minimum, I'd wonder if that boy had a death wish. As it is, I reckon it's just all he knows." Compassion settling over him for Eddie and his brother, Mark, Robert broke into a jog to catch him. "Hey, Eddie, hang on a second." He stopped, eyes widening before settling back into his normal scowl. "What do you want?" "I want to walk with you," Robert replied calmly. "I guess you're headed home." Real fear laced Eddie's next words. "Why you wanna walk with me? You ain't really plannin' to talk to Pa, are ya?" Tobias Baker, one of the few notable drunks in town and was good friends with Ralph Blackburn. Ralph was ornery, but Tobias was mean as a snake. Luckily, he didn't get to town often. It really was no wonder the boys turned out like they did. No, I'm not. I'd rather talk to you, man to man. Eddie narrowed his eyes but didn't make any moves to get away. They settled into a slow pace on the dirt road, sun blaring overhead in the early afternoon sky. If that's what you want. When was the last time anyone took the time to talk to Eddie or Mark about anything other than making trouble? Was there even one man in their life who could be a good influence? How many hours a week do you work for Pete? Not many. He doesn't usually have much for us to do, especially since he hired Jeremiah on. Eddie shrugged. I reckon he thinks we'll make trouble if we're there more often. Pete likely wasn't wrong, particularly if they weren't busy. I might have an idea for you, but it'll only be until school starts. I don't want you working while you should be in school. Rolling his eyes, Eddie shoved his hands in his pockets. I don't know why I have to finish anyway. Pa never finished. Resisting the urge to respond about how well that worked out for him, Robert forged ahead. With the railroad coming to town, I'll need some help making deliveries out to the work sites over the next few months. Pa does most of the work inside the smithy these days, while I do deliveries 3 days a week. If you're interested, be there at 7 in the morning on Monday, and you can join me on my runs. He went a little deeper into the types of deliveries they did, as well as how much Eddie would be paid, before stopping. Sound like something you'd want to do? Why me? Why didn't you just hire Jeremiah if you needed help? Not an outright no, but not the resounding affirmation Robert had hoped for. Jeremiah's already working enough at the livery, and you seem like the kind of guy who needs to keep busy. He didn't add that he hoped to spend the time providing the good example Eddie lacked, but from what he'd seen, the boy was smart enough to figure it out. Not speaking for a few seconds, Eddie kicked a rock down the road and appeared to mull it over in his mind. All right, I can help you. Meet you at the smithy at 7 on Monday? Yep, I'll see you then. Robert stopped, and Eddie sped up as he walked further down the road. As he watched Eddie retreat, he hoped he hadn't made a mistake. Still, he didn't think he did. It was as clear to him as when the Lord led him to help Katherine and Jeremiah. Eddie needed help, and as much as he'd like to make an excuse as to why it couldn't be him, he couldn't deny that he'd seen the need. Lord, he prayed as he turned and headed back toward the saloon for his wagon, I don't know what you want from me in all this, but I'll just ask that you guide me. With Katherine, with Jeremiah, now with Eddie, I feel like I've inserted myself in folks' lives recently just because you asked me to. Show me why, Lord. Show me what you want from me. The following week, Katherine pushed the broom across the floor of the smithy, satisfied with her progress. What had once been a well-run but wholly unorganized mess now ran with systems that worked to be both attractive and functional. The forge's heat had her wiping her forehead with a sleeve, as it tended to radiate throughout the building despite the windows being open. Kate worked on a few repairs, but Robert had been out on deliveries since before she arrived that morning. Glancing at the clock, she realized he'd likely be back before long. Cade stood up straight and stretched his back. You planning on taking a break for lunch? I didn't plan on it. I just brought a sandwich from last night's leftovers and figured I'd eat it between tasks today. Cade smirked. You know, Katherine, I wasn't quite sure about you when Robert asked if we could hire you, but you've more than proven yourself. Your work ethic is admirable, but even hard workers need a break. Go on down to the bakery and grab a couple cookies for us all. Tell Helen to charge it to me, and I'll go pay her after we close today. Robert and Eddie should be back before long, so grab some for them too. Her eyes went wide. Eddie Baker? Why is Eddie Baker doing deliveries? Surely, after everything that had happened with Jeremiah, they hadn't hired him. Not to mention, Robert had been the one to warn her about the boy in the first place. If they needed help doing deliveries, why hadn't they just hired Jeremiah to begin with? Shrugging, Cade went back to his work. Robert hired him, but he didn't much go into why. I figured after hiring you, he's proven himself, too. He tossed another horseshoe on the growing pile he was busy working on for Pete. That didn't make any sense. Robert had all but said he didn't trust Eddie, so why in the world would he have brought him on at the smithy? Part of her was angry, but the other part was just confused. She swept for another few minutes, her movements a bit jerkier than they'd been a few moments before, until the front door opened. Robert came through first, then Eddie. "That's all for today," Robert said as he pulled the ledger from under the counter and recorded something. "I'll see you back here Wednesday, and you'll get paid on Friday. Sound good?" Eddie nodded, nearly soaked with sweat but appearing in good spirits rather than the sour ones she'd normally seen him in. "Yes, sir." As he left, Katherine realized she'd forgotten all about lunch and going to the bakery, but Kate appeared to be preoccupied and hadn't noticed. "Eddie," Katherine said as she fought a grimace. "Before you leave, Kate asked me to go to the bakery and get some cookies. It shouldn't take me long if you'd like to wait for one." It might grate on her to bring back a treat for the boy who'd done his best to get Jeremiah into trouble and goaded him into a fight, but she'd not give Kate any reason to be unsatisfied with her work either. Brow raised, Eddie paused for a moment before answering. "I can't today, but maybe another time. I've got to get home and water the pigs before Pa gets up." He waved and pushed through the double doors as Robert took a swig from the water bucket's ladle. Eddie's words registered just as the door shut behind him. Why would his father still be asleep at this hour? "Doubt he stumbled home from the saloon until nearly dawn," Kate replied roughly. Apparently, he'd been paying closer attention than she realized. If he gets up before supper most days, those boys probably consider it early. Staring after Eddie's retreating figure through the window, Katherine couldn't help but feel for him. What an awful way to grow up. Robert came to stand beside her, his presence calming to her previously frayed nerves. He was actually pretty helpful on the deliveries today and not nearly as surly to customers as I was afraid he'd be. I reckon it might work out with him, after all. You weren't sure? Shrugging, Robert wiped his face with a clean rag. No, but it was something I felt like I needed to do, and it worked out last time. He met her eye, then winked before turning his lips up into a grin. Now, did I hear something about cookies? Chapter 14. Robert and Eddie pulled the old buckboard to a stop outside the railroad camp a mile or two north of the Double G. Timothy Griggs had sold the railroad company a stretch of his land once the vote went through, as had most of the other ranchers on the proposed track. The foreman, a man Robert had gotten to know well over the month they'd been in town, spotted the buckboard full of tools and blew his whistle. "Need a few fellas to help unload supplies," he shouted as 5 or 6 men stood to help. "Rest o' ya can take a break." "Howdy, Robert, Eddie." Eddie puffed up a little at being recognized, and Robert held back a grin. "Frank, good to see you. Looks like everything's coming along." Nodding, Frank took a swig from his canteen. "Yep, these boys are moving pretty quick. They're about to hit a hold-up, though, if your uncle don't decide to sell." It wasn't surprising. Uncle Jake had dug his heels in on the issue with the railroad and refused to sell up to that point. Pa had told Robert that pretty soon they'd have to redraw the plans in order to go around his land if he didn't change his mind soon. It wouldn't end the project, but it would make it take longer and be more expensive since they'd have to do some blasting. There wasn't much Robert could say that wouldn't come out critical of Uncle Jake, so he changed the subject. "Y'all got all the help you need out here?" He winked at Eddie and slapped him on the back. "I can send this guy out a few days if you need me to. He's a little rough around the edges, but he's got a strong back and a sharp mind." It was true, and Eddie had surprised even him. His brother still got into trouble on occasion, but in the nearly 3 weeks Eddie had been working for him, he'd kept his nose clean. Even Katherine had commented a couple of times on how helpful he'd been around the smithy. At first, it had seemed like she wanted to argue about Robert's hiring him, but she never had. If nothing else, Katherine knew what it was like to be underestimated. He'd bidden his time, waiting to get to know her a little better before asking her out on a date. There was still a great deal he didn't know about her, but wasn't that what courtship was for? She'd asked a couple of questions about the sermons at church over the past few weeks, but she clearly still wasn't sold on the idea of following Jesus. Jeremiah, on the other hand, had made a few more friends and regularly attended the gatherings Alex and Lily hosted for young folks at the church. Eddie had gone a few times, too. "I reckon we do," Frank replied. We've got another group of men coming in from Dallas next week, but I think that's all Mr. Tate planned to hire. Just then, Robert spotted one of the men who'd had the run-in with Eddie outside the saloon. He sat on a barrel outside a large tent and took a swig from his canteen. He swished it around in his mouth before spitting into the dirt beside his boot. It was the first time he'd seen them despite coming out to the work site a couple of times a week. The bearded one spotted them and tipped his head up quickly at Robert. His gaze cut to Eddie and back to Robert before he stood to his feet. Eddie spotted him too, and his eyes went wide. "Robert, I'm gonna go help some of the men take this load up the line a ways." His eyes darted back and forth between Robert and the man from the saloon. "That's fine. I'll be here when you're done." As his assistant all but scrambled away, a great deal of his cockiness from the saloon gone, the other man approached. "He working for you, now?" "He is," Robert replied. "And he's not looking to make trouble." The man nodded and looked after the group of workers carrying their load. "I can see that. Just came to tell ya he ain't been back to the saloon that I've seen since that day. Thought you might like to know that." A bit of pride welled up in Robert at that. "Thank you for letting me know. Do me a favor, if you ever do see him, stop by the smithy and tell me. I'm trying to help him keep his nose clean." His unexpected ally ran a dirty hand through his dark hair. "Happy to. He's got the rest of his life to look for answers in the bottom of a bottle. He doesn't need to start now. I reckon looking for anything other than trouble at the bottom of a bottle will be fruitless. I prefer the good book, myself. You ever want to come to a church service here in town, we'd be happy to have you." Robert didn't want to push, but he also wouldn't let an opportunity pass by when it all but slapped him in the face. "Name's Robert, by the way." The other man shook his extended hand. "Harold, and I ain't so sure about coming to a church service. The whole place might fall down around me if I tried to come in the door." He chuckled, but his eyes told more of the story. "Nice to meet you, Harold," Robert replied. "I think you'll find our foundation pretty firm." Later that morning, as Robert and Eddie finished up their last delivery and ambled down the road, Eddie started asking questions. What did the fella from the saloon want? He sounded nervous, and Robert couldn't blame him. "He actually just wanted to tell me he hadn't seen you back in the saloon and seemed to think it was a good thing. Then, I invited him to church." Robert hadn't pushed the matter of faith with Eddie too much either, but they'd had a good deal of time to talk on their trips to and from delivery sites. Eddie's brows rose, and his tone betrayed his surprise. "Is he gonna come?" "Don't know, but it can never hurt to ask." They rode the rest of the way in comfortable silence, and Robert waved
Goodbye
to Eddie once they reached the smithy. When Robert walked in, Katherine was busy with their ledgers but smiled brightly when she spotted him. "There you are, I had a few questions for you about a couple of your deliveries." Katherine was a pretty woman regardless of what she wore or how she wore her hair, but the time in Pine Creek seemed to suit her. Her dark blonde hair was pulled back into a braid and laid gently over her shoulder, a light green dress bringing out the color in her cheeks. In the month they'd been there, he'd been trying to work up the nerve to ask her to dinner but hadn't done it yet. Part of it was his hunch that she wasn't particularly close to the Lord, but he'd never really know the source of all that until he asked. Still, something about her had drawn him from the minute he spotted her on the train, and he just couldn't shake it. "Sure, what do you need?" They spent a few moments looking through his delivery schedule and discussing who'd paid in full versus those paying in installments. Once the books were all balanced, Robert took a deep breath. Now was as good a time as any, and if he didn't ask, some other man was likely to swoop in and do it first. "Katherine," he said in a low but thankfully steady voice. He could feel the nerves rise up in him, annoyed at his schoolboy-like reaction to asking a woman on a date. He was 22, for goodness sake. What are your plans for Friday night?" Did that sound too forward? Maybe he should have just asked her to take a walk with him first or courted her a bit more before asking. "Mama always liked it when Pa brought flowers." Should he have done that? "Nothing that I know of," Katherine replied absently as she made notes for herself in the margins of one of her books. "Did you need something?" He definitely should have brought flowers. Well, I wanted to ask if you'd let me take you to dinner at the cafe. Her hand froze, and he could hear her swallow from where he stood across the counter. Dinner? Best to be direct, he reckoned. He was too far gone to turn back now. Yes, I'd like to take you on a dinner date Friday evening if you're free. It was a good thing she couldn't see his hands, as his palms had started sweating more than they ever did working the forge. Well, she said slowly as indecision raged in her eyes. I appreciate your asking, but I'm afraid I can't. The hope that had blossomed in him at his finally working up the courage to ask her sank like a ton of bricks to the bottom of the sea. Oh, all right. Rather than stand and bask in the awkwardness, he moved away from the counter and passed through the half door to the back of the smithy. It was only then he realized Pa stood in the storage room with the door wide open. As he met Robert's eye behind Katherine's back, his raised brow and sympathetic expression told Robert Pa had heard everything they'd said. With a shake of his head, Robert went on about the projects he had for the day, doing his best not to show Katherine the disappointment swirling in his chest. At least she worked in the front so it could dispel some of the awkwardness. Still, closing couldn't get there fast enough, as embarrassment and regret battled for the top position in his mind. If Katherine could somehow will the earth to open up and swallow her whole, she would. She left the smithy that afternoon feeling the weight of disappointment and regret pulsing through her whole body, but unable to do anything about it. Robert didn't deserve to be dragged into the mess she and Jeremiah found themselves in, and she knew any smart woman who let Robert Jones court her would no doubt fall in love. Then what would happen if the men Jeremiah owed found them? She'd been quietly saving her extra money every week, but it would take her years to pay off Jeremiah's debt. Not to mention, it would likely get the law involved, and Jeremiah might go to debtor's prison. No, best they let as few people into their lives as possible. She pushed through the heavy doors at closing time and shut them behind her. Letting out a deep breath, she swallowed back the tears that threatened in her eyes. Robert was a good man, and any woman would be lucky to have him. Straightening her shoulders, Katherine did her best to put it from her mind. There was no use dwelling on things that wouldn't be, and she told Jeremiah she'd go to the bank today and deposit some of the money he'd earned at the livery. If nothing else, he'd blossomed in Pine Creek. His lessons with Carissa had gone infinitely better than the ones she'd ever had with him, and it was hard to believe he was the same young man who'd gotten himself into so much trouble. Lost in her own thoughts, she didn't see the man in front of her until she'd collided with his shoulder. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see you there. Ralph Blackburn, the greasy drunk who'd come on to her during her first shift at the smithy, turned and flashed a yellowed smile. He reeked of liquor, so much so that Katherine's nose burned. Well, hello there, little missy. I wondered when I'd be seeing you around town. You get tired of staying in that fort of a smithy? Narrowing her eyes, Katherine took a step around him. Have a good day, Mr. Blackburn. She moved to take another step forward when he grabbed her upper arm. Now come on, you don't want to be rude, do you? You know, you really ought to smile more. You'd be so much prettier if you did. He appraised her head to toe and kept the disgusting grin on his face. I'm just making small talk. I didn't peg you for a princess type. He was baiting her, and she refused to give in. Jerking her arm from his grasp, Katherine took another step and nearly plowed right into Eddie Baker as she did so. Goodness, could this day get any worse? Eddie had been polite to her since he started working for Robert, but she still didn't trust that he'd changed so quickly. Leave her alone, Ralph. Eddie spoke in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the man she'd been told was his father's one and only friend. With what she'd heard about Mr. Baker, she could only imagine what carousing they got up to. Eddie stepped between her and Ralph Blackburn, almost equal in height. Ralph Blackburn guffawed, though his eyes held no mirth. You think you can disrespect me like that, boy? Get on back to your sandbox before I knock you to the ground. Better yet, I could just let your pa do it. Threaten all you want, Ralph. She hasn't done anything to you. Without turning, he gestured behind him. Go on, Katherine. He won't follow. Just then, Matthew Carmichael's familiar voice sounded from the boardwalk near the bank. "There a problem here?" Ralph spit on the ground at Eddie's feet. "Ain't done nothin' wrong, Sheriff." "Well now, seems to me I saw you take hold of Miss Jenkins's arm before Mr. Baker stepped in. I reckon you oughta get going, Ralph, and give the lady her space from now on." He calmly descended the steps, his thumbs tucked under his suspenders. Still, he held an air of strength that would make any man think twice. With a look that could wither a field full of bluebonnets, Ralph grunted and pushed his way past Eddie and Katherine to a decrepit-looking horse tethered outside the mercantile. He mounted the poor beast roughly, riding off to the south of town. "Probably going to drown his anger in a fifth of whiskey," Eddie grumbled as they all looked after him. Matthew approached Eddie and clapped him on the shoulder. "That showed some courage, Baker. You need me to go talk to your pa about what happened?" He eyed Eddie, and it was clear there was more passing between them than Katherine was privy to. "No, sir," Eddie said with a shake of his head. "Pa's in Lehigh today, anyway. Ralph will probably forget by the time he gets back." "All right, but let me know if you need anything." "Katherine, are you all right?" Ralph's grip on her arm had stung a bit, but it hadn't been there long enough to bruise. "I'm fine. Eddie, thank you for coming to my aid." She'd have gotten away from the man somehow, but the boy's help had been much appreciated. It was hard to believe he was the same one who'd called her a shrew and provoked Jeremiah. He shrugged, looking a bit uncomfortable. "I figure I owe you after starting that fight with Jeremiah. I'm sorry about that, by the way. I didn't know what I was talking about." Matthew studied them with a small smile on his lips. "I reckon my work here is done. Katherine, I'll see you at home later." With a tip of his hat, he turned and sauntered back toward his office. Turning her attention back to Eddie, Katherine shook her head. "It's all right, but I have to ask, why the change of heart?" He'd only been working with Robert a short time, yet he seemed like an entirely different young man than he had when they'd first arrived. "I guess I just got tired of being so angry all the time," Eddie replied. "That, and Robert's been talking to me a lot about different stories from the Bible. He asked me what kind of man I wanted to be, and I reckon it just made sense to stop being such a delinquent. I don't want to grow up to be Pa, so I have to be the one to change." His simple honesty struck Katherine to her core. She knew what it felt like to be angry, even if she didn't show it to most folks around her. "And you think learning about God has helped you with that?" "I guess," he said. "It's been interesting to learn how so many of the men from the Bible screwed up as often as I do." He chuckled. "Robert says if he can love them, he can love anyone." Wagons ambled by down the road in the town center while business owners flipped their signs from open to closed. Katherine's mind was nearly as busy as the streets around her. Eddie's words whirling inside. "Any thoughts on why he let you live the life you have if he loved you so much?" She didn't mean to poke holes in his newfound faith, but the situation he'd clearly had with his father was clear. If God loved him, why had he let him grow up that way? He shrugged again, looking every bit the youth he was each time he did so. "I reckon that's not for me to know, is it? I can't change the past, but I can learn from it. If nothing else, I know who I don't want to be. Anyway, I've got to head on home. With Pa in Lehigh, me and Mark are in charge of things at the homestead. I'll see you tomorrow." As he left, Katherine pondered his words in her head. He seemed so sure in being unsure. How was that possible, particularly when merely a month ago he'd been little more than a troublemaking kid doing his best to influence Jeremiah in the same direction? Was Robert's influence really that powerful? Did he have some sage wisdom that was responsible for Eddie's change of heart? Or was what Eddie said really all there was to it? Had he been able to let go of all the ways God had slighted him and used it to find some peace? Chapter 15. Uncle Jake cleared his throat to draw the attention of everyone sitting around Aunt Carissa's table at family dinner. He sat at one end with Aunt Beth, Pa, Mama, Uncle Matthew and Aunt Carissa. Grandpa Thomas and Nana Charlotte would return to New Orleans the next day, as the city had a 4th of July parade that weekend which Hope House always took the children to. At the moment, Both Grandpa and Nana sat with the children at the other end of the table to give their parents a break and spend a few precious moments with them. "If I could please have everyone's attention," Uncle Jake said as he stood. Robert caught his cousin Simon's eye where he sat next to his wife, Samantha, and raised his eyebrow. Simon shrugged and turned back to his father. As everyone got quiet, Uncle Jake wasted no time. "I've decided to sell some of the Circle H to the railroad company so they don't have to reroute the tracks around our land." Save for the babble of a few babies, no one spoke as wide eyes remained fixed on the cowboy before them. Catherine's surprised gaze met Robert's, but he was just as surprised as she was. Much of Uncle Jake's stubborn way had cooled over the years, but Robert would never have thought he'd sell even a sliver of his land. Simon stood so quickly that he knocked his chair backwards. "Pa, you can't be serious. We've spent months telling them and no, this doesn't make any sense." Uncle Jake put up a hand but spoke calmly. "Let me finish, son. Your mama and I have prayed long and hard about this. The Circle H is a prosperous ranch, but most of our money goes back into the operation. This will give us what we need to both make a few improvements we've put off for too long and expand the Freedmen's School. Paula and Violet have been making do in too small a space for too long, and I'd like to see that they have what they need." Paula, the wife of the Circle H's foreman Ray, had been teaching at the Freedmen's School on the ranch's property since they built it years before. With all the ranches in the area, not to mention the sawmill, there had been more and more Black and Mexican children to teach. Nicholas's wife, Violet, had been helping there since she sat for the teacher exam a year or so before. About 10 years before, his whole family had fought hard to allow the children of Black and Mexican families to go to school with the white children, but the town had voted it down. In response, they'd worked with those families to build the Freedmen's School. They'd done the best they could, but the last Robert had heard from Violet, more room was definitely needed. Malachi spoke up then. "Pa, that's admirable, but will the noise of the trains bother the herd? I know that was a problem with the oil rigs." "This is an entirely different situation than the oil rigs," Uncle Jake replied. "Wilson Oil never had Pine Creek's best interest in mind, but I'm convinced the railroad company will work with us to ensure we don't have the same problems. Not to mention, the railroad being here will make a big difference for the businesses in the area." His eyes rested on Robert, then Helen and Rose, then Jesse, and finally Pa. "That means something too, and once I got through my selfishness, it made a whole lot of sense." Pa's eyes met Uncle Jake's, his expression unreadable. "You sure? It's going to happen no matter what, and I don't want you to regret selling some of your land. It is your boy's inheritance, after all. They'll have plenty of land to fight over when I'm gone," he said with a wink down the table. "Lily too, if she wants it." He took Aunt Beth's hand. "As it is, this is what we feel like the Lord has asked us to do." Pa nodded, a small smile on his lips. "Then you just let us know when you need help pulling fences in and making those improvements around the ranch. We're all here to help." With that, Uncle Jake sat back down, and conversation slowly started up again. As he often did, Robert quietly observed the scene around him. Much as she had at the festival, Katherine looked at ease in her spot next to Emily as they discussed news from the bakery with Helen and Rose. Helen babbled on regarding her first column, and normally Robert couldn't be more proud of his sister. Still, it wasn't her achievements that held his attention, it was the young woman across from her who'd turned him down for a date the week before. Things hadn't been as awkward over the past week as he'd thought it would be, as Katherine seemed determined to keep things normal. If she could do it, so could he. At least she seemed to have come around to Eddie Baker working for the smithy, especially now that Robert was considering asking him if he'd like to apprentice with him when he finished school. Conversation around him flowed, but Robert wasn't interested. He picked at his roast and potatoes, acutely aware of every move Katherine made no matter how much he tried to ignore it. She laughed at something his sister said, and Robert glanced up again to find her looking in his direction. Their eyes met for only a second before she jerked hers back down, but he'd caught the look he saw there. It wasn't a look of indifference. He'd respect Katherine's answer, but the suspicion he'd held since they arrived that there was much more to their story had settled firmly in his gut. There was more, and if it had any potential to hurt Katherine or Jeremiah, he'd find out what it was. Chapter 16. Jeremiah, if you don't hurry up we're going to be late, Katherine said as she placed her hands on her hips. Miss Perkins agreed to come in and retest you, so don't make her regret it. The truth was, she was nervous as a cat around a litter of puppies and fought the urge to pace the parlor while she waited for her brother. A gentle hand settled on her arm and Carissa spoke softly. You don't need to worry, he's going to have improved. I've never seen a student take to the techniques I've been teaching him so quickly. It had been nearly a month since Carissa started working with Jeremiah. It was over 6 weeks since they'd arrived, and she was right that he'd improved greatly. After his fight with Eddie, something seemed to flip in him, and he'd started acting more like a version of the Jeremiah she'd once known. He was still different, maturing somehow, but she recognized the little brother she'd always adored. Thank you, Carissa. That means the world, coming from you. Carissa smiled warmly. It's been my pleasure. Boots sounded at the top of the stairs, and Katherine let out the breath she'd been holding. Jeremiah appeared, looking nearly as nervous as she was, but clearly tried to hide it. I'm ready, let's get going. Not so fast, Carissa said as she rushed to the kitchen. Returning, she held out 2 wrapped sandwiches toward the siblings. You can't take a placement test on an empty stomach, and your poor sister is likely to pace a hole in the ground outside the church if she doesn't have something to occupy her. Carissa winked before taking Jeremiah by the shoulders. No matter what happens, I'm proud of you. You've come leaps and bounds since we started working together, and all I care about is that you do your best. Jeremiah nodded, his affection for their hostess clear. Thank you. His voice was thick, as though he held back tears. Thank you for everything. Waving a hand in front of her, Carissa scoffed. You've done all the work, and we'll be continuing our sessions no matter what that test says today. Remember what I told you, the Lord has already gone before you and knows the outcome. You don't have to worry. He nodded, and Katherine wondered if her brother had taken on the faith of the Carmichaels in the time they'd been staying there. If he could do it, good for him. Eddie's words from the day he'd stepped between her and Ralph Blackburn echoed in her mind. Maybe Jeremiah could move past their poor fortune the way Eddie had. If the boys could, why couldn't she seem to? The walk to the church and Jeremiah's time sitting for his retake seemed to pass both in a blur and as though time had been slowed down. How both were possible at once, she had no idea. Sometime near noon she heard the telltale squeak of the church doors and Jeremiah's familiar shuffle from her spot sitting on the bottom step. She shot to her feet and turned, eyes trained on his face for any indication of how the test had gone. Unsure what exactly to say, she simply raised a brow in question. A grin spread over Jeremiah's face, matched by the one on Miss Perkins as she stepped out onto the landing behind him. I improved by 2 grade levels, he said proudly as Katherine flew up the steps to pull him into her arms. Miss Perkins said she hardly believes it. He's right, the teacher affirmed. When Carissa asked me to retest him, I truly thought there was no way he'd have made such marked improvements in such a short period of time. I was wrong. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Excellent job, Jeremiah. Keep working with Carissa, and I'll test you again before school starts. It wouldn't surprise me if you're no longer behind by then. Her attention turned to Katherine. You should be very proud of him. I am, Katherine answered with tears in her eyes. I couldn't be more proud. In fact, I think I'll take him for celebratory treats at the bakery to show him just how proud. She pulled away but kept an arm around him, squeezing him probably harder than was comfortable, but he didn't complain. They made their way out of the churchyard and down into the street to walk back towards the town center. Cade had given her the whole morning off, so she still had an hour or so. As they did, a group of men that looked to be railroad workers approached. There were 3 of them, 2 with dark mustaches and thick mops of hair, while the other was bald and thick. The 2 mustached men looked familiar to her, but she couldn't place them. The hair on the back of her neck stood up, and she wondered if she even wanted to remember. Jeremiah stopped short roughly 10 feet from the men, shooting his gaze toward the ground. He grabbed her arm and squeezed, his hand shaking. Katherine, don't look at them, he murmured. It was too little too late, as the 3 men paused their strides. Well, the bald one said, ain't today our lucky day? Fellas, reckon Davenport'll give us a bonus for returning this little twit to him? Jeremiah's whole body shook, and Katherine was struck with an overwhelming need to protect him. Excuse you, sir. I believe you have the wrong person. If you'll kindly move, we'll be on our way. They'd formed somewhat of a wall blocking Katherine and Jeremiah from moving forward, and now they laughed. I remember you from the boarding house, one of the mustached men said. You're his big sister, right? That's where she knew them from. A few months before they left Dallas, the two had come and stayed with them for a week. Both made her incredibly uncomfortable, but she'd done her best to just do her job and stay away from them. What's it to you? Jeremiah squeezed her arm tighter. Katherine, just go. Let me deal with them. Had he lost his mind? It'd be over her dead body she'd run away with her tail between her legs and leave him at the mercy of these men who set every nerve she had on edge. Absolutely not. See, the bald man answered, that fire would have been useful in getting your brother to pay his debts to Marshal Davenport. Now, well, I guess we could think of other uses for it. Marshal Davenport. Why did that name sound so familiar? Suddenly, newspaper headlines from Dallas flashed through her mind. He'd evaded law enforcement for years, but he'd made headlines numerous times for his alleged misdeeds. Her head whipped around to face her brother. Marshal Davenport? That's who you owe money to? Fear sluiced through her at the memory of the crimes attributed to the man. He was known to be incredibly cruel and had more money and resources than they could ever dream. The $500 was a drop in the bucket to him, but no doubt he'd kill for it now that he knew where Jeremiah was. The sound of wagon wheels filled the air, and Katherine's heart lifted just a little. Please, if there is a God and you care at all, please let that be someone who can help us. Hello there, fellas, Robert's deep voice boomed from the wagon. Katherine turned and spotted both his large frame and Eddie hopping down from the wagon he just pulled to a stop. In addition, Pastor Alex had descended the church steps and headed their way. Between Robert and Pastor Alex, they had two of the three beefiest men in Pine Creek. Cade would round out the trio if he were there. There any trouble here? One of the men from Dallas grumbled behind her just as the bald one spoke again. What's it to you? Pastor Alex met the group just as Robert and Eddie did. Can I help you gentlemen with something? His voice was calm, but his tone held the tiniest bit of steel. He might be a man of the cloth, but Katherine realized the Right Reverend might be a bear if needed. The bald man held up his hands with a smirk. I see how it's gonna be. He turned his attention to Jeremiah. You can't have a posse with you all the time, boy. Davenport'll have his due, or he'll have him a new trophy. A shiver ran down Katherine's spine at the threat, not to mention the fact that he'd been so callous with it in front of witnesses. This was a man with little to lose and everything to gain. She narrowed her eyes at the set of cold, calculating ones before her and took Jeremiah's hand. If nothing else, he'd know Jeremiah had support. He looked her up and down, smirk still firmly set. As he opened his mouth to speak, a large hand settled on her shoulder. The bald man looked above her head, and she noticed the first flash of fear there. Robert spoke again, this time in an even lower, more menacing tone. I imagine you boys were on your way to the saloon. You might oughta get going. Without another word, all three moved around their group and headed toward the saloon, whispering amongst themselves along the way. As soon as they were out of earshot, Katherine whipped her attention back toward Jeremiah. Marshal Davenport? Her words came out in a hiss. What were you thinking? Were she not so scared for his life, she could have throttled him. I think, Robert said before Jeremiah had a chance to speak, we should continue this conversation with my uncle down at the sheriff's office. It appears it's time to share the rest of the story. Both Katherine and Jeremiah nodded while Robert turned back to Eddie. Will you take the wagon on to the smithy? Tell Pa what's happened, and I'll be there when I can. Yes, sir, Eddie said with a sympathetic nod towards Jeremiah. Let me know if I can help. Katherine hadn't let go of her brother's arm, but as they walked she realized he'd started shaking. She might have as well, but her nerves were somehow steadied by the large hand that remained in place on her shoulder. Whether Robert realized he still had his arm around her, she didn't know, but she flashed back to the moments on the Dallas streets with her father. In the most terrifying moment, she felt safe for the first time in years, and that knowledge grounded her as they continued their trek to the sheriff's office with Pastor Alex in tow. "I didn't mean for it to happen," Jeremiah said from his spot in Uncle Matthew's living room. They'd stayed at his aunt and uncle's place for the entire afternoon as Matthew and Malachi had needed to take a trip over to Hunter's Gap to help out with a prisoner transfer. Katherine had barely spoken all afternoon, even as Robert had done his best to get her mind off of things. Aunt Carissa entered and offered Robert some tea, but tea was the last thing on his mind. Seeing those railmen in their predatory stance had nearly been enough to send Robert charging in like a bull. He'd never been accused of a quick temper, but the tension in Katherine's stance as he'd approached sent dread into his gut. Katherine placed her hand on her brother's shoulder. They sat together on the sofa while Uncle Matthew sat across from them in his wingback chair. The scene was eerily similar to the night they arrived in town, though this time Robert felt less curiosity and more dread for what Jeremiah would say. The front door opened, and Emily stepped through. Her eyes widened at the sight of them all in the living room, and she shut the door quickly behind her. "Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll just head upstairs." "No," Katherine said quickly, "please stay. It's time everyone knew the truth, and it could affect you too." She turned her attention on Jeremiah as Emily joined them on the sofa. Katherine's expression was one of both fire and compassion. "Start from the beginning, Ja. There are pieces to this even I apparently don't know." Closing his eyes for a second, Jeremiah began. "Our parents died in a fire when I was 12 years old. They were good parents, but we never had any extra money. I'd done some odd jobs over the years delivering papers and running errands for shop owners, but they never pulled in much more than a few coins." Uncle Matthew nodded, focused intently on the boy. "What did your pa do for a living?" "He wasn't a skilled laborer, so he did quite a few different things. He worked in a sawmill for a while. He laid track for the railroad. He even tried his hand at coal mining." Katherine spoke up then. "He couldn't continue with coal mining because it gave him a wicked lung infection. The doctor told him he'd die if he kept working there. Still, we never went without food or shelter. Our parents occasionally went to bed hungry so we wouldn't, but they took good care of us." The clock on the wall struck 9 o'clock and chimed. Jeremiah took a deep breath and continued. "When the apartments caught fire, it all happened so fast. Katherine worked across the street for a laundress, so she saw the place go up in flames. By the time we got word down the street at the lot where we played baseball, the building was already a goner. It was that night that she gave up everything to take care of me." Tears ran down Katherine's face, and Robert wished he could pull her into his arms to comfort her. It wasn't the time. She wouldn't welcome it, but he wished for it nonetheless. "I told the police that I would take responsibility for him, and they had so many children to place that they didn't argue too much. Someone from the city came to check up on him at school a few weeks later. By then I'd gotten the job at the boarding house, and we had a safe place to live." Where had they been in the meantime? Robert didn't ask, for fear of the answer. "Things chugged along for a while," Jeremiah said, "but I could see the hardship it was on Katherine. She worked from sunup to sundown and beyond every day, while Mrs. Smith lazed around and refused to lift a finger. She didn't have time to go search for another job because she never had any time off." He studied his hands. "The day I came home from school and spotted her asleep at the kitchen table where she folded linens was the day I vowed to do what I could to help. That's when 2 of the men you saw today came to stay at the boarding house. They said they were brothers," Katherine said. "Was that true?" Jeremiah shrugged. "As far as I know. They asked if I wanted to make some money quick, and I figured I could see what they had and just leave if it felt like a scam. They took me down the street to one of the saloons known for their card games, and that's where I met Marshall Davenport." Uncle Matthew's posture stiffened. "Of course." At Aunt Carissa's befuddled look, he explained. Marshall has his hand in more than one unsavory operation in this part of Texas, but he's slippery as an eel. The Texas Rangers have been trying to pin something on him for a couple of years, but he keeps a tight network. His brow furrowed as he turned back to Jeremiah. Keep going. I'm real interested in what he would want with a boy. Technically, I owe him money. Jeremiah wrung his hands and glanced at Katherine before continuing. But there's more. The mood in the room shifted as surprise and hurt crossed Katherine's face. Whatever Jeremiah was about to say, she'd be learning it alongside the rest of them. I overheard something I shouldn't have, Jeremiah said. He was talking to another one of his men at the saloon, and I heard him say something about the government sticking their nose where it didn't belong. He talked about bringing something in from Asia and that they were trying to create laws against it. Uncle Matthew settled back in his chair. Any idea what they were importing? Not for sure, Jeremiah said. He talked about sending some men to California to pick up a shipment, but that they'd have to be careful because San Francisco had cracked down. Opium, most likely, Uncle Matthew replied. I'd heard rumors that there were some unscrupulous businessmen trying to recreate the success of California's opium dens further east. I just didn't realize Marshall Davenport had his hand in that too. A chill ran down Robert's spine at the thought of what a man like Davenport might do if he got hold of Jeremiah. It wouldn't happen. They wouldn't let it, but the fact that these two were in danger lit a fire in him that wouldn't extinguish until they were safe again. Katherine's voice shook as she spoke. Jeremiah, why didn't you tell me about this? We'd have gone further east, we'd have dash. That's why, Jeremiah replied. I didn't want to tell you until we left Dallas because I wanted to protect you. The less you knew, the better. I do owe him money from a game of cards I lost, but I exaggerated the amount. I knew if you could somehow make a deal to pay it off, you would. We needed to get out of town. But why didn't you tell me later? Her hands shook as hard as her voice, and Robert knew she understood the gravity of the situation. You were happy here, Jeremiah said quietly. I figured if Davenport thought I left town, he'd leave me alone. We didn't need to go any further, and you hadn't had real friends since you had to start taking care of me. I didn't want to do one more thing to make your life harder. Not only was Katherine crying, but now Aunt Carissa and Emily were too. They talked for a few more moments before Uncle Matthew decided they could stop for the evening. I think we all need some rest, and I need to give this some thought and prayer. Jeremiah, it's admirable that you wanted to make things easier on your sister, but now Davenport's men know you're here. If they're working for the railroad, they probably haven't done much for him, but they could still get word back to him. He stood up, extending a hand for Aunt Carissa to rise as well. Everyone go on to bed. Get a good night's sleep, and we'll meet tomorrow morning at the sheriff's office to come up with a plan. Chapter 17. Katherine sighed as she stepped out onto the porch after Robert that evening. Emily had gone up to bed, as had Jeremiah. She'd offered to walk Robert out, as the night's heat wasn't nearly as oppressive as all she'd learned that evening. I don't know what to do. Pausing before he reached the top step, Robert turned to face her in the evening light. His hulking frame was just an outline in the darkness, but she knew without being able to see that she'd find compassion in his expression. She always did, and it was one of the things she liked about the gentle giant before her. He held out his hands and placed them on either side of her upper arms. With a gentle tug, he pulled her in close, and she allowed herself to settle in his embrace. It felt good, at least for the moment, to allow him to hold her and chase some of the fear away. Tears slid down her cheeks, the ones she'd done her best to hold at bay until Jeremiah went up to his room. I'm so scared. I'm scared too, Robert said softly. But I have to trust that God brought y'all here for a reason. There has to be a way out of this. God. Ever since her talk with Eddie, Katherine had wondered if she'd been wrong all along. What makes you so sure that God even exists? Robert didn't seem shocked at her question. He just pulled back gently and took her hand, leading her over to the rocking chairs on that end of the porch. I don't remember a time I wasn't taught about God, to be honest. The things he's brought my family through, the miracles he's done in our lives, it's all too much to ignore. And what about if he hadn't brought your family through those things? What if you felt like your lives were just one difficulty after another? Her doubts might disgust him, as strong in his faith as he was, but they were her honest questions. She wouldn't hide them, especially now that everything else was out in the open. Robert still held her hand and squeezed it then. Honestly? I don't know. When Pa got out of prison, those are some of the same questions he asked himself. Her head whipped around, despite the fact that he couldn't see her. Your Pa was in prison? What for? She couldn't imagine quiet, patient Cade Jones behind bars. My grandfather was an outlaw, and Pa got wrapped up in it for a while. He didn't want to, but it was the only way to protect Aunt Carissa and Aunt Beth. When the law finally caught up to my grandfather, Pa had to go to prison for a few years to pay for his crimes, too. He paused for a second as the information sunk in. He became convinced there was a God while still in prison, but he couldn't reconcile any piece of him but that of justice. It took him a while to realize that there was more to God than only justice, there was also grace. But if God had so much grace for him, why'd he allow him to get wrapped up in your grandfather's crimes? Why did he have to protect your aunts in the first place if God was capable of doing it himself? That part had never made sense to her. It just wasn't fair why they'd barely scraped by their entire life while others had lived in comfort. Why did she have to work so many hours that Jeremiah found himself at a card table with one of the most powerful criminals in Texas? A cool breeze wafted through the warm air and felt nice on her cheeks. Robert settled back in his rocking chair for a moment, not answering right away. I suppose at some point he stopped worrying about what was fair and what wasn't. We don't know why God does the things he does, why he allows what he allows, but he gives us hope in spite of it all. When Jesus died on the cross for us, he not only took on our sins, he felt every pain we ever would. Our perspective is an earthly one, but his is eternal. He knows we're only here for a short time, and I reckon he uses those difficulties to bring us closer to him. That doesn't feel very loving, she replied before thinking. Oh well, it was the truth. Best he knew her true thoughts about his God, especially when he fancied himself interested in her. I can see why you feel that way. His voice was calm, patient, as though she hadn't spent the last 10 minutes trying to poke holes in his faith. But would it really be more loving to plow down all the obstacles in someone's way? Aren't there some things we need to experience in order to learn? We make our own choices, just like Jeremiah did going into that saloon, and sometimes we have to live with the consequences of those choices. Unfortunately, sometimes others do too. I wish you hadn't had to work so hard over the years just to survive, Katherine, but I don't believe it's made you a victim. It's made you stronger, kinder, more empathetic. Jeremiah will learn from this, too. He'll learn that good intentions only go so far, and they must be tempered with wisdom. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was like a child learning not to touch a hot stove. A parent could warn them away all they wanted, but sometimes they still broke through and burned their hand. As much as she'd like to keep Jeremiah out of all kinds of trouble, experience was sometimes his best teacher. I suppose that makes sense, but what about circumstances not of our own making? That, Robert said sadly, is where the world being a sinful place comes in. When I talked about God having a heavenly perspective, that's part of what I meant. The way my grandpa Thomas described it to me was in terms of one bad apple spoiling the rest of the bushel. Sin does that here on earth. It separated us from God and brought hurt and pain. Still, he hasn't left us without hope here on earth. He loved us too much for that, even though he knows our lives here are only a breath in the span of eternity. She didn't know how to respond, but she felt something in her heart starting to shift. Really, she hadn't received any answers, but the things he said felt a little more welcome than they once would have. The mystery was a little less scary. Can I take some time and think on everything you said? She'd never been a woman who needed to talk out every little thing, preferring to stew on something before putting it out there. Of course, he said as he stood. Only then did he let go of her hand, and its absence felt somehow wrong. Anytime you want to talk, I'm here. His boots clapped on the porch as he waved
Goodbye.
and jogged down the steps. As he headed off toward the smithy where his small apartment was located, Katherine was again struck with what a calm and steady husband he would be. On one hand, she could kick herself for turning down his dinner invitation, particularly now that everything was out in the open anyway. On the other, the chasm between his deeply held beliefs and her doubts felt insurmountable in the dark of night. Still, something about his words resonated with her. Was God really with her as she watched the only home she'd ever known burn down with her parents inside? Had he had a hand in keeping her and Jeremiah together, even in the hardship that followed? If she looked hard enough, would it become evident that he'd been with them all along? For some reason, that idea both terrified and comforted her. It was as if the two emotions walked alongside each other within her, rather than warring like she might have thought. Was it possible that the hurt of her life and the grace of Robert's God somehow coexist? She didn't know, but she would ponder that very thing as she climbed the stairs and drifted off to sleep. "I've sent off a wire to the Texas Ranger office in Dallas," Uncle Matthew said as he poured himself a cup of strong black coffee. Katherine sat in one of the metal chairs in the sheriff's office while Jeremiah and Robert leaned against the windowsills opposite each other. Malachi sat behind his desk, listening intently so as to get up to speed on all that had happened. "I also checked in with Mr. Warden over at the saloon. The names those fellas gave were Petey and Jeb Dunlap." Malachi leaned back in his seat and crossed his arms over his chest. "I understand what Jeremiah overheard, but are we certain Davenport is even looking for him?" He turned to Jeremiah. "He definitely knows you were eavesdropping?" "He does," Jeremiah replied grimly. "I was trying to back out of the room slowly and knocked into a chair. As soon as the legs scraped across the floor, he looked up. I've never run so fast in my life as I did back out of the saloon that night. The two men we saw in town, the ones who knew where we were staying, weren't there at the time. I didn't want to lead Davenport back to Katherine, so I hid in an alleyway until I was certain they hadn't followed me. Then, I took the longest path home I could think of. It was morning before I returned." The poor kid. He'd made some pretty massive mistakes, but he loved his sister and seemed to have really been trying to make things better for her. "Did you ever actually make any money in the card games?" "I did," Jeremiah replied. "It wasn't much, but it was enough that I could get myself some new shoes before Katherine noticed the soles had gotten worn down too badly. I stuffed as much money as I could into the box in Katherine's room that she'd been saving hers in, hoping she wouldn't notice if I just did it slowly enough." The woman in question stood and crossed the room to her brother. "I'm sorry I made you feel like you needed to help me. It wasn't your job to provide for us." "It wasn't yours either," Jeremiah replied. Uncle Matthew took a sip of his coffee before guiding them back on track. "So Davenport knew you overheard his plan regarding the opium. Did you hear anything about how he planned to get the shipments here from California? That's the part one haven't figured out." Suddenly, it was as if a light bulb clicked on inside Robert's brain as the puzzle pieces slid into place. The railroad. Everyone turned to face him, varying levels of confusion on their faces. "We've been thinking the men in town were just gig workers for Davenport, but what if they're more involved than we thought? What if he plans to use the railroad expansion to transport the opium and has planted employees with the railroad to make it happen?" Malachi and Uncle Matthew met each other's eyes and nodded. "Well, son," Uncle Matthew said, "I think you've just broken open our case. I can't believe that didn't occur to me." "You've said for years Rob out to be a lawman," Malachi said with a chuckle. "So where does that leave these two?" He gestured towards Katherine and Jeremiah, uncertainty written all over the former's face. Setting his cup down, Uncle Matthew thought for a moment. "They're safe with us, at least for now. It didn't appear that the Dunlap brothers knew anything beyond that you owed Davenport money, so I don't know that you're in immediate danger. I'm going to contact the Texas Rangers in Dallas, but if our suspicions are correct, they'll likely bring in reinforcements." Robert stood up straighter. "What kind of reinforcements?" In years past, the U.S. Marshals would have handled any potential drug smuggling across state or territory lines. Nowadays, it wouldn't surprise me if the Army's brought in. Katherine's eyes went wide. "The Army? Will Jeremiah be in trouble for the gambling?" "No," Uncle Matthew said quickly. "They won't care about that. He will be a key witness, though." That time, it was Jeremiah's turn to question. What does a key witness do? You'll give a deposition regarding what you heard from Marshal Davenport, and that means we'll need to keep you safe. No doubt the Army will assign you a detail of your own for your protection until the investigation is concluded. Robert could see Katherine's shoulders begin to shake, and he crossed the room without thought. Placing one hand on her shoulder and another on Jeremiah's, he addressed them both. We're going to do everything we can to keep Jeremiah safe, you have my word. Turning to her specifically, he locked eyes with the woman he'd come to care about so deeply. I'm going to do everything I can to make this better. You're not alone here, Uncle Matthew said. You have a family now. I can see it running through your mind to leave, but I'm going to highly suggest you don't. We can keep a watch on things here, but if you leave you'll be defenseless. As tears sprung to Katherine's eyes, and she took Jeremiah's hand, she nodded. We'll stay. Relief settled inside Robert at the knowledge they wouldn't up and leave in the middle of the night. You're not going to regret this. As the Lord as my witness, I promise he'll be safer here than anywhere else. As much as he wished he could promise complete safety, that wasn't something he could give. As it was, they could keep watch over Jeremiah in Pine Creek. It was some small comfort that Katherine didn't appear to be in danger, but he knew beyond any doubt that she'd take a bullet for her brother if the situation arose. Just as he would for Helen, just as he would for the both of them. We will pray, and we will work day and night to see him through this. You know, she said as tears continued to flow softly down her cheek, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm starting to think the prayer might be the most important part of that. The words were like music to his ears, though he knew she had a long way to go before they could build a relationship on any sort of a faith foundation. He removed his hand from Jeremiah's shoulder and placed it on her cheek, unconcerned at the audience present. That it is, my dear. That it is. At that, Malachi cleared his throat with a chuckle. Well, if that's all for now, I reckon we've got some wires to send. That is, if we're not interrupting you too. He winked at Robert, his smirk failing to cause the least bit of embarrassment. I reckon you'd better, Robert said as he smiled softly at Katherine. We can finish this later. He lowered his voice and leaned toward Katherine, loving the pretty pink blush that rose up in her cheeks. Count on it. Chapter 18. 2 Sundays later, Katherine and Emily approached the church just as the bell rang from the steeple and an unfamiliar hymn rose up from the piano. I hate being late to church, Emily said. The back door squeaks something awful, and Grandpa Thomas always says it's the church's way of getting us there on time. At least they're still singing, Katherine replied as they moved closer. Besides, today being late wasn't our fault. She gestured to the berry pies they carried for the church's lunch picnic, pies they'd waited on for Carissa after they baked slower than planned. Jeremiah, Matthew, and Carissa had left about 10 minutes before Emily and Katherine, as Carissa had to make an announcement preceding the service regarding a service project they'd be starting soon. Emily shrugged but clearly still looked uncomfortable at the idea of their tardiness. You're right, some habits just run deep. Growing up, being late was wholly unacceptable unless it was completely unavoidable, so it just always makes me a little itchy. She winked, and they approached her family's wagon where the rest of the food they brought that morning Saturday. I noticed you and Robert have been having more and more porch chats recently. Care to share anything about that? A blush rose up in Katherine's cheeks as she thought about their conversations, precious to her in their simplicity. I never realized anyone, particularly a man, would understand me the way he does. Her motivations, even those Katherine didn't quite understand herself, seemed perfectly clear to Robert. He could put words to things she'd have had to mull over for days. He's a special one, that Robert. Emily grinned. He's quiet, but it means he's always studying those around him. Not to mention, he's incredibly talented at puzzles. It wouldn't surprise me if he's been trying to figure you out since that day he found you two stowed away on the train. She paused, her eyes kind. It's nice to be understood. Indeed, it is. Despite their current circumstances, it had been nice to see him around the house often. I have to admit that seeing him every day as he helps watch over Jeremiah has been nice. He's been around at the smithy, but he's often in and out or working on projects. How's Jeremiah settling into his security detail? Ever since the Dunlap brothers had threatened her brother outside the saloon that day, he'd had at least one man with him at all times. She knew it had grown tiresome for him, but they had no choice until they had more information on whether Marshal Davenport was after Jeremiah for what he'd overheard. It annoys him, to be sure, but after all that Malachi learned from the authorities in Dallas, he has no choice. The day after Jeremiah had come clean, Malachi had taken the cargo train from the sawmill to Dallas and questioned the Texas Ranger outfit there about the Dunlaps. Apparently, they worked more closely with Davenport than they'd previously hoped and had even gone by different names in different cities over the years, as they did his bidding. Dunlap wasn't their real name either, but it was what they'd been calling themselves. Emily took Catherine's pie from her and set it next to the other one. I wish they could just go ahead and arrest them. Malachi said the artist renderings the Rangers had were dead ringers, but they just haven't been able to pin anything on them specifically. I understand that folks are innocent until proven guilty. I just worry for Jeremiah. You and me both, Katherine replied with a sigh as she looked out over the creek situated behind the cluster of wagons. Another hymn rose from inside the church by then, but she wasn't in a rush to get inside just yet. The fresh air did her good, and for some reason, God felt as near to her out here as he did inside the church. For once in her life, that was something she craved, though she couldn't articulate the feeling. Your mama says we just have to keep praying and trust God that he's brought us to this and he'll bring us through it. It still baffles me that he cares at all, especially when Jeremiah brought some of this on himself. She and Carissa had been reading through the book of Ruth over the past few weeks. Katherine hadn't made any sort of a profession of faith, but her heart that had once been hard as stone felt softer by the day to the things of the Lord. That's grace, Emily replied. None of us deserve it, but he sure does give it. Not to say that we don't have to live with the consequences of our actions, and sometimes those of others, but at least he goes before us. She developed somewhat of a mile-long stare, their lateness to service apparently forgotten as she studied the creek as well. It's the actions of others that are sometimes the hardest to reconcile. The look on her friend's face was one Katherine saw often. Whenever she thought no one was watching, or when something jogged a memory, her eyes would glaze over a bit. Something on your mind? She never liked to pry, but she and Emily had grown close over the summer. She hated to think her friend was hurting while no one noticed. She knew well that the squeaky wheel received the grease, even when the quiet one desperately needed it. Jared, from wherever her thoughts had gone, Emily shook her head. No, nothing you should concern yourself with. Besides, we're late enough as it is. With that, she turned and hurried toward the church as Katherine followed. Well, that was that. If Emily wasn't ready to share whatever occupied her thoughts, it wasn't right to push her. She'd just have to trust that, just like Jeremiah, it was out of her hands. Robert followed his father out of the church behind the rest of his family. He'd spotted Katherine and Emily enter, but they'd been late and sat in the back. A twinge of disappointment had hit him as he'd looked at the empty seat beside him, but he swallowed it down. They were moving in the right direction, but they had a long road to walk before they could begin a courtship of any official nature. Still, he did plan on declaring his intentions once more. His hunch was that Katherine returned his feelings, but if all she needed him to be was a friend, he'd like to know that. Glancing around the churchyard, he spotted the woman in question standing next to Emily, Eddie, and Jeremiah toward the corner of the church building. The women listened intently as the boys told a story of some sort, no doubt embellished with the exuberance of youth. Jeremiah was growing into a fine young man, but both he and Eddie had a tendency to exaggerate a story into a slightly better one. Pa placed a hand on his shoulder. You've done well with Eddie, son. With Jeremiah and Katherine, too. Were it not for your patience, I don't know that any of them would be sensitive to what the Lord wants to teach them today. Gratitude welled up in Robert. Thanks for trusting me, Pa. If I hadn't been able to hire them, none of it would have been possible. Just then, a movement across the creek caught his eye. A masked man had raised a pistol and aimed it straight toward the corner of the church where Katherine and Jeremiah stood with Eddie and Emily. A woman screamed, though the sound echoed as if traveling through a tunnel. Robert didn't know when his feet started moving, but already they covered the ground between him and the shooter. Sprinting to the edge of the creek, he used his long stride to leap over the water as best he could. The shot rang out, sending Robert's heart into the pit of his stomach as he tackled the shooter to the ground. Women's screams, men's shouts, and the sound of additional boots rushing his direction all swirled in his consciousness as he quickly wrestled the man into submission. There were many times in his life he'd been grateful for his size, and this moment was one of them. Quickly taking control of the weapon, Robert tossed it out of reach and flipped the man onto his belly. Just as he had both hands held behind the man's back and his face shoved into the dirt, Uncle Matthew's voice cut through the haze. "That's it, Robert. I'll take it from here." He pulled his handcuffs from his belt and fastened them around the perpetrator's wrists as Malachi ripped off the bandana over his face, to see Mark Baker. Sweat ran down his face and his brown eyes went wide in fear at the sight of Malachi, Robert, and Uncle Matthew. Mark was Eddie's younger brother, and Robert thought he was the same age as Jeremiah. Robert's surprise was keen as he lifted himself up, having expected to see one of the Dunlap brothers under the cloth. The thought of them jogged his mind back to the present, and his head whipped around at the crowd gathered near the corner of the church. Katherine. Jeremiah. Mark Baker forgotten. He broke into a run once more and leapt over the creek just as Edie rushed forward with the black canvas bag she pulled from their wagon. "Out of the way," Edie said confidently as she pushed her way through the crowd. Excuse me. Robert lost sight of her for the split second it took him to push through the fray as well, not nearly as polite as his cousin had been. Edie knelt on the ground next to where Katherine and Jeremiah slowly rose from a crumpled heap of limbs and torsos. Seeing her move calmed him until he spotted the blood oozing from her upper arm. "Katherine," he breathed through gritted teeth as he fought the warring urges to pull her into his arms and pummel Mark Baker despite his young age. Thankfully, Jeremiah didn't appear to have been hit. Kneeling on the other side of Edie, he wrapped his arm around Katherine to hold her steady. After a quick examination, his cousin spoke softly. "I'll need to stitch this up in the clinic, but it doesn't appear to be more than a graze. Katherine, can you stand?" The woman in question nodded, but there was no way Robert was letting her walk a step until Edie had fully looked her over. "I'll help," he said as he placed his other arm below her knees and stood to his feet. Katherine kicked her legs a little and made moves to get down. "I can walk, Robert." "Jeremiah, are you all right?" The boy still sat on the ground, squinting as he studied them. I think so." Edie held out a hand and helped him to his feet. "I'd like to watch you for a bit at the clinic, too." "Did you hit your head on the way down?" "He did," Emily replied quickly. Katherine pushed him out of the way just as the shot fired, and his head bounced off the ground just there. She pointed at a dirt patch beside her feet. Nodding, Edie locked eyes with her husband, Lucas. "Take the kids to Mama and Papa's, I'll meet y'all there after I finish." She turned back to Robert and raised an eyebrow. "You ready?" With a firm hold still on Katherine, a bit of the blood from her arm seeping onto his shirt, he nodded. "Ready?" "Robert," Katherine said with an exasperated sigh. "I really am fine to walk." As the crowd parted, he followed Edie and Jeremiah through them. Robert lowered his voice to little more than a whisper. "If I stay here and get another glimpse at the fella who did this, Edie might be dealing with more than just a minor bullet wound." Whether Mark was a hired gun or had his own score to settle, he didn't know or care at the moment. He needed to leave the scene even more than she did, and carrying her gave him the purpose he sorely needed to distract him from the rage that had replaced the fear inside of him. The shock crossed her face, but it was quickly replaced with understanding. He took her quick nod as permission to carry her over to the clinic, doing everything he could to avoid looking over his shoulder at the shooter who could have easily killed her or Jeremiah. Until that point, the threat against them had been more theoretical than pressing, but that was no longer the case. Emily followed behind, as did Aunt Carissa. When the latter reached his side, she addressed the woman in his arms. "Don't you even think about trying to run," she said softly. "We're in this with you, and we'd just come after you both." The thought of this spooking Katherine into taking Jeremiah away in the night hadn't even occurred to him yet, but he was sure it had her. "I won't," she replied to his relief. "We're going to see this through." Aunt Carissa softly stroked her hair back even as they continued to move toward the clinic. Do you want me to come with you both to the clinic? Catherine's eyes grew misty, and Robert wondered if she was going to start crying. No, you go on back to the house and help Lucas with the children. We'll be fine, and we'll be there soon. Placing a quick kiss to the top of her head, Aunt Carissa agreed. Don't take too long, or I might have to come on over and make sure the doctor knows what she's doing. I hear she can be a mite bossy. She winked at Katherine and Robert as Edie spoke from in front of them. She still held an arm around Jeremiah, so she could only turn her head sideways. I heard that, Mama. I intended for you to, dear. With that, Aunt Carissa chuckled and turned toward their house while the rest of the group continued on to the clinic. When they reached it, Robert realized he hadn't been inside in a while. Edie had painted the walls a cheery muted yellow, the trim bright white. He couldn't imagine the place was easy to keep clean in all the dust that got tracked in, but it would no doubt lift one's spirits. Empty vases sat on her sign-in table and a few other end tables throughout the room, vases that would be full with fresh-cut flowers from her garden come Monday morning. He followed Edie and Jeremiah back to the examination room where she'd already begun to help the boy down onto one of the 4 beds, near the front of the room. He couldn't see them for the curtains set up she had, but he knew there were 2 more in the back for patients who needed to stay longer or needed more privacy. That's it, Jeremiah, Edie said as she instructed him to lay back. Once I get your sister's arm stitched up, I'm going to examine you for a concussion. Robert, you can lay Katherine down on either of these empty cots. Emily, did you get my bag? I did, Emily responded as Robert went to do as Edie said. Do you need me to gather your instruments? Before she even had the chance to answer, Emily had already moved over to the cabinets above the exam room sink and laid out a fresh towel on a metal tray. Pulling a set of scissors from a jar on the countertop, Edie nodded. Yes, please, you know what I need. Katherine studied Emily's back with surprise. Emily, do you work here as a nurse? As she bustled about in the cabinets, confidently placing instruments on the tray, Emily shrugged. I'm not formally trained, but I enjoy helping Edie here whenever I get the chance. Lately, I've been here a good bit. She's being modest, Edie replied. Emily had always been a great help to the family over the years, often watching her cousins' children or filling in for the various businesses they have. She'd even taken a turn at the desk in the smithy a few times during their busiest seasons, but nothing she'd ever done really seemed to fit her. She would make a fantastic nurse if it struck her fancy. Edie cut Katherine's sleeve to expose the wound. Thankfully, the bleeding hadn't been awful, but it was hard to tell how deep the graze went with all the dried blood surrounding it. Studying Katherine's arm, she tilted her head. You got lucky. It's a deep graze, but shouldn't cause you any trouble as long as I clean it out well. A bit deeper, and we'd be having a different conversation. The anger that had been bubbling in Robert's belly since he saw the gun pointed at Katherine and Jeremiah welled up then. There was little he wouldn't give to go a few rounds with Mark Baker, but he couldn't for the life of him figure out how the boy had gotten caught up in that mess. For that matter, he'd like to square up with Marshall Davenport as well. He forced his jaw to relax and tried not to show the rage he felt. Is there anything I can do to help? Just hold her hand, Edie replied with a smirk. When I get started, it's going to smart a little bit. He nodded, and his eyes met Katherine's. He spotted fear there, and for once, she didn't try to hide it. I'm here, he whispered as lifted his hand to her cheek. I'm right here, and I'm not leaving. You're not alone. Of course, she wouldn't have been alone anyway, but he hoped she understood the depth of his meaning. Sighing deeply, Katherine leaned sideways into his chest while leaving her injured arm exposed for Edie to clean. Thank you, she breathed. Thank you. Chapter 19. Edie had been right, the stitching of the bullet wound had indeed hurt. Still, Katherine thought she'd look back on the experience with mixed emotions. The alcohol and cleaning solution had burned, but Robert's murmured reassurances and whispered prayers had felt like a life she'd only ever dreamed of. Drawing strength from him, wishing she could bottle it up for the days ahead, had been more comforting than he'd ever know. Well, Edie said as she leaned back from examining Jeremiah. You've definitely got a good knot on the side of your head. I'd say, based on your confusion at the scene and headache, we're definitely looking at a concussion. Fear sluiced through her. Is he going to be all right? Nodding quickly, Edie smiled at them both. Absolutely. I think it's fairly mild, but I'll give Mama instructions for how to care for you both overnight. I'll be over in the morning to check on you anyway. Jeremiah's shoulders sank in relief. So I don't have to stay here overnight? What, our fine quarters here don't meet your liking? Chuckling, Edie shook her head. No, y'all don't need to stay overnight. Give Emily and me a few minutes to clean up, and we'll walk you back over. Jeremiah's lips set into a thin line. This is a little embarrassing, but it's been a while since I've used the necessary. If her arm didn't still hurt, Katherine might have laughed at his red face. It's just back there, Edie said as she pointed through the door and down the hallway. Do you need Robert's help? No, Jeremiah said quickly. I'll be fine. He stood slowly and made his way down the hall as Edie and Emily moved into another room to sterilize the instruments. For the first time since the shooting, she and Robert were more or less alone. He still sat by her bed, not having let go of her hand since well before Edie finished stitching her up. He studied her intently now, absently stroking her palm with his thumb. I was afraid I'd lost you. His voice hitched, and Katherine realized it was the first time she'd seen much emotion in this normally stalwart man. I'm right here, she echoed his words from earlier. I'm not going anywhere. He smiled softly, then glanced at the ground before meeting her eyes again. Katherine, I know we've been talking a good bit these last few weeks, and I understand if all you need is a friend. He paused, and she waited for him to finish. But I need you to know that my feelings toward you aren't going to change. Am I correct that the secrets between us, secrets that are no longer hidden, were the reason you turned down my offer of courtship? That, and our differing religious beliefs. Though, more and more, that barrier fell as well. I suppose there's not as much keeping us apart as there once was. Surprisingly, the conversation didn't feel awkward or embarrassing. As it always had with him, things felt more natural than they ever had with anyone. Nothing was solved. Marshall Davenport's men had just made an attempt on her brother's life, but a future with Robert felt clearer than ever. Leaning in slowly, Robert placed a gentle kiss to Katherine's cheek. I'll not rush this, he said. You're only now turning to God for the first time, but this is it for me. I can feel it in my bones. We can take it one day at a time. A rush of excitement and contentment swam through her at the same time, a heady feeling unlike any she'd ever felt. One day at a time. Oh good, Edie's voice sounded from the doorway. I was hoping you two finally making things official would be at least one good thing about what happened today. She breezed in confidently as Emily and Jeremiah trailed behind her. Gesturing to the other two, Edie shrugged. We may have waited in the hallway until you two came to an understanding. She flashed a Cheshire cat grin before continuing her cleanup. Thanks for that, Ed. Robert smirked at his cousin, her own grin replaced with a grimace. He turned to Katherine. If you ever want to bring that one down a peg, call her Ed. It's her absolute favorite childhood nickname. Hands on her hips, Edie cocked her head to the side. Do that, and I might have to tell you about the time Robert tried to ride one of their family's goats and ended up face first in a cow patty. Two can play this game, Robert Jones. Despite the pain in her arm, Katherine couldn't keep the grin off her face. Despite their teasing, it was clear this family loved each other deeply, and that was something she and Jeremiah had longed for since the death of their parents. In fact, seeing the grin on her brother's face as he watched Edie and Robert lob stories back and forth almost made her forget about the danger he was in. If nothing else, Robert's family wouldn't abandon them to Marshall Davenport. Despite the lies and secrets, they had folks who'd shown them grace and welcomed them in as family. That's it, Robert said as he helped Katherine to her feet. Easy does it. She quirked a lip upward as she stood. It's not me you have to worry about falling, Robert. Jeremiah's the one with the concussion. He glanced up to where Emily and Edie steadied him. He's in good hands. Besides, maybe I just want to hold your hand, and this is a good excuse. He winked at her and heard Jeremiah snort as he rose to his feet. At least the boy seemed amenable to a relationship forming between him and his sister. Robert didn't know what he'd have done if he hadn't been. Just you wait, Jeremiah. One day, you'll find a pretty gal all your own, and she'll knock you off your feet worse than any concussion. Catherine's cheeks turned a pretty pink, and Robert could see Emily biting her lip to keep from grinning. Jeremiah, on the other hand, just shook his head like most 15-year-old boys would in his situation. Nope, not me. Women are too much trouble. He looked sideways at his sister, a mischievous grin on his face. Her eyebrow rose in her brother's direction. Sure, you just keep believing that. Robert and Katherine followed the other three out onto the boardwalk in front of the clinic, the sunlight blazing in the clear July sky. As they did so, a cloud of dust rose up on the road from the north of town. 6 men on horseback galloped their direction, the khaki of their uniforms standing out against the grass behind them. Looks like the army has arrived, Edie said quietly. She glanced sideways at Emily, the latter staring intently toward the coming brigade. It hadn't occurred to Robert that the army coming might be difficult for Emily after James Blackburn had enlisted. Emily and James had been an item nearly from the time they were children, best friends turned to sweethearts until he graduated and left to join the military. It had been nearly 6 years since, but Emily had not stepped out with another beau since. The group grew closer. The dust their mounts kicked up growing as they approached. Katherine studied Emily, and Robert wondered how much she knew about her failed courtship. As far as he knew, James hadn't contacted Emily since he'd gone off to training 6 years ago, and he didn't think anyone in town knew where James had been stationed. Edie kept them moving, her hand firmly under Jeremiah's elbow as they stepped slowly down the stairs. Robert did the same with Katherine, and the group of them headed for Uncle Matthew and Aunt Carissa's house. The soldiers had veered off toward the sheriff's office and begun to dismount, each of them strong and sure in their movements. Jeremiah studied them as well, and Robert could sense the tension building up in the boy. They're not here to take you in, Robert said. They just want to question you, and they'll probably have you testify if a formal investigation is brought forth. Jeremiah took a deep breath, and Robert could feel Katherine relax as well. Before he could say anything else, Emily came to a dead stop and stared straight ahead at the jailhouse porch. A soldier stared back at her. Edie, Jeremiah, Katherine and Robert just watched until Emily breathed a name he hadn't heard her say in years. James. The longing and hurt in her voice would have made Robert want to pummel James for leaving, but he saw the same things on the young man's face from his perch on the jailhouse porch. Without warning, Emily shook her head and let go of Jeremiah's arm. Thankfully, he was plenty steady with Edie holding on to him, but Robert reached his free hand forward just in case. His youngest cousin broke into a run away from the jailhouse and towards her home some 30 yards behind the jail. Had he been able to see her face, he was sure he'd see tears streaming down it. Katherine looked from him to James with alarm. Is that him? So she did know. It is. Robert watched James as his gaze followed Emily up her porch steps, remaining on their front door long after it slammed shut. His expression was as stricken as he'd ever seen. I can't believe he's here. James turned once more to them before straightening his shoulders and following the rest of the soldiers with him inside the jailhouse. Edie studied him as well. If I didn't know he loved her just as much as she loved him, I'd walk up there and clock him. Then why on earth did he leave? Katherine's disbelief was evident in her voice as she attempted to put the pieces together. Robert shrugged. No one really knows, but it looks like he's back for a time. I guess the best thing to do is be there for Emily. If I was a betting woman, I'd bet my house his father had something to do with it, Edie replied as she gently prodded Jeremiah forward towards the house once more. Ralph Blackburn is a piece of work if I've ever seen one. I'll get Jeremiah settled and go check on her. They followed behind, but Katherine paused once they reached the front porch of his aunt and uncle's house. Robert, could we sit outside for a little bit? It's been a long day, and I'd like to watch the sunset. With his concern for his cousin and the man who'd left her behind not forgotten, Robert allowed himself to be distracted by the woman to his side. That's the best offer I've had all day." As Edie and Jeremiah shut the door behind them, Robert helped Katherine settle into one of the large pine rocking chairs while he took the one next to her. Reaching over, he took her hand as they sat in companionable silence, and the sun set over the businesses across the town center. It was Katherine who broke the silence. "Thank you," she said softly. His brows furrowed. "For what?" "For all of it. The past few years have all blurred together in one big weight of responsibility and bitterness. Thank you for helping us that day on the train, for being patient with me, and for leading me gently to the Lord. Thank you for loving Jeremiah like a brother, and thank you for staying put when I didn't deserve it." He squeezed her hand, overcome with all the things he wanted to tell her but afraid he'd overwhelm her if he did. "It was all my pleasure, Katherine Jenkins. I'll always stay put. That's what you do when you love someone." Her head whipped around at his words, eyes wide. "I love you, Katherine," he repeated. "Let there be no doubt in your mind. We can take this at a snail's pace if you like, but I'll be right here." If anything, seeing the pain on James Blackburn's face made him more sure than ever. He loved this woman, and he wouldn't lose her to fear of Marshall Davenport or anything else. She took a shaky breath, her eyes sparkling. "I love you, too. Reading the Bible with Carissa has shown me just how much I don't know, but I'm learning. I think I need to spend some time getting to know him better before we step too far forward, but if it's all right with you, I'd like to spend that time getting to know you better as well. That would make me the happiest man alive." The words swelled in his chest, and he lifted her hand to kiss it gently. "Welcome home, Miss Jenkins. Pine Creek is mighty happy to have you." Want to see how the story ends? Learn the fate of Emily and James, as well as how things work out for Jeremiah as the army investigates Marshall Davenport in the way home. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.